Hey, 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 what's up, party people? We're here, ready, and back at it with the new player tournaments, which is really exciting. I've been looking forward to it all week, basically. I moved last week, so I missed that new player tournament. First one in a while. Felt a little sad about it, but just, I had a lot to get done. I had a lot of stuff to move, and I had to drive a U-Haul for what, like five and a half hours. Should have been a 4-hour drive, but there's crap loads of traffic around Chicago. So it took me a while to get where I needed to, unfortunately. But once I actually got here, apartment is really nice. Um, we got everything moved in and starting to get settled in. So I'm excited. It's really nice because my last living situation actually had quite a few roommates. Not all of them were very nice people, so I'm very glad to be just with one other person who actually like being around on a regular basis. Feel a lot more settled and comfortable here. We need to spectate. Let's see if we can grab somebody before everybody starts getting into their games. I would like to grab... Yes, our boy. I haven't seen Mr. Fly around in a while. Somebody who's been in a decent number of the new player tournaments. He just doesn't... I think he just doesn't have a ton of time to just, play the game all the time, kind of like me right now, where I'm just stretched for opportunities to play regularly. So definitely a good time to get him into some matches and see how he does. He used to play a lot of Zinch, but he's actually declared Lizardman this tournament, which is exciting. Very curious to see how he does with this. Yo, what's up, dude? Come join me in the lobby, Mr. Fly. I pinged you on Discord, bro. And let me take a little peek at the site. I don't know if the tournament is started yet. We do. Oh, and Anderland is his opponent for round one. So we get Skaven versus Lizardman? That's freaking awesome. Oh, baby, that's beautiful. Okay, Anderland is a really fun player to watch. So I'm super excited to see these two show off and show out. Alright, he doesn't have anything posted there. Boom. As usual, we'll do a live round one, provided, of course, you don't get, like, abominable lag or anything. If we do, I've got some replays that we can watch. And it won't be that big of an issue. Need to know what map they're on, because... Can I see that if I click on their match? Oh, dudes, oh, I can! Dude, every time I get on and learn some of the functionality on Otto's website, I'm just continually impressed. It's really nice. He did a really good job with this. I saw Turin did a stream yesterday with with his new alpha build for his website, and it looked promising also. I think there might be plenty of room in the multiplayer community for two good websites to host tournaments and do, like, matchmaking on. I honestly don't even think it would be, like, splitting the player base in any meaningful way. Because honestly, I think having the, just the variety of choices is the best thing that we can have as a community. I'm really curious to see if Total Tavern 2.0 is I don't know, as good with tournament adminning as Otto's website is, because Otto's website just works way better than the current Total Tavern. It's, from everything I've heard from people, way easier to focus in and just get stuff done. And it's a little bit less, it's a little bit less like you have to do the benedictions of the machine spirit to try and get anything to work the way it's supposed to. I'm gonna go get more coffee. I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. BRB. Alright. We've returned back to our ancient lair. Try not to move the mic around. I also got a better computer setup, because my room actually is, I don't know, suitable for human habitation. So I'm pretty happy to have the ability to, like, stretch out and get all my stuff set up in a position where it's not constantly being, like, bumped into and... Ugh. Having my chair squeezed up against, like, one side of the room against a wall where I can't actually roll around in my chair. Because I'm of... excuse me. I'm definitely pretty, hyperactive. It was kind of killing me at my old place, having to be all scrunched up all the time. We got a pretty cool build set here. We've got Krokgar, Heaven's Priest. This is like the campaign classic. I'm pretty sure Krokgar still starts with a Heaven's Caster. Little guys probably rocking like Chain Lightning or Harmonic Convergence. Maybe Wind Blast too. Wind Blast is pretty good after the changes. Since it imbues the acceleration and speed debuffs on it when you hit a unit, it can be pretty good just for using as like a pseudo snare. Doesn't do like incredible damage. I don't think that's really what it's useful for, but it's a good support spell is really the point I'm trying to get across. Chain Lightning is always very strong in terms of like damage potential. Ooh, actually rocking Comet Cassandora, which you don't see too often. Is very strong. I don't love the new, like, special effects on it. I think it looks a little bit less good than the old version, but I don't know. To each their own. It doesn't look bad. It's just not my personal preference between the different variants of it. Two Bastillodons with solar engines. Krokgar is on his horned one. I can't tell. I think this is the horned one, though, because he's got a little bit more HP, and the horned one is actually slightly faster than the cold one, if I'm not mistaken. He's got Hand of the Gods, which is always really good. Doesn't have anything else on him. I do really like Krokgar's Fizz Res and Vigor Reduction effect. Crocky G is really good at just motoring around all game if you bring his little Fizz Res buff. Because it gives him a little bit more durable HP to work with, functionally, if you just use that ability a bunch of times. And you do want to use Krokgar pretty aggressively, because even paired down, he is still a little bit expensive. Not like the most expensive lord in the world, but he costs, you know, a bit to throw out onto the field in addition to a caster. Luckily, the Skink Priest is, like, dirt cheap. Those guys are, like, 500 gold with, like, even just one or two, even two spells sometimes. Depends on what spells you're bringing. No, he's, like, 550 here with the Comet. Chameleon Skinks are just capping a point up and getting really good poke off on Throt, immediately taking about 600 HP off our boy here. He's rocking Remoldered. He's going to be using that on the Hell Pit Abomination, assuredly. We've got a little bit of lag, but, you know, it's not too bad, so we'll just kind of hang in here, persevere. Provided, of course, it doesn't get worse, we should be fine. Gutter Runners with Poison, and just one regular Gutter Runner here, really throwing those Ninja Stars in against Crocker, doing a lot of damage to our poor boy here. They fire really fast, and they're super accurate. Way more accurate even than Skinks. So you can see they're really putting a lot of pressure on him right now, but the Bastiladons are getting really good shots off on these Gutter Runners right now. They've done quite a bit of damage. I would say that Mr. Fly is a lot happier about that. Krokar you can kind of keep back. He's not going to do too well against Throt, because Throt is just so durable with regen. And the heals, he just doesn't really suffer that badly, unless he's getting aggressively poked by stuff that has fire damage, which is what the Bastiladons have, so they really are the ones who want to be doing the majority of the damage to Throt. You just want to keep them poked and keep them a little bit well back of your main force. Anderlin's going for a pretty aggressive push right up the flank. His right flank and the Lizardman's left flank of the field here. Arguably a little bit risky because you're going right up into spawn zones, and Dunes of Cain is a map that has very aggressive vanguards. I mean, they are all the way up here. You know, the distance between the regular reinforcement point and the vanguard is substantial, and Lizards actually do have a lot of stuff that they can vanguard forward. I wouldn't push any farther than the crest of this hill, but it looks like Anderlin's having some discipline, just hanging out there. You know, just wants to block any access that these Skinks have to the number 3 objective. Natty Boobo's sharpshooters are pretty far back, not really in range of much of anything right now. Warlock Engineer is going to drop the Cleansing Ruin. That is going to do quite a bit of damage. I mean, it's a spell that's just generally pretty good against everything. A little bit less effective than infantry than it is against single targets and monstrous units, but it's still good damage nonetheless because of its duration. And with the Hell Pit Abomination here, you can see that the Lizards are struggling a little bit here on this point. They don't really have a whole lot to punish this big Hell Pit Abomination right now. Like, the Solar Engines are actually not great damage against single entity big HP targets like this, just because their damage output is actually fairly low. Really, the nice thing about the Solar Engines is that they're reliable, they've got quite a bit of ammo, the blinded effect is really strong. What you really want to kill a Hell Pit Abomination isn't even like cohorts, the Coldwind Spear Riders or anything. You really want something like a Salamander Hunting Pack. That's a little risky, though, against Skaven, because they have really good tools for clearing things like that. Natty Boobo's sharpshooters, especially, are really good against the hunting packs. Can really put a lot of pressure on them. Value's very even. Skaven are looking to be in a slightly better position, though. They've caught a Feral Cold One way out on the flank. They've very easily taken the number 2 objective, and while the Hell Pit Abomination has taken some damage, it's really not that substantial, and Throt is still out here on the field. He hasn't used any of his Remoldereds yet. I would honestly even drop one on Throt himself right now, and then just rally back to the Hell Pit Abomination and pull it back just a little bit so it can regen. You can just continue holding with your low-quality infantry, and then push back out with it once you got another Remoldered off on it, or just a little bit of regeneration time down on it. It's a little overextended now. That comet really hammered the Skaven slaves and the clan rats here, and now the Pokopok cohort is getting a big surround of the Hell Pit Abomination, and it is blinded pretty horrifically. And the solar engines, you know, damage and value, it's not the craziest thing in the world, but they're keeping this thing under pressure. They're debuffing that regeneration rate. They actually get it low enough with the help of the Pokopok cohort to push it back, and it is broken for now. Might even die. It looks like it's going to rout in a very awkward manner, actually going towards the Lizardmen's back line, which is the worst possible place for it to be. Ooh, Rat Ogre's getting a big charge off on the Skink Priest here. All they need are a couple of moments just to sit on top of this guy, and they probably kill him pretty quickly. Skink Priests, very squishy. Used to be that they were hard to kill and snipe, just because they get knocked over by everything, but, you know, foot characters don't get knocked over quite as much anymore. These guys are still a little slippery, but they just don't have a lot of HP. They get folded up pretty fast if you are unwary with them. Rat Ogres are going to try and pull back. The Coldwind Spear Riders are screaming in from the flank, and that's important because the ROR here has devastating flanker, which means if they get a charge off on the side or the rear of these Rat Ogres, they will fold them up. You know, their charge bonus is normally pretty low at base, but when it gets up into the 60s with devastating flanker, that big weapon strength just goes absolutely mad. It just gets to be way too much for anybody to adequately deal with. Hell Pit A-Bomb died. Looks like it might have blown up. Oh, actually, it's right back here. How the hell is it still alive back here? That's pretty funny. I would have thought that Fly would be a little bit quicker on the draw with just hounding it down. Like, Krokgar's pretty beat up, so really it should have just been Krokgar chasing this thing back and off the field. Could see some problems now for the Lizardmen as they are getting hit by a big Warp Lightning. Pokopok cohort taking some horrific damage there. Ooh, but Sacred Croxagores and the Chameleons are pushing the far side of the field now. Wolf Rats were in the back line chewing on Chameleons or something. Looks like some Skaven slaves. Yeah, looks like, yeah, Chameleon Skink. They were chasing around with the assistance of some Skaven slaves. Comet is not good against Rat Ogres. Does not do any damage to monstrous type units. Ooh, and this rallying Hell Pit Abomination is really getting in here and causing some problems. Thrott's not too far away. Thrott does have Remoldered. He can still throw that down. There are some horned ones rampaging a little bit. Beating up on this Rat Ogre here. Looks like a little bit of a throw out of Warp Lightning, and the horned ones actually get hit and lose a few models to that. Really nice damage. Look how many died. Actually, like 4 or 5 models being lost there. Ooh, and Krokgar getting caught out by the Rat Ogres, and Warlock Engineer chipping away at our boy here. Crocky Balboa is running off the field now, which is a big loss. Definitely a huge problem for the Lizardmen. Lizardmen are looking really gassed. They don't have much infantry on the field at this point. They really were just running mostly skinks. Oh my god. And look at the horned ones getting deleted by Thrott, who just gets in there going fisticuffs with those guys and really putting a lot of pressure on them. I think maybe another Warp Lightning came in too. Oh no, it was the Deathglow. Oh my god, the Deathglow Bombardiers. Dang, one volley basically killed the horned one outright, and now they're going to get another volley off. I mean, there's not really much HP on any of these units, but god, the Deathglows are just so cool. We love our purple poison effects. I love the damage potential on these. I mean, they're just so cool. They're a little bit hard to use. They could definitely get caught out pretty badly, but the damage potential on them is just so disgusting. It's kind of hard to resist the temptation of throwing them out there every now and then. Solar engines are really anchoring the Lizardmen army. They're about the only thing that's online, and I'm willing to bet that Mr. Fly is really kicking himself for missing out on getting the kill on this A-Bomb, because it's rallied. It's actually got a decent chunk of HP now. I mean, it starts at 12,000. It's down to about a third of its HP, but that's still 4,500. Which is definitely putting the Bastiladons in a pretty awkward spot, considering how bad they are in melee combat. combat. They're really not built for fighting other monsters. They can do a little bit of damage here just because they got a 2v1, but a big Flensing Ruin's going to put a lot of pressure on these guys. They don't have much to go off of anymore. They're pretty much out of ammo. They don't get any blinded effects in melee or anything. They're just kind of raw dogging it at this point, and it's not going too hot for them. Ashen Triads are circumventing the red-crested skinks and pushing right up the field while the Storm Vermin Halberds hold fast, and Globadier Fire really puts some pressure on these skinks. The Salamanders just can't get comfortable in open fire because they keep getting hounded down by either Throt or the Triads. Just pretty much anything the Skaven can throw out can push these guys back, because Salamanders are decently durable, but they just really don't offer much in melee combat. It's really only with their shooting that they can provide any pressure, and when they can't set up and they just keep getting jumped on by low-quality units even, it's just painful. There's not much you can do about it. Yeah, man, Spear Riders and the Horned ones didn't really get a lot done. The Umbral Tide was doing some work there. I think the Umbral Tide needed to be the first summon out. The thing about the Umbral Tide that makes them so good against Skaven, regular Salamanders get hard countered by Natty Bubos because, you know, they don't have Stalk. Umbral Tide have Stalk, so you can creep them forward, get a big high-value volley off on one of these two lightly armored regenerating units in the A-bomb or Throt, do big damage to them, and then just, like, duck behind your front lines somewhere where they can go back into stealth and then jump back out at a more convenient moment. Gutter Runners got hit pretty hard early, but they did just about get their value back across the board. Only one of them was struggling a little bit, but it still got about half its value back. Natty Bubos were doing pretty good, just poking away. Deathcloak Bombardiers came in, did some big damage, and the Warlock Engineer, very cheap caster with 1200 value. Rat Ogres just doing their thing, being massed. They don't really often like uptrade unless it's against factions that just have like lots of heavy cavalry that aren't anti-large. Like Empire or High Elves sometimes, you know, fighting stuff like Silverhelms, Lyran Reavers, Empire Knights. That's where Rat Ogres tend to uptrade. Against Lizardmen, they're really just there to stop any units from just like rampaging onto your weapon teams. And Anderlin did a really good job of defending his backline. He broke up the middle formation of Skinks very easily with his big monsters and a couple of really well-timed Flensing Ruins. It's just, like I said, decent damage across the board, and it just puts a lot of pressure on these fairly squishy units. Now, I've been noticing a lot that Lizardman players are really going for these skink builds, and that seems to be one of the weaker points of the Lizardman right now. I think people are really prepared for their wider skink-heavy styles now. You know, there's nothing wrong with going a few Saurus. Like, Saurus are just really reliable units. I really like the red-crested skinks in this matchup, so you can send them in against Storm Vermin, but just to have, like, maybe, you know, a couple skink cohorts, maybe with the Javelins, though, and then a couple of the Saurus Warriors with spears, or just the Cudgels with shields, would be really nice, pretty smart, and give you something that can just absolutely clock all of these Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. The problem with the skink cohorts is that they'll just get overwhelmed by numbers eventually, because they just can't really, they can't fight in the same way that Saurus do against, like, chaff infantry. And Lizardmen do really need something of a front line, because they do tend to bring quite a few units that need a little bit of support, like the Salamanders and the Solar Engines, and you saw that once that front line really started to fall apart and the Skaven were kind of running kind of rampant in the back line is where the Lizardmen really started to fail. Sacred Croxagores also were fighting off on the side point. I didn't see how they died, but clearly they got absolutely wrecked. They got 242 kills and only 300 value, which tells me that what they were doing was killing Skaven slaves, which is not worth anything. I don't care how many you kill. You're never going to get your value back on these guys doing that. Probably bringing those over to assist in punching down either the Hell Pit A-Bomb Or just supporting against the Eshin Triads, because while Triads do have anti-large and the Weeping Blades that really hurt the Sacred Croxagor's armor and can rip into them pretty decently with their little Guandos, just give them some skink support, and the Sacred Croxagors have magic attacks, which just goes right through the Eshin Triad's Phys Res, which they're very reliant on for survivability, and you can probably punch them down in just a few moments. Not to mention, Sacred Croxagors generally massively outtrade Rat Ogres, provided you just don't leave them to get jumped on. Krokgar was okay. Skink Priest, I think you just want to go with something a little different. Comet really wasn't doing a whole lot that game. I think against the rats, it's a little bit too hopeful. I think you're better off with Chain Lightning, because even though the Vortex is a little bit randomized in the direction it moves, Skaven bunch up a lot just because of their numbers. Only the absolute best Skaven players are good about stopping themselves from forming any blobs at all. And Chain Lightning has all AP damage, so it's stupidly effective against Stormvermin and Halberds, while Comet actually has damage fall off against armor, because a decent amount of its damage is non-AP, which can be a little annoying. I can try and show it off here. Hold on, let's back out. I'm not in that anymore, thank you. It doesn't matter what am I doing? Also on the wrong faction. So we got our Skink Priest here. Yeah, Comet with the range damage does have the fall off on it. Really, if you want to get the most out of Comet, you need to do an upgraded one to get the extra explosive damage, because that really is where it makes its hay. It's 20 WOM, though. Chain Lightning is just a little bit cheaper. It lasts a good long while, and the damage per second is really, really, really gross. One of the best Vortexes in the game. It's for cost efficiency and opportunity and duration. It just will punish the Skaven blobs a little bit better, I think. And you can use this on weapon teams, too. Weapon teams are actually pretty vulnerable to Chain Lightning. Comet is pretty easy to dodge also. It's got a crazy long wind-up time. You can see it coming from a mile away, usually. Chain Lightning's a little harder to dodge, because while it does have a decent cast, it does have a decently long cast time. It's shorter than Comet, and Comet also has, like, the effects aura, the big cloud that, like, builds up and then the Comet comes down. So that's another little bit that doesn't get accounted for appropriately in the amount of time it takes to actually channel it and drop it. He did great, dude. That was really, really awesome. Thank you, Welsh. I'm very happy with the move. Yeah, everybody's got factions that they struggle in too, so I totally get that, Anderlin, but you did great. You did a really good job of stopping pressure onto your backline. Your weapon teams are awesome. The Deathglow Bombardiers are really cool. You don't see them too often, but I think they've got teeth to them just because of how much damage they do. And we saw it there, them nuking those horned ones. It's beautiful. We've got plenty of games have finished. Okay. I was just kind of trying to talk up that game we just watched as long as possible, because wanted to give time for people to finish some games. Now that we've got some that are done, let's get in here. We gotta watch our Corn players. Absolutely no contest doing that one next. Oh, we got a Skaven mirror match in the first round. Okay. Hell yeah. I'm always down for some of the more uncommon mirror matches. You don't see a lot of people playing Skaven in general. They're a little more common than they used to be. They used to be a pretty specialist faction, but I think they've been figured out pretty nicely by the community as a whole, so they're a little bit easier to just, like, jump in and out with. Okay, so it's actually fairly similar builds. One side does have some very, like, different lord choices. Actually, there's a lot of Night Runner slings in here, too. That's kind of cool. I do love slings. I actually really like the slings. Let's watch us some Khorne versus High Elves, though. Oh, yes. Okay, so I've actually got a few replays, you know, after all the moving stuff has gotten done. I've had a little bit of time to play some ladder games just to get back into it. And a while back, I experimented with the Blood Reapers and found them to be pretty decent, and the last few games on ladder that I've been playing with them, I really love these Blood Reapers on the throne. I mean, these thrones in general are pretty strong, and we all know how Skulltaker just dominates the meta. He's very much a defining lord for Khorne. Absolutely the best choice at pretty much any time, if we're being honest. He's just rock solid. He just has great items, abilities, the whole 9 yards. But the Blood Reaper is actually pretty good at helping protect him, because Skulltaker is not immune to magic, and he is a little bit snipeable on his HP through just like spell casting and missile pressure. If you can nullify the magic pressure with Locus of Abjuration, he becomes even more unmanageable. I think running this guy with Skulltaker is actually not half bad. I think it can really work to the benefit of both, because the Blood Reaper can be a little vulnerable by himself, but with 2 motorcycles together and Skulltaker being one of them, these two guys can be a really disgusting bulwark. And the Blood Reaper is also really good at supporting Valkia builds. Valkia is the other really competitive lord for Khorne, and the Blood Reaper paired up with Valkia is nice, because again, you get Locus of Abjuration, yeah, but you can also bring Bloody Shackle, which is a truly gigantic heal. And he provides some buffs that you miss out on if you don't bring either the Herald or Skulltaker as your lord. So, we're going to see how this goes for Hypervenom. The Hellforge Bellowers is here. Pretty common pick for Khorne in general. Really good at pressuring missile cavalry like the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Also just great against infantry. I'm sure everybody has run into the Hellforge Bellowers and had their entire front line get absolutely clocked by it. Still shooting at these guys. I'd actually like to see a couple shots go down on the White Lines of Trace. I don't think it would be bad at all. Blood Reaper's getting beat up a little bit. Skulltaker should just honestly sit here and kind of distract Tyrion while the Blood Reaper gets out of here. And it might be time to start summoning some stuff out for Khorne on this side of the field to try and trap some of these Illyrian Reavers. They're very, very, very aggressively positioned forward. These Vanguards are nice and open and available for just summoning something out when they get a little too unwary and a little too close. Nice shot with the Vortex, hitting a lot of ship's company and a lot of Illyrian Reaver archers there. Bellowers probably with about 600, only 300 value. It's definitely less effective against cavalry. I still think it's worth taking some pot shots against them usually. Brutal damage against the ship's company, though. Those guys lose about half their HP in one shot from this thing. This is where it really makes itself known. It's just absolutely demolishing infantry blobs. There's actually an opportunity for Venom here that I don't know if he's really seeing. Driving right up here and just firing right down the flank onto all of this blobbed up high elf infantry would be absolutely disgusting value. Because the shots cleave through infantry very, very easily. It penetrates through a lot of infantry models, not so much on cavalry. You can really punish these guys for being unwary and blobbing up like this if you take the shot right into this bunch of units. And there's 3 blobbed up right there. Instead, opting to hit the White Lions. Where are the Wrathmongers? Wrathmongers are a little caught up in all of the Khorne infantry. They're not really getting into combat super effectively right now. They're kind of just hanging out, to be honest. They're not really doing a whole lot. Got a Fleshhound moving in. Shadows Mage with Pit of Shades and Enfeebling Foe. Not a bad spell choice for the High Elves there. Not really what I'd like to see, though. I think that Light Magic in general is your best bet against Khorne, usually. Either that or running some Death Magic with, like, Soul Blight and also Doom and Darkness, because Khorne is a little vulnerable when you get rid of their Frenzied Terror routes, and you can punish them pretty hard that way. High Elf build, I think, is really not very well suited for fighting Khorne in general. You don't want to offer too many targets in melee against the Blood God, because they just absolutely destroy the High Elves in melee combat. I mean, basic Marauders beat the crap out of Ship's Company, and they do pretty well against Spearmen, too. Even with the 50 melee defense on the Spearmen, you start getting some stacking buffs on Marauders, and they can be pretty ferocious against these lightly armored guys. Skulltaker is bullying the hell out of Tyrion right now. Tyrion was doing alright at first, but he runs into a big blob of Khorne Gores and Marauders, and he's just not equal to that fight by himself. He's a little limited on the HP. He's very reliant on the Heart of Avalorn to keep himself alive. He's just struggling really badly right now. Chaos Warhounds and Fleshhounds are just rampaging through the back lines now. And the Illyrian Reavers are being kept well back of assisting any of these High Elf units that are being run off the field right now. Hufford's Bellowers, the bet 1,000 value. Nothing too tremendous, to be quite honest. Getting a beautiful shot to finish off that Ship's Company, though. Definitely wants to hit this Spearman, probably, just to finish them. Or could shoot these retreating White Lions. Actually pretty blobbed up right now on the retreat. They could definitely be hit by one good shot and probably just put into the bone zone and continue their route off the field. And even if they rally, they'd come back to the point. They'd come back with very little HP to work with. Fleshhounds are rallying back to assist the Khorne Gores, who have been doing a really good job. Great value on that Khorne Gore unit, and they've mostly been fighting cavalry. So their performance is notable. Or just having been against a relatively inoptimal target. That's the benefit of these Skull Throne buffs, though. I mean, you get Revel in Slaughter and Totem of Endless Bloodletting with Skulltaker, and having the Blood Reaper around the field, he can also run off in the later stages of the games to give the Totem of Endless Bloodletting to, like, flank fights that really need a little bit of assistance, but maybe don't need the full mighty presence of Skulltaker himself. Bellowers continuing to drive around and just cause problems. Wrathmongers are very healthy and grinding. Same as they always are, man. Wrathmongers are a great unit. Even the baseline version. You don't need the Bloodwake Berserkers, although I do think Bloodwake Berserkers are slightly better against the High Elves, just because the, High Elves do have a lot of units that have Phys-Res. It's really nice to have the ROR Wrathmonger, because they have, armor sundering, magic damage, and fire damage. So they're really, like, juiced up for countering healing, countering, like, ranger blobs, or just, in general, any units that have Phys-Res. Armor sundering is pretty good for using the Wrathmongers to, like, engage something like the Blaze of Hoeth and debuffing the armor on those really elite High Elf Greatsword infantry, and then, like, engaging with something like a Marauder or Chaos Warrior and helping to get the finish that way, or rear charging and cycle charging with Fleshhounds. Just something to think about, but Venom did a really good job in this game of just getting into a really tricky position, dominating two objectives, and then the High Elves kind of walked themselves into a bit of a trap by engaging in this middle fight here. Their infantry just don't stack up very well against Khorne, and the Blood God wins yet another one because of a foe being a little too unwary of the prowess of Khorne in melee. High Elves can kite against Khorne pretty aggressively, and that really is kind of the best way to go about winning this matchup. The Illyrian River Archers have done pretty well. They did get some decent value across the board. You can see that they were definitely the best part of this army for the High Elves, but to be honest, there's no Fireborn in this build. I don't think Oceanids are very good against Khorne. Even if Oceanids are sitting on top of Marauders and whatnot, excuse me, Khorne Marauders are still kind of annoying to get rid of because of the Frenzy and their ITP off of it. Khorne Gores are also a little hard for Oceanids to sit on because while Oceanids have Phys-Res, Khorne Gores just do big damage to any large targets. Like, Khorne Gores are almost always up trade regardless of what they're on. As long as they're not just like 1v1ing the multiple Oceanids, they can do pretty good and hold their own. And the trade ends up being pretty poor for the High Elves in the long run, because it just takes a little while to grind down the Khorne Gores adequately. I think you really want a little bit more mobility here. And some more big single entities. Like, something that works really well against Khorne is Arcane Phoenixes, because they're Ember Storm. Ember Storm is the little vortex that the Arcane Phoenixes get just on the base unit. All you need are a couple of them, and you can just do massive damage to blobbed up Khornate infantry. And then also have something pretty effective against both the Hellforge Bellowers. You can pressure that, or just going after Skulltaker and the Blood Reaper. Because these guys are ground locked. They can't get up in the air and chase those Phoenixes. So the Phoenixes can actually disengage and either get heals or just wait for better opportunities to then re-engage and dive again. Guys like Caradhran and Tyrion being stuck on the ground, they can get bullied, and you can see it happening right here. Caradhran is getting absolutely smashed right now by the Blood Reaper and our boy Skulltaker. Just dropping Locusts. I don't know why. I guess thinking that maybe he wanted to avoid damage from the Sword of Khorne. Sword of Khorne helps clear up the Illyrian Reavers. It's Blood Reaper with great value. That's the other thing about these Blood Reapers, dude. In long games, they get great value because they're so durable and they can just chew through infantry like nobody's business. Very good at what they're designed for. They're not bad in a double team against characters, though. And, you know, with benefiting from Bloody Onslaught that Skulltaker has, you can debuff targets that you're fighting, and just make an absolute nuisance out of them. And they're really durable because of the armor, the heal, and combat from Gore Feast, and then also Bloody Shackle if you think your opponent might try to, like, burst damage them down. You can heal cap them pretty easily. Skulltaker with 3,100 value being an absolute menace. And, yeah, that's gonna be it. I mean, High Elves are basically tabled. The fact that there are Flesh Hounds in the High Elves' back line and they're just eating all of the cavalry is a really bad sign. You know, once you get pushed into your spawn zone by Khorne, it's basically impossible to push back out onto the field because you probably lost the frontline fight if that's the case. And, you know, you're not going to be able to adequately push through them to get back onto the cabs. There's just not a lot of killing power in this High Elf army. Like, this High Elf army would be good against maybe something like Lizardmen. This would be a perfectly decent build against Lizardmen. I get Caradhran on a horse, though. And you're probably looking at something that'd be pretty competitive, to be honest. But against Khorne, it's just not going to happen. Too many high-quality infantry units that they have to face down. Khorne loves killing bodies also, because that charges up their army abilities, and Khorne has really good army abilities. If you can start cycling army abilities as Khorne, then you're laughing all the way home to the bank in terms of value trades. Because it gets really scary. Like, Horn of Khorne allows you to easily start charging up to the tier 3 army ability. Because 24 melee attack for Khorne, and if you've got, like, a good fight where you've pinned in a decent chunk of your enemy's army into melee combat and they can't retreat, you can just absolutely brutalize all of these low-tier spearmen and ship's company. And then the White Lines of Trace, they're just not that great of a unit. They're good if they get lots of support from spellcasting, but honestly, against Khorne, I think they're kind of a waste. You want something really heavy-duty, like the Blades of Hoeth or the ROR Phoenix Guard. Stuff like that tends to be a little bit better, but that's also really vulnerable to the Hellforge Bellowers, which is why I recommend the single entities, like the Arcane Phoenixes. Caradhran on his Phoenix can be pretty decent as well. You just don't want to give targets for Khorne to freely engage on, and High Elves offered way too much up here, and they just got absolutely farmed for the effort. But that's a live and learn moment. It's not like there's anything wrong with what you did, Troy. Getting beat is part of learning the game. Trust me. It's tough. Oh, yeah, the Water Elemental, the big beastie, is also pretty strong against Khorne. That thing is pretty disgusting. And yeah, Silverins are actually pretty perfect. Because regular spearmen are just a little bit off, like, the melee defense threshold of being pretty manageably resilient against Marauders of Khorne. Silverin Guard with the armor, and they have a higher baseline. It's not much, but the extra 4 melee defense at base that Silverin Guard have make them that little bit less likely to just get trounced by, you know, one of Khorne's, like, most basic fundamental units. Because you're going to see Marauders. Marauders of Khorne are a staple unit. You're going to see, like, at least 2 or 3 of them every game, just about. They're just really cheap, good cap weight for the Blood Gods, so you want stuff that's not vulnerable to them. If you are bringing a bunch of units that just get beat by them in melee combat, you're going to have a bad time. Silverins just have, like, the better armor and the leadership and everything, so they tend to hold out better. And they've got spell resistance, too. Not so useful against Khorne, necessarily, because Khorne just doesn't have a lot of spell, damage and magical abilities, but, it does help against stuff like Sloupnir and Sword of Khorne. It's not, like, the biggest deal in the world, because you're probably not going to see those every game. But it can help. It can help for sure. And these Silverins in general, I think, with the fact that Ship's Company are here to be like the super uber cheap high elf unit, you don't need to bring Spearmen hardly ever anymore, I don't think. Like, there's a couple matchups where they can be okay. But really, if you want some spears, you bring a couple Silverin Guard and you call it a day, because these guys are just absolutely incredible. They're so strong. They've got more HP, they got more armor, they got more leadership, they got more melee attack, which is the big one. 8 more melee attack on the Silverin Guard makes all the difference for the value trading. Even against other infantry, because their melee defense is so high, they can, like, wet noodle people down. Like, it takes ages for them to win a fight. Against something like a Khorne Marauder, but you don't have to worry about them just, like, randomly getting broken and losing out on the fight. And they've got really good bonus versus large, so even against bigger stuff, say if something like a Minotaur of Khorne gets on top of a Silverin Guard, these guys poke them really, really well with their huge bonus. Standard Spearmen have 15, which is pretty high for a spear unit, but the extra weapon strength and better AP and the extra 5 makes a huge difference for the uptrade potential on Silverins. Shadow Walkers are also pretty good against Khorne. Shadow Walkers are really accurate, and they can punch pretty hard against the mobility that Khorne offers. And they're good at melee combat, actually. Shadow Walkers are really good at running in after they've run out of melee, or after they've run out of missiles and getting into melee and scrapping it up a bit. Skaven mirror time. Eat the Rich versus that guy, Wally. It'd be really interesting to see the Skaven eat the Council of 13. That would be a pretty epic, like, overthrow of a toxic oligarchy. I would love to see it. Like, all the Skaven slaves and the clan rats get tired of being abused all the time, so they just go in and, like, rip the council guard apart, and then the council members. You know, in another version of the End Times, I could see Thankful leading that coup. God, dude. Throt going absolutely ham back here. Freaking out, dude. He's having a good old time. Unhinged, as always. Really cool. I love the fact that Throt is voiced by, like, an otherwise amateur voice actor. Because, you know, this guy did lots of, like, voice acting on YouTube, and CA, like, you know, brought him in to do Throt's voice. It's, like, one of the cooler things, one of the things that I do really appreciate about CA. Even when they get stuff wrong, and they do get plenty of things wrong, they get enough right that, you know, they still, like, oftentimes come out looking alright. I'm just really hoping that 40K Total War ends up being the high-quality experience that we're all hoping it to be. I think there's good chances on that. It would just mean the world for it to come out in a really good place on release, because Warhammer 3 had a really messy release, and I think that dampened a lot of enthusiasm for the game overall. And it's recovered slowly over time, but getting that good first impression means everything. If they can just kind of refocus a little bit and bring it back to what you know, Warhammer offers in terms of the insanity and the spectacle, that'd be excellent. I don't think anybody would be too irritated with fewer factions, but just like a better, like, baseline engine functioning and mechanics that aren't bugged out, to be honest. Because the engine is showing a lot of the cracks in the foundation over time. And then there's just always, like, new bugs. So, like, I really want them to get the fundamentals right before they just go in and start adding a million things. Because a lot of companies are doing that now, where they just stop focusing on getting the little stuff right, and then they're adding way too much to a game that, on some level, is just fundamentally broken. We'll see what they end up doing with it. Getting back to our game, getting over the rant. Skaven slave slings are being pushed back by the Plague Claw catapults. We got a lot of catapult fire going off. 1 for Eat the Rich, and 2 for that guy, Wally. Wally does have a pretty significant value lead right now, but I think it's a little bit inflated because Throt and the Packmaster have taken a lot of damage. He's got a decent core of units here that he can utilize to kind of push back a lot of these rat ogres. And then also potentially take down the mutant rat ogre. The Morskatar's Hellion is a great unit, but I think it might be a little overextended here, and it could already throw down a Flensing Ruin. He's got to wait a little bit longer before he can throw it out. Rat ogre's here getting terror routed, and the Morskatar's Hellion is getting pretty low. These rat ogres can surround it, then Throt and the Packmaster should be able to bring it down pretty quickly. Both of them together offer a pretty disgusting duo, because Packmaster provides the passive heal to Throt. You can see running with the pack. Getting active there. Now it wears off because he's out of combat, but now he's back in it. You can see Throt gets that 0.2 healing. As long as he's engaged in combat alongside the Packmaster, and you can definitely see them stacking up some pretty disgusting heals. If you've got Remoldered being used on your boy Packmaster here if he needs it. Eshin Triads for Eat the Rich are pushing back the Skaven slaves. Wolf Rats are coming to peel, but gonna struggle a little bit. Natty Boobos are moving up, trying to get into position. Looks like they're off fire at will. Yeah, because their arc is not on the field. Getting good shots on the Packmaster, but He's not worried too much about it right now. He's got a good amount of HP. Rat Ogres are moving forward. Another Mutant Rat Ogre comes out. Now, maybe with the 2 Mutant Rat Ogres, the Wolf Rats, and the Natty Boobos, we could see a big flip in this fight. You see the Packmaster is wavering. He's taking a lot of damage, gets thumped pretty hard, and the Rat Ogres here also terror routing. Big loss for Eat the Rich. It's a huge proportion of his force there, and a very important character that he can ill afford to lose right now. He also gets hit by Flensing Ruin, is getting pushed off. Now he's gone. He's not coming back. Like, even if the Wolf Rats weren't chasing him, I think the damage from Flensing Ruin would be enough to just keep his leadership nice and low, and he wouldn't be rallying before he goes off. These Brood Horrors are crazy fast. Playing with them near the edge of the field is a little dangerous for that very reason, that they can just rout off the field in a heartbeat. Rat Ogres, Doomflayers, mopping up some of that guy Wally's overextended Rat Ogres. Value is still pretty close. I mean, Wally has got a Eat the Rich has a stranglehold on the points right now. And yeah, the Mutant Rat Ogres have done well, but the Morse Guitars is pretty low, and, I mean, it could easily be caught out of position with just one good engagement finished off, and then it would just be up to one Mutant Rat Ogre and Icket in the late game to kind of carry this, because there's not really many bodies on the field for Wally. I mean, Skaven can summon out some pretty cheap cap weight and get up on points, but because it's a mirror match, you know, your opponent can just do the same thing to you. Eat the Rich probably just wants to get some Clan Rats on the field and just try to spread them out to try and control at least 2 of these points, maybe even vacate this far side, because your opponent is so heavily engaged on the other side of the field here, and you do have most of your forces here. Probably just reinforcing this number 3 and keeping, like, 2 units on the middle here. Like this Clan Rat covering this corner and maybe a Skaven Slave that corner to keep stuff off would be pretty massive. Ooh, and the Rat Ogres and the Plague Claw Catapults thumping the Poisoned Globadiers, who honestly weren't doing bad damage with that first volley of theirs, but get engaged on really hard and absolutely clocked. The artillery and the contaminate effect break their leadership alongside the Rat Ogre damage, and they're sent packing. Dead and gone. And the Plague Claw Catapult here, 256 kills. Value is a little bit on the lower side for the Plague Claw Catapult, but it's been breaking a lot of leadership, which is functionally as good as doing damage. It's been making it very hard for Wally to push up the field. And Wally's Plague Claw Catapults have both been unsummoned now, and it looks like one of them even died. I don't know what the hell got back here. Did he get a...
Zap, zap, good, good!
I don't know if he got, he might have actually been able to creep his, caster up the field and get a regular Clan Rat summon on top of that position. Not 100% sure what finished off this one Plague Claw Catapult, but the other one is also unsummoned and off the field, and Natty Boobos have done good damage, but they just haven't been able to make the difference in this battle so far. Despite being down in value, Eat the Rich is in a winning position. I think a lot of that has just been the fact that Throt has been focused so hard, and he is quite expensive. He's just been running around the backline, healing up and staying safe. He's not overextending. Icket is a pretty annoying lord, but he's not really flipping this game like he can in other matchups. Because there's just so many bodies out on the field for Eat the Rich that it's not really good opportunities for Icket to like get in and engage on his Doomflayer. The Mutant Rat Ogres just keep getting swarmed. Like, this one's still alive. It's beating up on some Doomflayers right now, but it's getting quite low. There's no healing for it, and I think Wally is not quite playing... I don't think he's playing together with his units quite enough. I think Wally has done a better job of keeping his forces in a concentrated position, stuffing his opponent back on one side of the field, and then doing just enough to hold the other sides here. Morse Guitar's Hellion rallies, but it's on death's bed. It's also getting attacked by Eshin Triads now. Eshin Triads against Storm Vermin is kind of an interesting matchup. I don't think I've ever really seen this fight play out. I'm pretty sure Storm Vermin win just because they got so much more HP. The 30% Fizz Res in the Weeping Blade, though, is pretty nasty against Storm Vermin, and if you just got some... Yeah, Night Runner Slink's coming forward. Just using these little pebbles to probably poke down the Storm Vermin Halberd's gonna win this fight for, Eat the Rich. Shuriken Night Runner's coming in for Wally, trying to get the Eshin Triads down, but it's going to take a little bit of effort. They're getting some good damage off that Fizz Res, helping the Triads stay in this fight for an extended period. Holding the line pretty nice. Doomflayers have been mopping up a lot of Wally's infantry. And that's another reason why he just hasn't been able to get on these points, man. I mean, he's been punished by the catapult a little bit better than he was punishing his opponents.
Unending glory is yours.
Doomflayers have been cleaning up a lot of scattered units. I think the Rat Ogre play was just better for Eat the Rich, too. It was a good kill on the Packmaster, but, I mean, you're not getting rid of Throt, who's the leadership for the Skaven on the other side, and, if you can't finish a Lord Snipe on Throt, then you've wasted a lot of time and effort, for no gain. I mean, he's just a great choice in the current meta, because he's really hard to finish. And Skaven leadership is pretty atrocious, and you really need them. You really need your lords to stick around the entire game if you're going to have a fighting chance. And both lords did survive, but I feel like Throt was simply more impactful by eating more damage. And Ikit got good value, but it's not nearly as much as you see from him in some other games. Like, it's pretty normal for Ikit to get like 3k value. But with only 1600 here, his impact was just a little bit on the low side to finish this one off the way that was needed. It's not enough Rat Ogres here. I really like maxing out Rat Ogres on Skaven, no matter what the situation, because they're just such an integral unit to your success. Looks like the Doomflayers actually weren't finishing off infantry. 500 val. I guess it was just fighting the Rat Ogres that Wally had in the back line. It's kind of awkward. Anyways, Wolfrat's got some good values. His Plague Claw Catapult did a lot of work. Wally's were just a little bit less impactful overall. Mirror matches can be a little bit chaotic, and sometimes you can get a little overwhelmed fighting against your own faction, because you're so used to taking advantage of your strengths that when you're presented with a even playing field, and you gotta get creative, sometimes you kind of fall back on defaults that work better in other matchups, and then are just really bad in mirrors. And it kind of seems like that's what happened with Wally here. He's probably very practiced on this build against other factions, and then being faced with just like an insane staunch wall of like Rat Ogres, and then just millions of bodies underneath them with like decent little supporting mobility elements. He wasn't able to clear it the way that he's probably used to, and ended up getting, you know, put on the back foot and never really getting to push out of his spawn zones. Okay, we got, ooh, Tzeentch and Ogre Kingdoms, two incredibly rare factions. I really want to see that one next. And then we can do one more round one game, and then round two games should be coming in. Oh yeah. Let's refresh this. Boom. What's going on here? Older version of the game? Huh? They just played this. Wait, this is Beastman Tzeentch. R.I.P., bro. Think they posted the wrong replay. I'm gonna message Spoons, I guess. I'm just asking because I really want to watch Zinch Ogre Kingdoms. Honestly, Ogre Kingdom's probably just dunk on Zinch, if I'm being honest. More often than not. I mean, Zinch has, like, shields, so they can survive a Lead Belcher volley okay, and got a lot of halberds. They do have Furies and some other good tools. Ogre Kingdom's shooting, though, is really good and quite durable. Probably pretty tough. It's also, this is out of date anyways, can't really watch that, but we can watch this one. While we're waiting to get word back from our boy Spoons, see if he's got the replay or not. We'll just see if Cappy versus KOTJ ends up being an Empire or a Nurgle win. Cappy won a tournament on Khorne, which was really fun to see. I can't remember if he was playing Empire last time I saw him in a new player tournament or not. Might have been Skaven, perhaps. Regardless, though, it's always fun to see somebody jumping in and getting on the Empire. Empire is a really good faction. They're really solid and dependable, one of the better ranged factions in the game. Really fun combined arms as well. But they definitely struggle in general against the Chaos factions, I find. Part of the reason is just the amount of high-quality, durable infantry that the Chaos factions have. Pretty generally just massively outtrades any kind of infantry force for the Empire. Like, even great swords struggle into this many Chaos Warriors, especially when you've got stuff like Noxbringer and Nurgle Magic, which tends to be pretty good against, like, heavily armored infantry because of Stream of Corruption. Oh, we don't see Stream of Corruption here. It's Miasma and Curse of the Leper. I think you're well within your rights as a Nurgle player to bring Miasma, Curse, and Stream of Corruption, because all three of those spells are just so good in different situations, and it gives you a really nice spread of coverage for mitigating a lot of different scenarios where your opponent might be trying to run some very specific counters. Like, Curse of the Leper is really great if your opponent goes Royal Altar of Griffites and they try to charge your, like, Marauder Horse and throwing axes and you can't retreat. Just pop Curse of the Leper on one and you just watch your opponent's super elite, like, unit melt themselves. It's pretty hilarious. You can also use Miasma to debuff them before they get into combat, and then you can, like, catch them in a super long grind with all the poison and other nonsense that Nurgle can throw out. You can see, man, look at these engineers and the war wagons getting absolutely clocked. They got poisoned, and then the Marauder Horseman throwing axes of Nurgle, they are by far the strongest pure kite Marauder Horseman variant. Just because of the poison and their extra HP and the bronze shield that the throwing axes get, it's just out of this world. I mean, they can follow units that would otherwise put some really strong damage down on skirmisher units and just bully them anyways. Like, the war wagons are normally pretty good against Chaos because they're pretty safe to use against like Furies and the Horsemen, because they're pretty fast, and as long as they're moving, they can't get damaged by stuff like Furies. Cappy, though, is losing focus on his micro out here. He's playing so far out on the flank with these units that I don't think he's able to divide his attention adequately. Unless you're playing from space like some people do, which I really personally think is kind of boring and dumb. You're not going to be able to see all your units at once, usually, unless your camera movement is just absolutely insane. It's better to try and, like, play off of much closer flanks so that you can control your army more adequately and all in one movement, rather than, like, you know, trying to, like, spam click across the field constantly and perfectly position everything. Because losing one war wagon getting run off the side, the other one taking a bunch of damage and losing a model is really painful. And they're literally not even winning against the single Nurgle Lord in his, like, Fury Swarm. Fury Swarm just gets off, disengages, gets after the Demogorgon Knights, Nice shot from the Noxbringer, actually doing some pretty good damage to these guys. That Vortex doing some pretty heinous work too. And then the throwing axes just slowly whittling this poor Demogryph Lance down. They're struggling right now. Swordsmen are engaging Marauders. Marauders are going to win these fights, though. The Nurgle Marauders just have so much more health than a State Trooper does. I mean, you can see 8,200 on those guys versus 10,200, 2,000 HP difference. And the Marauders of Nurgle, yeah, their melee attack's a little lower, but they got extra melee defense, which makes them an amazing tar pit. Once you grab points and you just have a swarm of Marauders on the objectives, like, the Nurgle forces are very hard to remove. Luckily, some Outrider grenade launchers come up, and they put a huge volley down on this Marauder, who's very exposed. They get absolutely clocked, but the Noxbringer is going to turn its attention over to the grenade launchers. This is why you bring the Noxbringer. It's an insane counter against skirmish cavalry. Just does a ton of work. It's absolutely disgusting how much damage it does. And then the fact that it also destroys ammo is pretty hilarious. It's just kind of a troll unit. Shooting the Demogryph Knights here, I don't think you need to do that. They're really beat up. Rot Knights should be enough to finish them off anyways. And I think the Noxbringer should just focus in on this pretty quick and annoying cavalry unit that can really threaten the infantry that Nurgle's got out. Marauders are getting pounded now, and you can see the Empire is slowly flipping this cap because they just got more bodies here now. And the grenade launchers have done a pretty good job of clearing out some of the numbers. Brutal shot from the Noxbringer. It hasn't missed a single shot, I don't think. Sometimes it can be a little inaccurate, but this game's already got 2,300 value and hadn't even gotten into melee yet. Because it is actually pretty good once it runs out of ammo, just running around and being a mobile terror-causing piece. Furies are just continuing to stuff back Cappy. Cappy's dragged the value back a little bit. It's just looking pretty grim, and the problem with being down against Nurgle is that Nurgle has a ton of passive healing. Because of their lore passive, they get, you know, like a 1.5% heal on all their units every time they cast, and it really adds up over the course of a long game. Not to mention any fecundities that might come off, and regeneration effects, which Nurgle has quite a few of, especially on Rot Knights. Rot Knights are pretty expensive, and you can hammer them, but if you don't kill the models and they just regen all the HP they lost, again, it's kind of like if you focus Throt and you don't get the kill on them, you've wasted a bunch of time. Nurgle is like the ultimate I'm gonna waste your time faction. And right now, I mean, they're not just stalling out the Empire, they're just like actively beating them across the field. Empire Knights are being run back here. This War Wagon is on its last legs. You know, the Nurgle Lord has been focused pretty hard. He's taken a lot of damage, but that Crown of Everlasting Conquest is just such a huge heal. It's a nightmare to try and finish this guy off because of it. He's super durable. It's honestly better to ignore him most of the time and just focus on getting rid of the other annoying, like, Nurgle units that are out on the field. Geld gets absolutely clocked by the Rot Knights, but does survive thanks to the Hammer of the Witches. He's only got Searing Doom. I really think you want Final Transmutation against Nurgle, because Nurgle can blob pretty hard with single entities, and Final Transmutation, a good overcasted one, can just absolutely annihilate those single targets. Searing Doom is really good for dropping and kind of punishing, like, blobbed up cavalry and infantry and whatnot, but I think limiting yourself to just the one spell is a little bit of a mistake. Plague of Rust can also be pretty good against Nurgle, because they do have quite a few high armor units that you can punish. Like Rot Knights, 100 armored, but no shield, very vulnerable once they get hit by an overcast Plague of Rust to pretty much anything, like Pistolier Fire. Free Company Militia can put some good damage on them. Heck, even if they get stuck on a spear unit and you hit them with Plague of Rust, even a spearman can kind of poke them down at that point. Noxbringer with 2,700 value, pretty horrifying. You don't want to see it getting that much value, typically. And KOTJ is just using his Nurgle Lord to bully the Engineer. The Engineer has not gotten to use his restocks, or he's used Mercurial Shot a couple times, but it's been pretty low impact. Probably using it on the throwing axes, and that's cute, but these guys have been out on the field pretty much the entire game, and only just now getting taken offline. They've been holding and doing what they needed to do to get Nurgle in a winning position. While the Empire has capped
The enemy has slain our lord.
a lot of these objectives, Nurgle has got the bodies on the field to flip all these caps back. And you can see them working on that now. Retake the middle, retake the number 3. They were already holding the number 1. There's barely anything over here to even cap that point to begin with. Engineer is off and running in the distance, and Balthazar Gelt broke randomly and ran away, probably because these Furies were a little too close to him and he was very beat up. Spearmen, as a result, running for their lives. Oh, the Lord died. Oh, he got killed back here, I think, with the Furies. Where did Gelt die? Where's our golden boy? Ah, here. Is this him? Yeah. He's got his head taken off. Oh my god. The golden god is a god no more. Welcome to Dunes of Cain, gentlemen. The gods will not save you. Sigmar does not protect this day. Marauders are just chilling. They didn't really get that much value. It's not really what Marauders are built for. You know, they kind of just exist to be a meat shield, and the Nurgle ones are very good at being that. Got some Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in, but, you know, Forsaken are not terrible against stuff like Knights of the Blazing Sun and Empire Knights. Just because they have pretty decent armor values, and the Nurgle, Forsaken especially, with the poison, and also the higher melee defense, actually represent a pretty dangerous threat to the low melee defense that the Empire Knights and the Knights of the Blazing Sun have. Because they can actually still hit them pretty hard, even when they're tired. You can see they've still got 28 melee attack. I really like Nurgle Forsaken. I think they're a great unit. Forsaken in general are really strong after the HP buff. They're not broken, though. Forsaken are pretty bullyable if you've got the right tools in the field, but especially in these late game situations, where mobility is really desperately needed, and, you know, they're able to just kind of, like, run around freely and maneuver between points, that's where Forsaken get really dangerous and unmanageable. Gelt comes back out, drops a decent little Searing Doom. It doesn't do quite enough damage to really whittle those guys down effectively. Empire Knights are spending a lot of time trying to poke down this Nurgle Lord, and he's just hanging out. He's not doing badly at all. The Sterling's Revenge are turned trying to shoot him, but because it's, you know, because he's about the same height as all of these Empire Knights, they can't get a good shot off on him because of the line of sight. And then they just get attacked by Toads and Furies, and they're going to go down here. The Plague Toads are a really good unit at just waddling in slowly with their 65... Not even all that slow. They look like they're moving slowly because of their animations, but they do have 65 speed. They're really good at chipping down not just infantry like the Sterling's Revenge, but Plague Toads are also pretty decent against Empire Knights and the like because of their AP values. They're just barely a majority AP, but the 26 is still enough to get some pretty good damage in. As long as they don't eat a head-on charge from Empire Knights, they can kind of out-trade the Empire Knights in a prolonged fight just because they're so freaking annoying to kill. You know, they got a lot of Fizz Res, they got Cloud of Flies, which gets their melee defense up to 33, which is pretty nice. They got Poison, which lowers damage output from your Empire Knights. Just so much going for these things. Really good in a select number of matchups. Not good in every single one, of course. Very few units are just unequivocally across the board goated. There's a few that are. Stuff like Minotaurs of Khorne, for example, are just pretty unambiguously good in every matchup, as long as they get into decent fights. I don't know, Rotting Riders are close to being an auto-include for Nurgle. What are the Nurgle auto-include units? I don't know if Nurgle really has one, honestly. Nurgle is a pretty fun faction, because While they do definitely like to fill out with lots of infantry and the like, and they bring the Noxbringer and Rotting Riders a lot, they're not always the right options. And Nurgle can really mix it up. And after all the buffs they've gotten, I would say Nurgle's probably one of the best Chaos factions. They're not as good as Slaanesh. Slaanesh is unambiguously the best Monogod faction. They always will be. They just got too much going for them. But I will say that I would say it's Nurgle, then Khorne, and probably Tzeentch as the weakest of the lot now. And, yeah, I'm not too terribly surprised to see Nurgle outmuscling the Empire. Noxbringer with 3,000 value is a major part of that. The thing was going absolutely crazy this game. Just dropping huge shots on everything. The Sunmaker never really got to fire. I think Cappy was busy positioning it early and then didn't really get any shots off on the big infantry corps. And then by the time he was ready to fire, it was getting jumped on by Furies, and just the swarms in the backline were able to take it down. And from there just wasn't really anything to be done. I mean, you really need the Sunmaker to get its value if you're bringing it. It's a risk-reward thing, you know. If you bring Sunmaker and it gets great value, you probably are just winning the game. No contest, no competition. But if your opponent takes it out, it's a crazy uphill fight to try and get back into your game. Cappy made a fight of it, but he was in a really bad spot after a pretty rough opener. And the comeback just wasn't in the cards for him, unfortunately. But like I said, the best thing that Cappy could do, if he's facing off against Nurgle again, keep this Empire army closer together. I know the Noxbringer is kind of terrifying and it does a lot of damage, but War Wagons don't really struggle or get injured that badly by Noxbringer ammo shots. Like, they'll lose ammo, but that's why you bring the Engineer with restock. Really, it's only the Vortex that does damage to the War Wagons, or, like, just a straight-up direct hit from the Noxbringer. But because it's a mortar, it's not very well suited for hitting the War Wagons, a little inaccurate against them. Very rarely is, like, one of the models going to eat a direct hit and take a bunch of damage, so you can use War Wagons to kind of screen the Noxbringer out of its optimal range. Noxbringer is best at about half of its total range. So like 180 meters out is where it really starts to hammer away. That's where it was sitting for most of that game. That's why it got so much value just on its ammo. And then in melee, it only got about 700 value. You just want to try and keep this thing from getting to just run rampant like it did this game. You know, sometimes it's a little unavoidable. I think that map is really good for the Noxbringer because there's lots of terrain pieces and shot blockers for it to hide behind, so that stuff like War Wagons and Hammer of the Witches can't hit it the way they really need to get it off the field. There's, like I said, get Final Transmutation into the spell kit for Gelt. Play closer in with your War Wagons so that you can protect them better. And they can also just, you know, roll around in the midfield between the Sunmaker and your front line and just blast Furies out of there. War Wagons are really good at clearing Furies, actually, because their gunners in the back just thump Furies. I mean, even with the Fizzres, these guys take pretty big damage from the War Wagon shooting. I think it's absolutely something that you want to have near and dear to your artillery line, especially since you're going pretty heavy into arty, so that you can keep the Nurgle Furies at bay. Probably don't want this many Spearmen in reserve. I mean, they're dirt cheap. Honestly, though, if I were to speak truly and honestly, I don't think you want Hammer of the Witches here. Especially not on that map. There's, like I said, too many shot blockers that make it kind of hard to utilize. Sunmaker, I think, is a good choice. But Hammer of the Witches is a little bit overkill in the arty department. Get rid of Hammer of the Witches, get rid of all these Spearmen, get a bunch of Free Company Militia. Free Company Militia are amazing for the Empire. Probably one of their best infantry units, because they have a ton of pistol ammo. And you get enough Free Company militia to just form like a big gunline wall. They're actually pretty disgusting. They can really just blast things down on the approach, because the guns are pretty disruptive and actually stagger a lot of models. Like, Marauders get staggered. I think Fury models get staggered by the pistols as well. And if you just get enough of them to focus fire things one at a time, you can blast, like, 4 Furies coming in against a wall of, like, 5 Free Company militia. You get your Free Company militia to focus down 2 of the Furies on the way in. The other 2 then land, and whichever Free Company militia are not engaged, they just turn their guns and then help to peel for their brethren. And it makes for a pretty difficult diving situation. And then your opponent wants to grind with infantry, and that's where the Sunmaker can kind of like punish them on the way in. And Free Company militia also, I believe, all have Vanguard deployment. I don't think it's just the Sterlings. Let me double check that though. But I'm pretty sure, especially on Dunes of Cain, you can just pop them right out on top of that hill. And then they're basically in the front line. They just have to move forward a little bit, and they can immediately start getting value for you. Here they are. Yep, Vanguard. Perfect. Really love those guys. I hate fighting them, too. They're really good against Khorne as well. You know, Khorne is one of the factions that can actually dive Free Company militia pretty aggressively, and they still tend to get pretty good value against you. So Nurgle, who can struggle a little more with the dive, would definitely not like seeing a bunch of Free Company militia to like poke you. And it also makes your opponent have to pick. Do I shoot Free Company militia with the Noxbringer, or am I waiting for like the more impactful ranged units to come out? Because while Free Company militia can get good value, they do have to use a lot of their ammo. If the Noxbringer spends a bunch of time shooting the Free Company, then you can bring out your grenade launchers and potentially get them into a really nasty position to get huge damage off on Nurgle infantry, and then just like flee away with their really superior speed and potentially avoid any return fire from the big beastie. Let me delete these replays we've already done. Oh, I haven't done that one. Hold on. Got them. This one could be pretty good. I never got a response from Spoon, so we might never see that Zinch Ogre Kingdoms game. Do you want to see? I think we're good on Nurgle right now. Very curious to see how our boy Skulltaker does on the vampire counts. He's been trying out a lot of factions, trying to find that second faction after Khorne, which is his usual standby. Counts are a pretty good one to run, honestly. Like, the thing with the vampire counts and Khorne that they kind of have in common is, like, a general, like, inability to bring, like, high-quality, like, ranged tools. You know, vampire counts don't have any ranged pieces. Khorne is, you know, they've got throwing axe marauders and skull cannons, but those aren't always, like, good options in matchups. And counts need to be pretty aggressive and are pretty melee-oriented, so I do think that there's a lot of carryover from Khorne to vampires. The big thing about adjusting to playing counts when you're coming from playing Nurgle is using your abilities and magic appropriately, because Khorne obviously doesn't have any spellcasting. You don't even think about it a lot of the time. Then we move on to factions that are pretty magic reliant, like the counts. Sometimes it can be a little bit of an adjustment to, like, learning how and when you should be using magic and, like, maximizing its value. Manfred needs to be careful. We saw the Huntsman shoot the Direwolf, so you gotta know that there's, like, Huntsman mixed in here. There's only 2, though. It's kind of a gamble to send Manfred in, but I'm guessing that Skulltaker did the mental arithmetic, and he's like, okay, there's 18 units, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there's 2 hidden units. I saw Huntsman open up. That's 17, so it's got to be another, like, Huntsman or the Silver Bullets. I just need to be a little careful. Beautiful breath attack on Sigmar's Sons. Little bit of damage on Manfred for the effort. Honestly, though, it's not that big of a deal because he can just heal up. Now he gets a fat zombie summon on the Huntsman. Huntsmen are now shut down for about 2 minutes. These zombie summons are so annoying. They last forever. And it's basically impossible to get out of the center of them if your opponent positions the summon correctly, because these things are just, you know, everywhere. There's so many models in these units, and yeah, they've got bad mass, but Huntsmen are only 90 mass as well, so it's not like they can just run out of the zombie blob. And see, they're actually doing some pretty decent damage. Zombie is going to get over 200 value, which is just disgusting. The fact that a zombie summon, you know, like a literal Garbo tier unit is getting that much value for free on your opponent's, like, back line, and it's mucking up their formation this badly. Look how many units are, like, stuck up on here. Like, there's a Pistolier and an Outrider grenade launcher with models that are, like, getting kind of caught and trapped in these zombies now. And it's been kind of a problem for them. Beautiful Burning Head, and the one Huntsman that is online is really bullying Manfred right now. Manfred needs to get the hell off the ground. I don't know what he's doing sitting here right now. He needs to get up in the sky. He needs to find a better position to sit in. He really should honestly be out here helping the Direwolves beat up on this Empire Knight. That would be where Manfred can make the most impact while taking the least amount of damage. Him just flying in here boldly against the Pistoliers and the Huntsman is just not great. Huntsmen fire pretty quick, and they hit pretty hard against large targets. Because they get a bonus versus large, and these zombie dragons only have 70 armor. I don't think people understand that 70 armor is like a decent amount, but it is not blocking the full base damage that is done by missile units. And Huntsmen with their 8 AP on top of the 16 base missile damage, they just bring Manfred down, and that's, yeah, I mean, I don't really blame Skull Taker for throwing in the towel there. Manfred is literally like a full half of your army in terms of cost. Him dying pretty much right off the rip there is basically just a disaster. Like, you're just wasting time sending Direwolves and Fellbats after Empire Knights. Like, okay, they kill this unit, but you got 3 of your units that are meant for backline harassment. Fighting in a wet noodle contest over here. Like, you summon all of these Direwolves and the Fellbats in over here, and you force the fight, yeah, but then you have Manfred come over and he lands on top of these Empire Knights and either terror routes them, or he just uses his AP on the dragon, just absolutely cleave them, farm up a bunch of WOM from Sword of Unholy Power. Then you come back over and start getting into this backline, because your front line is just like a bunch of skeletons and zombies. You don't really care if those die. You can just keep the Crypt Horrors back a little bit and just have your, you know, like, cheapo Garbo tier infantry just, like, tire out all these state troopers. Come back, refresh the zombie summon onto this Huntsman that would already be beat up from the other zombie summon that you drop down. Then your Fellbats and your Direwolves, who are pretty healthy because they haven't been stuck over here fighting an Armored Caval game, they can get into this backline and start to really harass the remaining missile units of the Empire. And then once you've locked down or are pushing back the Pistoliers and the other Huntsmen, that's when you bring the Crypt Horrors forward. And in conjunction with the Scab's Grace and the White Kings, who are here, by the way, there are White Kings here. White Kings go after Volkmar, who's on foot, try and kill him in melee combat, and then they use Scab's Grace to help clear whatever didn't just die in the long grind against your skellies and your zombies. That would be my advice for how to handle that engagement better. Because Manfred got a beautiful breath attack early, and he got a beautiful zombie summon off, but he just sat in front of the Huntsman and just got absolutely clowned on by them. You just can't let that happen, but it does happen. It's a learning moment, and, you know, I've been there. I literally I played a game against Martinius. I was playing Beastman, he was on, Demons. I just forgot that, the Exalted, Keeper of Secrets has Seductive Glory, and my Malagor got rampaged to the ground and killed in the opening moments of the game, and I had to concede. Pretty much under the same circumstances where I was just like, okay, there's no point in continuing. This is getting out of hand already. I'm not built for this. This comeback ain't happening. You know, you just gotta remember, like, you just gotta remember those moments. You can't get too salty about it. You just go, oh my god, whatever. Roll your eyes, get the bug out of your system, and then readjust your game plan from there. Guess we can watch one more Dunes of Cain. We got all of our round 1 games done, by the way, which is pretty awesome. Round 3 games are getting finished up now. I don't know if that was a really quick game or not, but we'll see when we get there. I'm going to prioritize... definitely going to watch this Khorne versus Tzeentch game, because we didn't see Tzeentch last round. I don't see the Ogre Kingdoms on this list for round 2. Maybe that got dropped or something? I don't know. We'll see about it. I'm going to try and get as many of the games from factions that we don't see as often. Vampire Coast is actually pretty good against Nurgle. They can do some pretty wicked stuff against them. I mean, in terms of durability, there's, you know, a lot of healing available potentially for the coast. Well, they're eschewing the Invocation of the Heck and Melkoths from, like, what's his face, Noctilus, or going for like a Fleet Admiral of Vampire's Magic and going for the good old Celostra. I don't know if Celostra's a very good idea against Nurgle though. On foot especially. I mean, Nurgle does have access to a lot of magic damage. And if they bring out a caster that has Rains of Visitations, they can basically one-shot her with that spell. Oh! Oh, huge! Oh my god, that was a pretty cheeky, bloated corpse. I was deployed on the backside of this hill. And then it ran in, and it killed a Warhound, which is already an uptrade, got a bunch of damage on this Marauder Horseman, and because of the monster's impact, from the, from Queen Bess here, these guys are actually having a really hard time getting into the backfield. Oh, and that's a huge loss. That is a massive proportion of this Nurgle army. Dude, Queen Bess just point-blanking these guys on their way in. Wow, that's about... How much is that? That's 650, 650, 450, 450. That's like a little over 2,000 gold running off the field in the opening moments. That is devastating. Now, there's no mobility for Nurgle, and now Queen Bess just has free and easy access to farm all these Marauders that are on the field. Like, yeah, granted, it's just Marauders, but, you know, I mean, you can just kind of throw down these shots and brutalize them. Throw forward your zombie cap weight and kind of laugh it up, bringing it home. Just for the Gambit opening of having Queen Bess and the Bloated Corpse together, and them kind of comboing off one another, that alone is hilariously worth it. That was pretty epic. This Fury, though, is going to be a real problem. I mean, it's getting back here pretty freely. I don't know if these Rhotic Prometheans are going to kill the Furies quickly enough to save Queen Bess's crew. Really need a Scurvy Dog to come in and try to help clear this. You get the crew off of this now and try to retreat them to the other side of the Rhotic Prometheans. And use the mass of the Prometheans to, like, block the Furies in on the ground.
You have the foe's victory.
Queen Bess, another shot is gonna hit the Nurglings right on the head, man. Big damage. This guy's really needing that Fizz Res and not get completely crushed. Oh my god, and Tamarcon is getting destroyed by the deck gunners and the gunnery mobs, dude. People don't respect the handgunners enough. These handgunners you cannot just waddle in front of. These guys, with the more powder, or the black powder aplenty buff, have an insane amount of damage. I mean, look at the AP damage. That's on one of these 120 models, that 26 damage. All 120 of these guys hitting just one volley just take out insane amounts of HP on big single entities. You know, Tamarcon on the Toe Dragon is pretty good, but this is probably the worst matchup to try and use him on the Toe Dragon. Just because of this, dude. Anticity really made people learn to respect the handgunners in the Warhammer 2 days. He doesn't play Vampire Coast that much, but there's other people who have come in and kind of taken the Kraken King title from him. And with good focus fire, these things are as lethal as ever. I mean, they're just absolutely disgusting if they get volleys off on high-value targets. You can see them really racking it up. Look at this gunnery mob with 2,000 value. 2,030 value already. With a silver chevron in the opening moments of the game. Yeah, dude, and Nurgle is just gone. I mean, they're just dead already. Gnome with a hilarious Gambit opening and punishing Gorgot for his unwary approach. Destroyed all of his mobility core in the opening moments. Got some good Queen Bess shots off on his Nurglings and some of the Marauders. And now Night Terrors. Celastra with her beautiful Tide Calls right here. Really clearing out all the bodies, and there's just not much left. Like, even if you kill the deck gunner here, whatever, fine, okay. I mean, it got 1,200 already, it's paid for itself. This hand gunner is going to kill the Fury, because these guys are just so beat up. They're going to leadership break in a moment. Tamarcon is gone. He just got blasted into oblivion. The Noxbringer is at, like, half HP. It's only got 1,000 value. More Mournguls coming up. Prometheans can waddle to the front line now. You're tabled, son. Nothing left here, and gunnery mobs just waddling out of Vanguard up onto the point. Sirene's coming out now. Gonna move in and try and get some kills. Really, the best thing you can do against Vampire Coast is not try to dive their back line. I'm going to be really honest, the best way to beat Vampire Coast is just to straight up grind through their god-awful deckhand mobs. Try and avoid as much free damage from your opponent's like guns and artillery as possible. If you get into melee combat against the front line of the Vampire Coast with shielded infantry, what happens is they just grind through all the deckhand mobs. You just reinforce some units that can hold the Mournguls in place while you just bash through one side of the formation, and then you get up on the guns, and then once the guns are occupied by some infantry, then you bring out your mobility or bring them forward and really start to swarm down the handguns while bringing in stuff that can kill the Mournguls and Prometheans. And that's really all you gotta do. Vampire Coast are pretty one-note as a faction. They just do this one thing so well that they can oftentimes really clown on people who are just, like, not prepared for what the faction does, or just, you know, make a big mistake. And just get punished for making that mistake. It's kind of what Gnome has going for him here, and Gorgot is just desperation diving at this point. Furies are, like, trying to get back here and get after the deck gunners. They do actually make contact. They'll probably kill one of these deck gunners, actually. Deck gunners just get absolutely rinsed by Furies, dude. I would go so far as to say bringing deck gunners, probably not really something that you want to do against Nurgle. I know Nurgle has lots of, like, shielded infantry options, but that's why you brought Queen Bess. Queen Bess is there to, like, shoot Chaos Warriors with their silver shields. Marauders and Nurglings are pretty vulnerable to, like, focus fire from handgunners on the way in, so you can just use those guys to kind of bully them. Yeah, you can probably bring one just as a little bit of extra long-range pressure, sure. And the first time around, it did pretty nicely. So they clearly have teeth, it's just like, I mean, the Fury took half its HP and damage on the way in and still killed that deck gunner, and that's still an uptrade for the Fury, so you gotta be pretty wily to be able to protect those things. Celestra dropping some debuffs, the Fog of the Damned, yeah, Fog of the Damned on all these Nurglings and whatnot. Night Terrors are going down. You can see that, you know, the Night Terrors can falter the second anything heavy metal gets in there. Like, the Rotting Riders have been taking a lot of damage, and they still just absolutely crushed that ROR Night Terror. They're just such a rock-solid unit, man. And that's what I'm talking about with making sure that your early pressure is measured, and you just go guts out immediately and you build up a bit. Vampire Coast is really weak to dive build-up. It's hard to micro all of these zombie units effectively enough to protect every angle of approach. So, honestly, the dives are way less effective in the early game against the Coast, and they typically end up being a little bit stronger if you are just really measured with your efforts in making sure that you've got your anti-large held back a little bit, waiting for the handguns to go offline. Fury's waiting for the main line infantry to get engaged, and then pushing in, occupying those Morghuls in the front line, or just making the making it so that the gun line is like twirling around trying to shoot the Furies. You can actually use Furies to just force the guns to constantly be turning around by just flying over the head of them, like fly in from an off angle out of range of the handguns, get all the way behind them, force them to turn around, then send your infantry forward, get into the fights, then the Furies fly in, and they either dive the guns, at which point your opponent has to bring the Morghuls out of the front line, leaving their deckhand mobs to get ground down by infantry. If that happens and your opponent brings the Morghuls back to protect the handguns, you can just use the Furies to like dive the back of all of the exposed infantry, just do as much damage as possible, then have your anti-large come forward with your infantry. The infantry push the handguns, and then the Morghuls get countered by your anti-large options.
I knew it.
We're just gonna wind that one down. Crazy value on this handgunner. 2,300, 1,700, 1,300. Queen Bess didn't really do that much, but did force a dive. And the Bloated Corpse, it got value, baby. It got value. Only 400's worth, but hey, why not? You know, it's kind of hilarious. I don't like Sirens against Nurgle. Nurgle has too much magic damage, like I said. You just don't want to bring them. It's better to cut these two Sirens. Excuse me. And just get more Morghuls, man. Like, Morghuls are one of the best units that the Coast has. You should just max out on them if you can. And I'm pretty sure Sirens cost the exact same amount as a baseline Morghul. So it should just be a straight 2-to-2 exchange. Oh, actually, my bad. Morghuls are 950 and Sirens are 850. Well, you can get one more Morgul. And you can get Salt Lord Scuttlers then, instead. Right? Yep. You can get a Morgul, and Salt Lord Scuttlers are pretty good. They can pull your opponent's Furies in, and you can just counterfire the Furies as they try to get after the Scuttlers. And if these guys get to use all their ammo, they've got AP bombs, which is pretty disgusting. Does a ton of damage. And they also sunder armor, so it actually helps your like deckhand mobs even trade okay into Chaos Warriors and the like. Because you're debuffing armor, and then you're also doing a bunch of damage to those Chaos Warriors. Which is one of those scarier, more annoying units that you can run into. You know, then you don't have to have your Morgul's do all of the heavy lifting. In terms of the infantry clear at the very least. What's up, David? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Got lots of games still to go. We've done all of our round 1 games now. I'm not going to do all the round 2s, but I am... If anybody's got recommendations for games, absolutely hit me up. Right now, I'm going to prioritize some of these other matchups. Dang, we got another Skaven Mirror match. Are you kidding me? That's hilarious. Alright, we're gonna watch the other Skaven Mirror match, dude. I don't even care. I want to see all the Skaven games in the world. I really don't know if there's ever been a tournament that's had double Skaven Mirror match in back-to-back rounds, no less. So we watched that one, just watched this one. Alright, so here we are. Ooh. Yes! Alright, this is gonna be a good one. Exalted Bloodthirster never gets play. But I don't even think the Exalted Bloodthirster is a bad lord. He was like the only, him and Scarbrand were pretty much like the only good options on release, because the Chaos Lord and the Juggernaut is kind of crap. The Herald was okay on release, but not really all that good. Just because the Blood Thrones are kind of bad at release, actually. And this guy actually was pretty solid. He does a lot of damage. He's incredibly powerful in melee combat. He's a really big model is the big problem with the Bloodthirster, and sometimes he has some, like, landing animation jank going on, so he can't engage in melee combat the way he's supposed to on the ground. It's really stupid and frustrating. But I will say, he still dominates the air game, because he just beats the living snot out of most other flyers. Especially with Deathbringer active, this guy gets up to, what, 800 weapon strength? Like, he can just absolutely clock Sartorial. And in conjunction with Karanak, oh, he doesn't have Prey the Blood God. Oh, but he does have Brass Collars, so he's still got the silence at least. He can shut down the abilities. Like, you can time up your engagements with the Bloodthirster and Karanak to catch Sartorial out and stop him from using Rock of Inevitability or any of his spells, which could be devastating. We'll see how it plays out. I've been very assiduously ignoring the battle results by, you know, selectively blinding myself from looking at it, because it does show me, it could and would show me who wins these battles if I were, you know, unwary. But I've been putting my hand up and trying to cover the side so that I can hold myself in some suspense. But I'm excited for this Khorne build. It's very unique. It's not one that you're going to see very often. Just in terms of the Lord selection, at least. You know, all the Marauders and everything are pretty common. Forsaken of Khorne do get chosen fairly often. I don't really know if Tzeentch is the best matchup for them, but they will be an annoying unit to kind of chase the Marauder Horsemen around with. Because if Forsaken engage Marauder Horsemen, they just absolutely slap the hell out of them with their big weapon strength. They actually kill models very, very quickly. I think with each attack they actually... No, not with each attack. On the charge, with each attack, they kill a model. But they won't do that to the Tzeentch Horsemen because they have the Overshield. Sartorial just goes for a straight-up fight against the Exalted Bloodthirster and gets way worse off in terms of damage out of the whole deal. That's the power of Deathbringer, dude. He just absolutely smacks Sartorial around for a solid, like, 30 seconds. Now he just pulls away. Still got 6,600 HP. doing alright. Sartorial is way worse off with only 5,300, and Sartorial can overcast damage himself. And then you also got to consider the fact that if he lands and Karanak catches him out, Sartorial with 40 armor gets absolutely clowned on by Karanak, because this little doggo doesn't have a lot of AP, but he's got a ton of base weapon strength, which is really vicious and kind of disgusting to have to try and deal with. Warhounds running around. These two, looks like they tried to attack the Marauder Horsemen. Very smart by Regis to actually countercharge the Chaos Warhounds. Warhounds actually get folded up pretty hard by the Tzeentch Horsemen, because the Tzeentch Horsemen get the benefit of their shield, and they just do enough damage on the charge. They just kind of outright win against the Marauder Hounds, or the Chaos Warhounds. Without the shield, you can see the Hounds actually do some okay damage, but they still lose out. They're going to get pushed off. They are occupying these horsemen, which means that the Bloodthirster is kind of safely away from any real pressure. He forces Sartorial back again. The Doom Knights come in, but then the big boy lands right next to his halberds too. Really good awareness to land next to the halberds so that the Doom Knights can't go in safely. Khorne Forsaken, kind of getting beat up by the Tzeentch Forsaken. Khorne Forsaken are a little weak. I mean, they're okay. There are matchups where they're really good, but most matchups they're kind of just outright worse than other Forsaken variants, because they lose a bunch of melee defense. And they already have, like, all Forsaken already have Frenzy. That's like the other big aspect and element of the Mark of Khorne. So they don't really get any benefit to their melee attack, and then it's just the flaming attacks that they're trying to, like, utilize, which is just kind of whatever. Exalted Bloodthirsters fighting the Doom Knights up in the sky. I don't love the idea of him fighting them one-on-one. At the very least, they don't have, like, big AP values, and they're not surrounding him, fortunately. If these Doom Knights surrounded the Exalted Bloodthirster, they'd actually be taking him down pretty quickly, but as it stands, he's occupying their attention, and then the Marauder Horseman throwing axes, a nice couple of little volleys there. So Thoriel moves over to try and hit the Exalted Bloodthirster and take him out. Now this is a good spot for Sartorial to engage. Big Final Transmutation incoming. Nicely placed right on top of the Exalted Bloodthirster. It is upgraded, and it's got the spell amplification from Greater Arcane Conduit. Exalted Bloodthirster's in a lot of danger here. He's getting real low. Furies come in to get on the Doom Knights. Doom Knights are really beat up already, and the Furies are actually okay against the Doom Knights because of the fact that they're infantry size. And they've got a lot of melee attack. They've got 44 with Frenzy active, or 46 really. It's just that, you know, they get to the active state pretty quickly, so really it's about 44 on average. But even with 120 armor, Furies with, you know, all these models, they pile into combat so efficiently around monstrous units oftentimes that they just rip them to bits. If it's not an anti-infantry monstrous unit, they're very vulnerable to Furies once they start losing some models and HP, because then the Furies just come in and finish them up, you know? And the Doom Knights here, getting clowned on a little bit. They didn't get a charge off on the Furies either, which would have helped them tremendously. Karanak has really not been doing a whole lot, if I'm being honest. He's really been running around on the ground, just attacking the Pink Horrors and keeping them from getting to maneuver the way they want to, and focus fire comfortably. Another Final Transmutation going down. You got the Tier 2 army ability for Tzeentch, really going deep for this Lord Snipe. And that would be great and probably worthwhile if it weren't for the fact that the rest of the Tzeentch army has been completely clobbered across the board. And there's a very healthy Chaos Warrior Halberd here to finish this Spawn of Tzeentch off. Spawn of Tzeentch and Forsaken are actually a pretty good unit to stack on top of one another, because of the armor sundering the Spawn of Tzeentch offer. But I think they're just going to be massively outclassed here, just because the Halberds are going to rip the Spawn apart. The Forsaken are basically on deathbed anyways. Kind of a rough situation to be in. Sour Guns have gotten some pretty good value. I mean, they're just a really good ROR. Follower's the Great Eagle. It's a really strong chariot if you can micro it properly, but it's kind of hard to do that against Khorne, because Khorne has a lot of decent mass across the board. Like, even the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are pretty good in melee combat against these chariots. Because these guys just have really high weapon strength, and if you try to run away from them, and their, you know, solid, like, melee damage output, then you get hit by the throwing axes, which just have a ton of, like, armor-piercing values to them. So, there's a lot of answers that Khorne has to those chariots. I think they're not very good. Really what Tzeentch wants to rely on is Changebringers in this matchup, but with the Exalted Bloodthirster on the field, Exalted Bloodthirster's pretty good at getting after stuff like Changebringers and doing big damage to them. Wow, down to 200 HP and this guy's still hanging on. How is he not dying? That little bit of leadership, man, that 85 leadership coming in clutch right now to keep the Bloodthirster online. Only 1,500 value, but doesn't really matter when you've defeated the rest of your opponent's army. I have to say the Fleshhound pressure has been exemplary. They have been very well used, and the number of Chaos Warhounds just constantly swarming in underfoot of all these fights has been huge. And Karadak has been pretty awesome. He's been debuffing a lot of melee defense in a lot of units. And, sure, it's not, like, incredible value, breaking the bank or anything, but, he's just not letting Sartorial land safely. That's why being on the field, Sartorial has to fly all the way across to try and find a fight that isn't going to go really poorly for him. And completely lock out his abilities and magic. And the Horsemen, they're getting in against him. Getting some good throwing axes onto his face. Big Chicken jumps up into the air and avoids the worst of that attack there. Tzeentch, I just don't know if they're going to be able to find a way to break down this Khorne army, because still got a lot of units on the field, man. And the big thing is that the Bloodthirster is still alive. So Terror Routes are just not going to be all that effective. This is where the Doom Knights absolutely crush Furies. They just get a fat charge right on the face of the Furies and just melt them instantly. You cannot do this as Khorne. Just take the head-to-head. Because as you can see, the Doom Knights took no damage on their HP. It's all barrier damage, and they're just going to run around and just laugh and chuckle. Pretty hilarious death for the Exalted Bloodthirster. That's cute, but, you know, Sartorial lands on the ground, and he gets surrounded by Fleshhounds, and then Karanak comes in for the finish. So, trading out the Lords is always going to favor the side that's, like, actually got a majority of, or it's got more units on the field, and it's got, like, a majority of the points and decent cap weight remaining, so... You know, Tzeentch has, like, a really expensive flyer that offers no cap weight. They've got another flyer here that offers none. Forsaken are on the way in. I just don't know what the Doom Knights are really going to do. I mean, they can, like, cycle charge a little bit over here, but it's kind of hard for them to hammer by themselves. A lot of the time what happens with Doom Knights is they land into combat, and if they don't have another unit to come in from the other side and really pinball the enemy, a lot of times they get stuck on the ground inside infantry units because they overextend like this and they get surrounded. And they start dropping models, and Doom Knights, without their max number of models, start to fall off really, really hard in terms of damage output. They're just not really that tough either. Like, their durability is okay, they got a lot of armor, but they really don't have that much HP. For a 24 model unit, 5,800 is pretty low. I mean, you compare that to a Minotaur, Minos have 16 models and 8,700 HP. So Doom Knights are quite squishy. They really need that barrier to be active for them to safely engage. And they need immediate peel once they do get into fights. They're good at engaging and then escaping, as long as they've got buddies to help them do that. Otherwise, I don't know, they're kind of mid. They're doing good here, though. They help break up that Forsaken over there. They're getting after these Marauder throwing axes. They killed a Fury, but, you know, more infantry for Khorne reinforcing. Zangor's getting dunked on by the Minotaur charge. Minotaurs of Khorne have a great charge bonus. They love killing infantry, actually. You don't want to do it unsupported like this, though, especially if your opponent has skirmishers nearby. But Minotaurs have Blood Greed, so they, you know, charge melee attack, charge bonus, and armor-piercing weapon strength for every kill they get. You get, like, a Minotaur and a Hound underneath them to engage something like a Zangor, and it's kind of freebies for the ability. You can get a lot of model kills because these guys have huge weapon strength, so they just, like, cleave through bodies, no problem, especially if they're a little weakened from, like, hounds nibbling on them. It's a really nice little wombo combo. Even though the Exalted Bloodthirster went down, Khorne survived just fine, you know? Karanak got the finish on Sartorial. Sartorial with 2,700 value is nice, but the rest of the Tzeentch army just didn't get it done. The Exalted Pinks went down pretty hard. They're an okay unit. I don't think you really want them against Khorne. Pinks in general are just a little too flimsy against the Khorne infantry pressure. I mean, even Forsaken can do some pretty good work against them, but not to mention the fact that Fleshhounds just love chewing on the Pinks, especially if they get to cycle charge. They have a really high charge bonus and great weapon strength. So when they make impact with Exalted Pinks, especially if they're getting a surround and they're sandwiching from both sides, they just absolutely crush them. It's really rough. It's just maxed out Forsaken, really. Like, one Halberd, and the Halberd did okay. Brutes of the Hound got their value back. Yeah, the Khorne infantry across the board getting good value is always a scary sign, because, that's just what Khorne does better than any other faction. Khorne infantry is just absolutely ferocious. There's, like, maybe one other faction that can, like, outvalue them in head-to-head engagements. And that's Slaanesh. Otherwise, nah. You're better going for pretty heavy kite and trying to find some other methods to whittle down the Khorne infantry before taking any engagements. Yeah, constant Skaven mirror matches, super lore appropriate, brother. Yeah, the Bloodthirster is a pretty good option for Karanak because with the snare and snare combo and the Exalted Bloodthirster landing to then throw out Deathbringer for like a decisive engagement can absolutely easily character snipe your opponent and then leave your foe in a really awkward spot. They just don't have the sauce to kind of go toe-to-toe with you from there on out. But the Bloodthirster is pretty vulnerable. He is, like I said, a big target. 8,500 HP or whatever the hell he has is pretty decent, but not an insurmountable total. And he only has 90 armor. I think the Exalted Bloodthirster needs 120 armor, if I'm being honest. Like, there's no reason that he shouldn't. He doesn't heal. It doesn't really have that much else going for him. I mean, if you gave him 120 armor, it wouldn't be anything that breaks the character, I don't think. Just make him less easy to poke down with, like, basic non-AP missiles. We're gonna watch another Skaven mirror match. Super excited for this one. We already saw one earlier. See what these guys can get going here. Are there any Norska matches? I don't actually think so. I don't think there are any Norska players. I'll double check though. I don't remember seeing any. Norska is just kind of unga bunga right now. They're just way too strong. Norska is a little bit goofy. I don't know. They just go, like, either full Horseman Storm or they single entity spam, and they just, like, win either way very, very easily and reliably, and they just kind of bully people. It doesn't make for the most exciting matches. Oh, spoons dropped, apparently. Okay. That would explain why we didn't see any Ogre Kingdoms. No, Norska. Sorry, brother. Packmaster Throt. Eat the Rich is going for basically the same build that he brought last time. I think it's the exact same build, actually. Did he have the Night Runner? Yeah, he did have the Night Runner's slings. Anderlin's doing something very different, though. From the last, matchup that Eat the Rich was in with the mirror. There's no double Plague Claw catapult. He brings his first Plague Claw catapult out of reserve. He's got the Natty Boobos tucked in a little closer than on Dunes of Cain. The last guy that Eat the Rich fought, I don't know why I'm... Wally. Wally had his Natty Boobos really deep set, and they were not offering much in terms of value to help the frontline fight. This time around, they're tucked in a little closer. The Plague Claw catapult, I think, is in a better position, and didn't overinvest in artillery either. And he's playing a lot better with the gutter runners than Wally was. He's just got a few more bodies. A lot of Skaven Slave slings in here, and I do think Skaven Slave slings are alright. I'm pretty sure, though, that Night Runner slings are just going to massively outtrade them, because they're more accurate. They've got Fizz Res as well. People don't really clock the Night Runner Fizz Res appropriately. It is very, very nice for the long-range trading. And these guys are really cheap, even though they don't have stalk like Gutter Runner slings do. They just offer a lot, honestly. I mean, they fire a little bit quicker than the Skaven Slaves. They got slightly better damage. The added cost is annoying, but I think it's made up for by the fact that they're just generally a lot more accurate. Right here, though, they're getting bullied a little bit. The Giselles and the Plague Claw catapults are really pressing them back, but they get some good damage on the Mutant Rat Ogre. And Anderlin's Skaven Slaves are running for the hills. They get hit pretty hard by those Plague Claw catapults. Really nice Rat Ogre summon. Eat the Rich really needs these guys to, like, rush in. He can get rid of both these Skaven Slave slings here if he does it appropriately and quickly. Skaven Slaves, dude, this is a big problem for Anderlin. This is just not great positioning on the Gutter Runners. Like, there's nothing that they're doing over here. Okay, they killed 2 Skaven Slaves, literally 125 gold apiece. And Gutter Runners don't have that much ammo, so they're wasting a lot of it on something that is not worth the... Really just not even worth spitting at. I mean, honestly, a Gutter Runner can just run in and engage these Skaven Slaves in melee combat and win. And I think Anderlin is just, maybe not seeing the field the way that he could be. It's giving Eat the Rich pretty nice little, advantage, because he's got more of his forces concentrated yet again against his opponent, and while he's just folding up his opponent's front line and even bullying this Plague Priest, Anderlin is not really getting a whole lot done. Like, his Plague Claw catapult's punishing a few positions of Clan Rats, but Eat the Rich already has these points. Like, he's not struggling for tickets right now. And it's Anderlin who's kind of going on the back foot. He gets a really nice jump on one of these Gutter Runners, some Wolf Rats, actually breaks them and just absolutely crushes these guys. Brutal engagement here for Anderlin. And now the Wolf Rats look like they might be ready to turn about face and go after the other 2 Gutter Runners. Yeah, the Skaven Slaves, they ate a lot of missiles and did their job being a meat shield. Yep, another weapon team dying to these Rat Ogres. I have to say, Eat the Rich has really shown some great stuff with his positioning on Rat Ogres. He's always got one nearby to peel for something. He's always got them moving in to get on top of weapon teams. And he's doing a good job of picking his targets. He just ignores, all the stuff that he wants to ignore. Like, don't bother with sniping the Master Assassin when you've got the much more highly mobile characters. You can always come back to that later. going after the Plague Priest, who was out of position and is, you know, offering, like, some magic that you do kind of want to shut down. Absolutely incredible choice to hound down with Throt in the meantime. And then using his double Brood Horror characters to kind of get some terror routes and just, you know, be nice damage soaks. I mean, they are very hard to remove. You just remolder whichever one you need to, and if you don't need to, you get them together and just have running with the pack and regeneration just going absolutely ham on the HP. Packmaster was trying to attack the Master Assassin, but kind of missed on the charge and ends up in the middle of the Gutter Runners, but not that big of a deal. The Rat Ogres are relatively nearby, getting a little bit of healing from the Packmaster too is nice. And he pushes back over, gets after the Master Assassin. Now he's in a really good position to start chewing on this guy, because Master Assassin's a little tired, so he's not really hitting very accurately against the Packmaster. Couple that with the regeneration and just the fact that there's no bonus versus infantry since he's on the Brood Horror. You can just kind of sit here and grind against this guy. You either hit him or you don't. Doesn't really matter one way or the other because he's not hitting you really all that effectively. Just sit here and let your character eat up a lot of attention, man. Poison Wind Globadier's trying to move forward and get something going, but it's just not happening. Mutant Rat Ogre getting run down over here. Dude, is the Wolf Rat and the Skaven Slaves doing it? I guess they are. Oh, the Night Runner slings are doing a lot of the damage here to this Rat Ogre. Great stuff. Storm Vermin, Sword and Shield's coming up. He's flexing now. Oh my god. Storm Vermin Sword and Board is honestly kind of a shit unit. They really don't do much of anything. You're better off just, like, spamming out Clan Rats for cap weight, and then if you really need a Storm Vermin, then just getting the Halberd, because the Halberd just offers, like, actual upgrade potential. You know, the real benefit of, like, armored and shielded infantry is really the fact that they're super resilient to missiles. And Storm Vermin Sword and Board have a bronze shield, which really hurts them, and they're still quite expensive, so artillery is still really good against them. I just never, ever, ever have seen them be anything other than just bodies, and I just prefer more bodies for the Skaven than higher quality ones, because the higher quality ones aren't that much higher quality. That's really the long and the short of it. Anderlind is keeping this game fairly close in the value, but again, I think the fact that the Packmaster has been taking a lot of damage and is still alive is a big sign of a problem for Andy, because he's just not really breaking through anywhere. He's getting some rallying units to, like, cap, like, 1 point, but then he just gets pushed back as his stuff gets weaker and weaker as they keep rallying in. And the Plague Claw Catapult, man. Again, with leadership breaks, and actually has got more value than the Plague Claw Catapult on the other side. This one only has 288 value. I think what it is that Etherich has just been way sharper on the Catapult Micro. I think he's doing a better job of swapping targets, and consequently he's breaking more targets with the leadership debuffing effect from Contaminate and the damage by artillery modifier. And then also doing slightly better damage, because he's more deliberately choosing stuff that's higher HP and more tightly packed, which allows his catapult to get higher impact volleys off. And Andy is just not getting the same benefit. Wolf Rats get pushed back. Also, Eat the Rich has been doing an amazing job with his Wolf Rats. They have all been doing incredible damage this game. And I'm not really a huge fan of Wolf Rats personally, but when people are microing them really well and not leaving them to get caught out with no support, they are a pretty good unit for the Skaven in terms of up trading, because Skaven are, like, a fairly quick faction just because they have, like, a pretty decent baseline on speed, but Wolf Rats are really one of the few options they have that gets up to like the 80s and 90s in terms of speed other than single entities. So they do offer a little bit of something nice that is otherwise lacking on the faction as a whole. Look at the Plague Priest duel! Go, Plague Priest, go! Oh man, friendly fire in the back a little bit there. But, he does break Anderlin's Plague Priest. Eat the Rich is just running this guy around. He's been dropping Vermintides all game. So is Anderlin. They've both been using their magic pretty well. It's just a shame because Anderlin's Priest has gotten routed and bullied several times. So, hasn't been able to drop his magic in optimal situations the way that Eat the Rich has. Natty Bubo's with good value again, but, you know, another thing I've noticed, Eat the Rich has not really been overemphasizing his own weapon teams. He's actually been going a little bit more aggressive, I would say, in melee than anything. And I think that's actually helped him out tremendously, because, you know, Skaven do struggle into pressure. One thing that Skaven are normally pretty good at is countering other ranged units. And so I think what's happening is that the other Skaven players are winning slightly in ranged trades. But Eat the Rich is winning so decisively in the melee fights that it's what is winning him these mirror matches the way he has been. I mean, he's just been bullying these other Skaven players, to be honest. And it's not like it's Throt, like, hard carrying the game or nothing. I mean, Throt only has 500 value here. Packmaster's only got 1100. He's just got more units healthy and on the field for longer. And his Rat Ogre play, like I said, is just absolutely hilarious. It's been so good. He's been bullying so many of the Skaven Slave Slings, Gutter Runners, and Globadiers and whatnot. And because Anderlin just doesn't have the same targets available to him that he can just jump on and farm some easy value off of. So, like, with not being able to finish the characters and pouring a lot of focus fire into them, and, you know, like, keeping the weapon teams in check for Eat the Rich, but he's just not able to stop the pressure on his own side of the field. It just ends up playing out very poorly for these guys. And yeah, like, the Mutant Rat Ogres, man, they are just getting absolutely clowned on. Both times, they have proven to be quite weak to the sling fire, and then just, like, surrounds from other Rat Ogres. And then, look at the value on the Wolf Rats. 1,000 here, 1,300 here. 400 ain't even bad. And on the Storm Vermin, this is the best performance out of a Storm Vermin Sword and Board I have ever seen. So, brother, congratulations. You did it. You made them look usable. I still think they're a crap unit, though. Yeah, the Gutter Runners. Yeah, these Gutter Runners getting iced pretty early was painful. The Skaven Slave Slings got good value. But the Plague Claw Catapult is not that impactful, ultimately. It started doing a little better by the end of the game. Yeah, the Rat Ogre value, just relatively more consistent across the board for Eat the Rich. And Anderlin had one Rat Ogre that got 1,200 value. I don't know if that was multiple summons, though, or not. And yeah, his Globadiers got nothing done. I mean, they barely even got a shot off. The Death Runners got absolutely clobbered in melee combat. By God knows what. Probably just a swarm of Wolf Rats and the Storm Vermin, like, sitting on top of them, too. One Ashen Trad did okay. The other guy absolutely obliterated. He has Clan Rats, not doing a whole lot. Yeah, Eat the Rich is just doing a little bit more with everything. He's been a lot better about keeping his value consistent on his units across the board. It's not really, like, throwing anything out there that's just doing so abominably that it's just bleeding tons of value for him. I mean, he honestly is going very light on Clan Rats now I'm looking at it. Like, he really doesn't even have that much infantry. He's actually really taking advantage of the fact that the Night Runners do have full cap weights to kind of use them as a mobile capture piece. His Natty Boo-Boo's only got 700 value, too. Maybe shooting the Mutant Rat Ogre. I don't know. Lot of little micro interactions, I think, going on that are giving Ether Rich the edge in those games. Stuff that can, like, really fly under the radar. Unless you really get in and watch the nitty-gritty from end to end. Excuse me. Alright. Wow, we got two Corn Skaven games. Okay, that's kind of cool. Probably gonna watch those, because Corn Skaven is an interesting matchup. I would say it's actually fairly even. Like, Skaven can absolutely beat Corn. But there are some things that Corn can bring to the table and utilize that are very disruptive for the Skaven. Like, terror-causing units in general just absolutely clown on Skaven armies because they have poor leadership. And Corn has some pretty strong terror-causing units that they can bring to the table in that matchup. There's one that's actually really off the wall that I personally love. I don't see anybody else hardly play with them. We'll see if maybe our Corn player from this tournament is going to be bringing him or not. Do you think it is potentially something that he could be using? Wait, what's going on? Why did it not download the file? Okay, he doesn't have it in his army. But he does have a pretty good army against the Skaven. Maxing out on Marauders just about, I think, is really smart. Skaven can really struggle with fighting these big, wide Marauder lines of Corn. Still bring the double Skull Cannon? Yeah, I actually have a game against Martinius here with double Skull Cannon. Double Skull Cannon is still really good. It's, you know, it's just matchup dependent. You don't want to bring it every game, but I do really like it against Empire especially. Because the Skull Cannons just absolutely wreck great swords, and they're like your best bet for counter-firing war wagons and whatnot. We might watch this game later if you guys really want to see it. It's not half bad. Trying to get this other Corn replay. No, go away, Minecraft. There we go. My toolbar is a little full on my PC. I'm not the best at shortcut hygiene. Why are you not letting me download this replay? Hello? So which one of the Skaven games is this? Okay, that's the one against Wally. So I need this one against Arno. That's the one I'm missing, okay. Okay, there we go. So this is the round 3 game. We'll start with this one. Oh, he brought the same opener in both games, I just realized. I think that kind of gives away who probably won this game. If he brought the same opener, you know, you don't really mess with success, so I would be guessing that Hypervenom probably beat Rich here. But we'll see.
After we water the earth with our enemy's blood, we will drink whatever's left.
Hell yeah. I love Valkia's pregame speeches. She is very straightforward. She doesn't mince words. She just wants to beat the shit out of everybody that she comes into contact with. And you know what? You know what? That's why she's the GOAT. That's why she's the chosen of Khorne. She's my favorite character in the game, by the way. Absolutely fucking iconic. So we got a bunch of rat ogres. They got 3 rat ogres, and Ikit hiding in the trees like a brave little rat. And Mutant Rat Ogre is posted up. Mutant Rat Ogres beat the snot out of Valkia if they get a 2v1 against her, or if she gets stuck in, you know, like a clan rat or something, and it gets engaged on her. But Valkia is really good against Skaven, because Sleipnir does a ton of damage to the Skaven front line. And she's also pretty safe to use against the Skaven, because Demon Shield makes it very difficult for the Teeth Breakers and the like to just absolutely gut her in the opening moments of games. She's pretty safe to utilize, because Howling Warp Gale has only 100-meter range, and she's pretty quicker than Ikit on the ground, so she can actually kind of take advantage of that fact pretty nicely. That was a beautiful Storm Demon. Excellent use of it to break the Marauder Horsemen as they were diving in against the Natty Buboes. Natty Buboes are really good against Khorne, but I will say the biggest problem with the Natty Buboes is that they're stupidly vulnerable to any dives from Khorne. They get absolutely crapped on by Fleshhounds, by Furies, by Horsemen, by Blood Throne Shrines. The Blood Shrines do a ton of damage to weapon teams. So there's a lot of things you need to be very careful of as the Skaven in this matchup. You can't just like set them and forget them. You really got to focus in on protecting those guys. Fleshhounds are pushing real deep into the back line, and this is honestly kind of a scary situation for Khorne. Valkia gets in, lands, she's trying to help clean up the Night Runners. Ooh, Mutant Rat, oh no, the Natty Bubos get hit by a clean charge from the Marauder Horseman. Look at the melting, man. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Just one clean attack is all you need. Oh, and a Sword of Khorne's already charged up. Honestly, kind of a waste. I think he did more damage to himself than to this Skaven. But honestly, I mean, what the hell else is he going to use it on now that I'm looking at it? Skaven front line's pretty much cleaned up. The Rat Ogres, some of them are doing better than others, but just the wall of Marauders is just a lot to deal with. And the Skaven are so much flimsier on the leadership front that even though Khorne is not getting like a decisive win here, even up to this point, they are really making it difficult for the Skaven to sit comfortably anywhere on the field. The Skull Reapers have been beaten up pretty badly, but the Brutes of the Hound with their unbreakable leadership are just absolutely clowning on this Rat Ogre that is just fully stuck up in so many different units right now. And the Fleshhounds are just keeping back so many units currently. Including the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, this other Fleshhound have really forced the Skaven into an awkward position in their own backline. And the Natty Bubos broke. They routed a little too far away from any support at all, and then a Fury lands on them and finishes them off. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. It gets lucky to get away from Valkia. Valkia's doing alright. Is Storm Demon being used? I don't know, man. That did a lot of damage to the Esha Triads. And the Hounds of the Blood Hunt were kind of already dead. They're really back there just, like, mopping up a few units and just, you know, keeping back a big blob of Skaven stuff that Khorne doesn't want in the finishing blows of the frontline fight. Look at the Skaven, dude. They have, like, nothing except their single entities. They've got Ikit and a Mutant Rat Ogre, and, like, none of them are really in a good position. That Sleipnir is so gross. Ew, bro. Oh, that was a juicy one. Valkia doesn't have much in the way of value right now. Her first Sleipnir was pretty bad. It didn't hit much of anything, but that one definitely got her about 400 value. Took a good chunk of change out of the Eshians, helped mess up the Night Runners and the Clan Rats as well. Really nice stuff. One of the best abilities in the game. If this thing had any extra uses, it would be absolutely busted. Like, 2 is kind of the perfect number for it. Because otherwise, I don't know, man. You'd be seeing some real salty tears being cried. So the Skull Reapers didn't get their value back, but, I mean, hey, they were annoying enough to force out the Brass Orb, and that kind of hit the Eshin Triads right on their dome, and, did a lot more damage to them than, probably want to see. Brutes of the Hound paved for themselves. Khorne is, yeah, doesn't have a lot on the field, but it is high-quality stuff. There's a Fury that's kind of been forgotten about. I'm sure, yeah, Hypervenom is... Oh, I thought he was going to unsummon this. Oh, I think what happened here is... He was unsummoning them, then, you know, like, gave a drag order, and then, because they moved, they dropped the unsummon. Now he's just... Oh, now he's just moving them in to clean up some of these routing units. Ikit was gonna use Cleansing Ruin, but then used Unlimited Power, which canceled the cast, which means that the Furies and these Chaos Warrior dual weapons are just sitting happily to chew through this stuff. Another Sword of Khorne goes down, and this one just completely obliterates the Cutter Runner unit. Ouch. Man, a big ouch. Mutant Rat-Ogre's doing some decent damage to the Chaos Knights. The Chaos Knights are reasonably fast, and they're just kind of pushing away from it. Now they get a nice little charge on these very beat-up Eshin Triads, and they're going to clean these guys up pretty fast. And then they probably just chase down the Night Runners, and Valkyria's really healthy. The best way to beat Khorne is Skaven is to try and Lord Snipe, to be honest. If you can't Lord Snipe Khorne in this matchup, it tends to go pretty poorly for the Skaven.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Especially if the Khorne player is managing pressure from their Fleshhounds and Furies appropriately, and really hounding down the weapon teams, and not trying to hard focus Rat Ogres and the like. You know, a lot of Khorne players get overeager to like try and like kill lords and kill single entities, and they put themselves in a bad position because they neglect managing the dives and pressure onto other elements of the Skaven army. And they go a little too thin in infantry numbers, and then their Minotaurs are just left with no support, and they end up getting their asses beat by just like, you know, swarms of garbage, and then like the odd Rat Ogre or Mutant Rat Ogre or two.
Unending glory is yours.
But this is pretty much what you want to do. Hypervenom was really smart about attacking the backline very aggressively with the Fleshhounds and the Marauder Horsemen, while he just used his big swarm of infantry to occupy all the Rat Ogres and the Clan Rats and the Skaven Slaves. And even though most of the Marauders ended up dead before the end of the game, there's still one here, and they held on long enough to press back the entire Skaven front line off the point so that there was a triple cap being threatened, and the Skaven didn't really have anywhere that they could just like sit and really build up a position of strength. And then without their weapon teams in melee combat, Skaven are just not equal to Khorne in trying to make a comeback happen. Valkyria's model could use a makeover. She could look better. I don't know. Valkyria looks fine. You know, she's not like the flashiest looking model, but I think that really accentuates. I think that really accentuates the. How do I want to put this? I think her looking a little bit simple and plain. In terms of, like, her overall model, like, kind of accentuates, like, what she represents, lore-wise. You know, she's not trying to be flashy. She's not trying to be the coolest-looking motherfucker in the room. She just wants to be the most badass person in the room. You know, she's got some, she's got a little bit of flair to her, but it's very functional flair. She's not trying to be like some preening Slaneshi cultist, you know. She's literally got a shield made out of a Slaneshi cultist that was harassing her. That's another thing that I love about her. She doesn't take shit from anybody. Alright, so we've got this other Corn Skaven game. Let's see if this one plays out the same. There's double Warp Lightning Cannon, which is kind of interesting. I don't know how that's going to work, though. Warp Lightning Cannons are fine. They're not like a bad unit, but they don't clear infantry at all. And this is a tiny Skaven army. My worry for Wally here is that Hypervenom just like waddles up to all 3 points, triple caps immediately, and then literally never loses a point the entire game. I think that's very possible too. Like the only thing the Warp Lightning Cannons here are going to be good against is the Horsemen.
Favors the bloodthirsty. A prize for the one who collects him the most skulls.
Otherwise, they're shooting a lot of Marauders. Like, they could do good damage against the Skull Reapers, I guess. That's probably where they want to try and use their ammo, because I think they can kill Skull Reaper models with each shot. I may be a little bit wrong on that, but we'll see. I mean, they do so much armor-piercing damage. They have to kill these guys outright. There's no way they survive a hit. Yeah, Corn's gonna use Marauders to try and cap the number 3 and the number 2 as quickly as possible, and the big infantry swarm's just going right up the middle of the field. Honestly, the best thing you can do against the Skaven is just, like, try and force them to, you know, do something about it against you sometimes. Really nice Howling Warp Gale. Yeah, good Demon Shield, though. Yeah, Natty Bubo's gonna fire a whole volley off and not really do anything to Valkia there. It's about to wear off. Are the Warp Lightning Cannons even going to get a shot off on her? They do, and do, like, no damage. Yeah, this is the problem with the Warp Lightning Cannons against Valkia, is just not going to hit her very accurately. Looks like the Natty Bubos also missed a shot there. Oh, they were shooting the Marauders.
We have a victory.
I guess you're going to have to, because, look, I mean, look, Skaven are not going to win this fight. They're not winning the frontline engagement. Running is literally about the only thing that they can do. Honestly, if I were Hypervenom, you don't even need Valkia right now. I would just hide her in the trees on this side of the field, probably. Or just take her to the back of the map and just keep her safe for now. Gotta wait until... So, here's the thing. I've seen Hypervenom whiff Sleipnir 2 times now. You don't want to try and time Sleipnir up like that, really. People are either going to see it and dodge it, or you're going to mistime it and whiff horrifically. Just wait until the enemy's unit actually engages your infantry, then use the Sleipnir, because you're getting the benefit of the charge bonus on your infantry, which is pretty high across the board on Khorne units. Like, you know, 20 is pretty decent for an infantry charge bonus. Especially for Marauder, what you do is Marauder gets in, gets a little bit of damage off with their charge bonus, then you drop Sleipnir as the infantry compress very tightly against your front line. You one-shot an infantry unit, and you have an immediate breakthrough. And then you can just absolutely flood the back line through the gap that's left in the place of your enemy unit. And if they engage you with something that's really low tier, you just let the Marauders grind through a Skaven Slave. That's fine. It'll take, like, no time at all for Khorne Marauder to kill Skaven Slaves. And they love doing it because they get a ton of value by doing it. Skaven Slaves and Teeth Breakers trying to defend the backfield. Wolfrats with poison coming up. And, yeah, the Marauder Horsemen are going to die here really fast. But they're occupying a lot of fire. And, yeah, the Skaven do engage in the front line. They're getting crunched right now. And this Marauder Horseman throwing axe gets a good dive on the Night Runner slings. Yeah, Marauders, dual weapons, and these Marauders doing alright. Rat Ogres are getting absolutely smashed right now because they're on top of a lot of high DPS units. Skull Reapers and Brutes of the Hound are not bad against lightly armored large targets because they just have a ton of weapon strength on them. So they are quite vicious against stuff like this. And yeah, the Warp Lightning Cannons are just not doing it, dude. Like, okay, they've got about... One has about 600 value, and the other has a whopping 140. Which is pretty abysmal. The Natty Bubos are still alive, and they can still get some good value. Valkia flies off into the trees, and... Just to attack us. Yeah, just keeping her in the trees is fine. You just don't want her to die, really. Honestly, Venom... He's getting into a little bit of a weird and funky situation. He really needs to pull back. He's actually losing a lot of stuff here. Is this going to be the game where Hyper Venom overextends and loses because he's too aggressive? Ooh, Skull Reaper's getting smashed up now. Yeah, the Warp Lightning Cannons and the Natty Bubos catch them as they're out in the open field, and they get proper dunked on. How about the Khorne Infantry is still pushing, still grinding. It's mostly been these dives that have gone poorly for Khorne. Yeah, this Fury almost got a clean dive on the Natty Bubos, but they charge the front and they don't lock the models in place. So they're not really hitting them very well. You can see that they're having a little bit of a landing bug problem. Again, another thing that I really hope is adequately addressed in 40k Total War, because that's one of the more annoying things to see, is like your flyers can't catch things on the ground for no reason whatsoever. They do actually end up getting the Natty Bubo sharpshooters, though. They do bring them to the point of routing. They killed a lot of models, too. Down to 15, so that's only half the DPS on those units now. Making them pretty vulnerable and useless, to be quite honest. And Fleshhounds are coming up. We got some rallying Marauders, and the value immediately swings back to about even the second Khorne starts shutting down any of these ranged pieces. Now, I actually managed to push a Marauder all the way into the Warp Lightning Cannons back here, which is pretty hilarious. I don't know how they managed to do that. Just waddling up through the trees. There's a Khorne Gore over here. And honestly, the Khorne Gores, just a little bit of mass support should be more than enough to beat what remains of the Skaven army. Teethbreakers are pretty beat up, and you know, the Broods of the Hound are still going after them, man. They're just not letting up on the pressure. The Warp Lightning Cannons are just not really worth the money, honestly. I mean, they barely been paying for themselves. And we're a good bit of a ways into the game. Nice sort of Khorne, doesn't really do that much damage. Just a Clan Rat, it's not that important. It does kill a lot of models, so you've got a Horn of Khorne immediately now, which is nice. Just pull Fleshhounds back behind here, the Khorne Gores into the trees right there, and just reinforce your high ground objective with some infantry. You can see that Khorne is capping this up. Chaos Knights with Lances getting a little too far forward into the trees. They really don't want to fight in the forest with these guys. They get debuffed pretty horrifically by the terrain. But a Khorne Gore is moving up over there. The Fleshhounds are going to the high ground, and the triple cap will be back in place. And honestly, it's all fairly even after everything is said and done after the initial engagement. There's Doom Flares in the field, which is scary, sure. But you got a lot of Khorne Gores, so it's not like there's, like, really easy, free targets for the Doom Flares to go after. Marauders are... There's a couple of them still around the field with some HP. They can definitely be a little bit of a roadblock still. Especially for any Clan Rats and whatnot that want to get up. Or they can push into the backline to maybe try and get after Teethbreakers and the like. Fleshhounds were thinking about it, but they're going to pull back. They don't want to get hit by the Warp Lightning Cannon. And, yeah, they're doing a good job of skirting away from the Eshin Triads. They do get touched, and they lose a little bit of armor, but they don't take any damage. They don't get caught in place. Chaos Knights with the Lances are looking for an opportunity to pinball off these Khorne Gores and clean up the Eshin Triads and Night Runners. Khorne Gores against Night Runners will be a win for Khorne Gores. It's not really their cup of tea per se, because, you know, they're obviously not an anti-infantry unit, and they don't have magic damage, but Night Runners are awful in melee combat, so the slightly better stats of the Khorne Gores just means they went outright. Ooh, the Triads were turned the wrong way. They were not braced, and the Chaos Knights do get a pretty decent charge in. Definitely don't want to stay here, though. They will lose the grind, and Fleshhounds going to the edge of the map. Definitely want to pull back. Probably just charge in here, and the Skull Reapers are going to be a really good answer to a lot of the units up there. The Eshins are going to be hard countered trying to get in. Valkia gets hit by the Warp Lightning Cannons. Just keep her alive, man. I mean, if she gets 77 value and that's it, whatever. I mean, that's not the end of the world. You can see the Khorne Gores just absolutely dumpstering the Pit Fighters' Hell's Deep. Skaven Slaves being forgotten about as the supporting element there. These Doomflayers are staying way far back, doing absolutely nothing right now. The Chaos Knights are going in just to attack the Doomflayers, just to hold them up and get a little damage off on them. And, you know, Chaos Knights, they don't have a lot of AP, but they've got decent melee attack and significant charge bonus. So them getting into the Doomflayers here and locking them down for a moment and doing some damage to them, not bad at all. Corngors are, yeah, just grinding down the Eshin Triads. Oh my god, and a beautiful bait and switch. The Eshin Triads have been chasing this Fleshhound for so long. And I think Wally has just completely forgotten about this little Benny Hill moment. And a beautiful movement of the Skull Reapers gets them right into the face of these Eshin Triads. And they're going to absolutely slaughter them, dude. Skull Reapers are one of the single most annoying magic damage dealing mortal infantry in the entire game. When they were being shown off, people were like, okay, what's the point of this unit? You got Bloodletters, you got the Wrathmongers, who look to be about the same unit. And Skull Reapers were a little bad on release, but they've gotten a couple of notable buffs to, I believe, melee attack. I think they got a little more mass as well. And I think they got a weapon strength buff at some point, and now I think they're honestly in a perfect position where they've got more HP by a fair margin than Bloodletters, and they've got more HP per model, so they actually tend to hold up a little bit better against certain units, and especially against stuff like Doomflayers. They can actually be quite frustrating to get on top of. Because if you don't charge through the Skull Reaper unit, these guys have crazy good combat stats, and they can actually beat down a Doomflayer pretty effectively. Because while they don't have majority AP damage, they've still got just enough HP to make these guys pay. Corngors do go down. The Rat Ogres stacked on top of the Triads was enough to finish them, but they held up a lot of Rat Ogres in the process, and still got decent value. Skull Reapers are doing what they can. Valkyria's flown all the way around the map here. Didn't get any value out of... Just feels so bad to see her get no value out of Sloughtmere, even. You know, like, at the very least, you should be able to, like, land a couple of good ones and get about 600 value on Valkyria. Bare minimum. Warp Lightning Cannons get unsummoned. Skaven grab the number 2 objective, but they're not really doing a great job of taking this number 1 point. They really have mostly garbage over here, and they lost the Pitfires of Hell's Deep. The Minotaurs are a little shot up. I'm not sure what got them. They probably got hit by the Warp Lightning Cannons, if I had to guess. Maybe caught out fighting, like, a Rat Ogre, and then maybe, like, some Clan Rats swarming underneath them. Yeah, they're just making this a little too difficult for the Skaven, and Wally's just gonna throw the towel in here. I don't know if he needed to do that, honestly. I honestly do wonder if maybe he could have won this if he just stuck it out. I mean, it certainly is an uphill climb still, but... wasn't in an awful position. Maybe a little bit of impatience, maybe a little bit of discouragement, just because, like, you know, his range tools and his artillery was pretty much all gone and offline. Not feeling confident about the melee grind, which, honestly, I can't really blame him against the best melee grind faction in the entire game. I don't know, though. I think he had a little bit of, something to give, still. Good win there for our Khorne player. We're going to focus in on some High Elves Empire. We're going to get some Dark Elves Empire. We haven't watched Stofers at all, actually, really. Empire Mirror Match. I don't know if I want to watch an Empire Mirror Match. I've seen that one plenty. Coast versus Zinch will be pretty fun. Let's just drop those replays in here and just keep looking through, trying to find some games we want to see. I just wanted to cover these 2 games because, like I said, this can be a pretty even matchup. if the Skaven play their cards right, but Venom did a really good job of kind of punishing the Skaven on their weaknesses. And, he kind of showed off some pretty sick moves, if I'm being honest. Oh, I apparently had that one still in here. Where'd my... Oh, yeah, I gotta refresh. There we go. Let's actually do some Lizardman Nurgle. This is a really interesting matchup, because I think it's probably a 50-50, but this is one where build roulette can be a little bit of a thing. It really just depends on the army compositions that give one side an edge over the other, I think. $40K Total War won't have much of the flying to landing attack issue because there aren't many flying units. Oh, that's fine by me. If they don't want to put flyers in the game, whatever, dude. It'd be kind of cool if flyers were maybe something that were, I think there should, honestly, they should just make a dogfighting mode. That would be pretty sick. Like a Battlefleet Gothic style of space battle for Total War 40K would be pretty freaking epic. No, it doesn't have to be the same system, but something similar, where they can have flyers, but they aren't, like, forced into, like, janky, situations. I don't know. I mean, flyers are, like, a really cool concept, but they did not really execute on it very well in, fantasy settings, so... If they're going to implement them in 40K, they're going to have to figure out a way to do it a little bit better. Thunderous One is a fun unit. Really, really exceptional monster, honestly. Not very exceptional at chasing armor-piercing skirmishers, though. So Mr. Fly wants to tuck this bad boy back into his main formation here if he's going to have a chance here. Really, you want to use the Thunderous One to run down the Chosen. It's really strong against infantry. These Stegodons are gross with their collision damage. They absolutely smash elite infantry. Hand of the Gods there was okay. Not the most impactful one in the world. Only got about 200 value out of it, but it's not bad at all to try and control these skirmishers who are just hammering away at your big monster. I mean, the value they got off of the Thunderous One is pretty gross already. Kha'Zix just running around trying to bonk Chameleon Skinks. Not having much success, though, to be honest. Oh my god, what the hell? Yo, okay. Spirit of Tepak on the way in. Arwar Coatl? What is this, man? It's crazy. Actually, thinking about it, against Nurgle, it is a pretty good monster against single entities, but also, it is really good at beating up on other aerial units. It's got big weapon strength and really good stats, like 50-59. Against Angels of Decay, as long as it has a little bit of support, like a Ripper Dactyl with it, I think would actually really slap pretty hard against the Furies and the Angels. And you factor in some Skink Javelin cohorts to get some fire down on these Furies and just help the Coatl kind of peel for itself. Not to mention the Baroness Time Warp that's bound, and a couple Earthbloods that, you know, I mean, maybe not the most amazing stuff in the world, you know, a few Earthbloods, but, you know, it's still healing. If you hit all 4 targets that you can with it, not bad. Actually kills one of the Angels of Decay already. Losing one model on these guys is pretty painful, because they are pretty devastating with their focus fire. But if they're losing a bunch of models and they're just constantly being pressured by a flying unit that's got, you know, pretty good weapon strength and can feasibly counter them, I'm a little worried for the long-term efficiency of them. They are going to get some free shots onto the back of the Coatl, really all-inning on trying to get Festus here. Festus is kind of overextended, but not that badly. He's on top of 2 Chosen, and he's got Kasich nearby. And Mr. Fly's big monsters have already taken a bunch of damage from throwing axes, and now the Ancients of Decay are getting to tee off on the Thunderous one here. Yeah, just moved a little too far away with the Coatl. Doesn't have anything else in the air. Colossadon Hunter's only just now coming in. Yeeey. Thunderous one's dead. That's painful. Angels of Decay, though, are getting caught, and they're going to die to the Colossadon Hunters. Like, Angels of Decay are pretty durable, but, you know, I think the anti-large bonus to the Colossadon Hunters will be enough to kind of wear them down. They're trying to retreat right now. It's given a little bit of time for the forces of the Lizardmen to breathe and maybe grind down some of these Chosen. They get a fat chain lightning off on that blob of Chosen. That was humongous. It does rotate a little far out, though, so ultimately it doesn't end up finishing either of those units. Really what the Angels could do here right now, actually, is land, see if Mr. Fly is paying enough attention, and then just rush in with the Marauder Horsemen, because Colossadon Hunters with 45 armor are actually pretty vulnerable to any units that are charging them in melee. They can get folded up pretty hard with a good engagement like that. In the pure head-to-head with supporting fire from the throwing axes, Colossadon Hunters might not be able to win this now. They're losing a lot of weapon strength. Although, nah, it looks like they're going to be able to beat the Angels, but not by a tremendous amount. Supporting fire gets them pretty low. Still got 8 models, I guess. Dropping down to 7. Angels were a little beat up. The Coatl was really well used just to kind of, you know, force those guys into an awkward spot. Looks like we've had some pretty good heals. Both Earthbloods used. Barona's Time Warp also has been used. Yikes, bad rotation on that Chain Lightning. Did really good damage at first to the Chosen. And now destroying the Source Spear. That was very healthy just a moment ago. A little painful. But the Soras actually managed to hold in here, and the Chosen are having some leadership problems. The sequential Chain Lightnings have really gotten them into a really awkward position, where their leadership is incredibly vulnerable to the Terror Routes. The Coatl Terror Routed one of them just a moment ago. 1,500 on the Spirit of Tephok right now, but Rotting Riders getting in. Rotting Riders have no counter here right now. And Rotting Riders do offer Terror Routes of their own, and they do Terror Route the Saurus. Oh, and all of his Kings immediately running too. And Krokar's really beat up. He's got one more Hand of the Gods, which is nice, but I don't know how far that's going to go. Nurgle is looking a little scary right now. The Amazon Barbs really need to be the unit that comes in to try and finish the Rotting Riders, because if they get to sit on top of Festus and just heal through all the damage that this Chain Lightning is doing to them, I don't know what the Lizards are really feasibly going to be able to do to break these guys down. Ooh, but a good volley from the Umbral side. Nice damage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is an overextend. There's no infantry to cover if you've got to pull back. So what Mr. Fly needs to do is, honestly, I would just bait this trap. Just keep falling back, because your opponent's sending a lot of Marauder Horsemen in and Rotting Riders. Keep falling back. Get them back towards the deploy zone. Yeah, and a Spear... Oh, the Spear Rider came in a little early, I think. Colossadon Hunters need to keep booking it back here. Spear Riders are going to be able to take down the Marauder Horsemen. Krokar is holding up the other one. Ooh, and a good Salamander Hunting Pack volley. Kills the other one. Ooh, and the Coldwind Spear Riders get in front of the Rotting Riders. Oh, these guys are so dead right now. Oh, Colossadon Hunters can clutch this game out. Oh, just get him over there, man. Get him over there. Yeah, Gorgot is now recognizing the awkward position he's in. Mr. Fly with a really good turnaround, not running too far away as these guys are pulling back. Rotting Riders don't really know where to go right now. They're getting hit by the Salamander shots. Not regenerating a lot of HP because of the fire damage, and Spear Riders are actually pretty quick with their charge speed bonus. Like, here's the thing. So there's speed and then charge speed. And charge speed is almost always faster than the regular speed of a unit. Coldwind Spear Riders, I think, get up into the 80s with their charge speed. So when they activate their charging animation, they can keep up with units that are quicker than them. And because you can see them just, like, screaming in onto the back of the Rotting Riders right now. And actually getting some good contact with them. Colossi Hunter's also chipping in a little bit of damage. Lizards struggling on the other side of the field, but they have a Saurus Spear over here. Like, they're going to be able to beat a bunch of Hounds and probably even both of these Nurglings. Despite the chaotic fight over here, I think the Lizards will be just fine. One Nurgling's crumbling, these two Hounds are on death's bed, and yeah, the Saurus are going to outlast all of those units. Both Hounds breaking, one Nurgling already crumbled, the other about to crumble. Even the Skink is going to hold in there. Oh, and the Rotting Riders are so done, dude. Beautiful engagement with the Spear Riders and the Colossi Hunters, and even Krogar getting in there doing a little bit of damage. And yeah, just need to make sure you chase these guys off the field. Colossi Hunters just need to make sure that they're following the Rotting Riders all the way off the map. Amazon Barbs, I think, chipped in a little damage, too. Looks like they want to try and maybe snipe some characters here. Spear Riders make it possible for Krogar to withdraw. Krogar with good value, 2,600. Hand of the Gods has been used up. Coldwind Spear Riders, 1,400 value. Excellent, excellent work. Saurus Spears move in. They're pretty much dead. They're not really going to do a whole lot. Ooh, and Noxburger finally in. It's a nice shot and actually destroys the remaining ammo on the Amazon Barbs. These little hunting packs, though, they're not great in melee, but they can charge in here and just do something. Or they can just move up onto this point and just continue to, like, you know, waste Noxburger ammo, because they're out of ammo. Like, the best that they have to offer is pretty much done and over with. The Chosen are all very broken down. These Chosen did not do anything. 400 and 700 value is nothing. Chaos Warhounds rallied, and they're chipping away at the Umbral Tide. A little bit of a charge from the Coldwind Spear Riders, though, probably breaks their leadership because they're so beat up already. Yeah, there they go. They're already dead. Yeah, good use out of those guys just to stop them and Kha'Zix in his track. Kha'Zix with 2,000 value, always a very solid character. He's just so annoying, dangerous. Colossi Hunters have, oh, the Rotting Riders actually did not get chased off the field. Colossi Hunters went somewhere to try and help out in another area of the battlefield. Oh, Fecundity and Fleshy Abundance. Wrong. Just use the Fecundity and just save the Fleshy Abundance. Just like try and pull Festus away from these fights. Just link him up with the Noxbringer and use the Fleshy Abundance on the Noxbringer, dude. I mean, this thing has a ton of HP. It's a really good target for that. And your opponent does have some anti-large stuff, so it could really use the Fleshy Abundance in the back pocket just in case. Nurgle Resurgent, though. Krogar is really low, and nobody can seem to finish Festus off. He has been holding like an absolute mad lad this whole game. Cohort of Waddle are also really struggling in here. And just not chasing off the Rotting Riders might be a death sentence for the Lizardmen, because they got in with a really nice charge and managed to grind about 500 value out against the Cohort of Waddle, who are an incredible unit as long as they can just, you know, use that perfect figure to grind. But taking a big burst of damage really not in their favor. It's starting to look a little flimsy now. Pretty low on health. Marauder Horsemen trying to get their throwing axes in the cohort. doing all right damage. Really close to finishing these guys off. Uncle Tider desperately trying to kill them before that happens, so that maybe the cohort of Waddle can kill Festus. Festus is not a good combatant. He sucks in melee. He's really weak, and he's getting debuffed by the dazed effect. So he's even slower than he normally is, and he's losing a lot of melee defense. You know, Nurgle was looking alright there for a second, but, you know, looking at the quality of this infantry, it's just Marauders. That's scary. Just bring out Skinks and other bodies, and you'll probably be fine. Oh, Krogar gets the finish on Kha'Zix. What a mad lad. 3,500 value on Krogar. The absolute... Yeah, that's genius. That's brilliant. Dude, the real Crocky Balboa has showed up. He stood up and he is counted to this day. Cohort of Waddle on their last legs, but they did actually grind out a little bit of an uptrade. Nothing too significant. Nurgle has a triple cap right now, though. I think the Lizards are going to lose this because of the triple cap more than anything else. They are going to have a pretty rough go of it resecuring these points. Sword Spears actually beat that Chaos Warhound. Ooh, and they're offering a little... What you do here is you send this spear to go intercept the Nurgling. You send the cohort of Sotek up here to get the cap while these guys are delayed. The Spear Riders start trying to rear charge and break leadership on all these Nurglings and other, like, garbage little cap-weight units. Because I think you can feasibly do this as the Lizards. It is not easy. They've got to get something up on this point, too. It is triple cap territory for the Lizards. They're going to be lacking. Yeah, the Nurglings get up on the point. That's game. That's GG. They haven't flipped any of these points by now, and even if they flip 2 right now, they still got to get the number 3. And that's also easier said than done. There's still a couple of beat-up Marauders nearby that can roadblock, and there's a very healthy Marauder moving forward. Yeah, Gorgot playing the objectives really well, and just slowing this game down to a crawl like Nurgle is so well known for. Outlasting the ferocity of the Lizardmen here. Losing the Chain Lightning caster in the middle of the game there was really bad. Because there was no way to punish any of the blobbed up infantry that was coming in to cap the points at that stage. The Thunderous one should not have been sent forward to screen out the Marauder Horseman. That was a awful, awful idea, and he got punished really hard for it. And he let the Angels of Decay fire a little too long, and they cleared the Thunderous one, and then the Chosen just got to sit on that middle point a little too long, and while they didn't get good value, they held the line for ages and ages. Mixon Barbs are a little lackluster. It's a very elite Lizardman build, which I don't really hate. You just need to get a little bit more out of these units, man. When you go super elite like this, you gotta get some big uptrades, especially if your opponent's going for very expensive options too, because they're both like equally small armies. I think the Thunderous one may have been just a step too far. Like, maybe get rid of the Thunderous one and get one more Spear Rider and then, like, another Chameleon Skink and maybe another Skink Cohort Javelin. This is a very expensive monster. It could work against Nurgle, but I think you've got so many other options that you could throw out there that would be equally effective just because of, like, extra numbers. That might be something to think about. Or just not making the mistake of trying to screen throwing axes with a big monster. That's just one of those, like, little errors that you can get away with against somebody who's not, like, totally tuned in to what's going on. Because maybe they fumble their micro and the big monster gets into the Marauder Horsemen and routs them. Pushes them back a little bit. But we didn't see it there. Gorgot did a really good job of maneuvering away. I need to eat just a little bit of a snack, so I will be making a little bit of noise. I'll try not to smack in the microphone, though. Alright, so Troya versus Cappy. Empire High Elves is pretty even. Probably slightly favored for the Empire, I would think, though. Just because of Hawkland long rifles. Hawklands are so good at clearing infantry and archer lines, and keeping skirmish corps at bay. There's only one of them, though. There's a lot of Illyrian Reaver archers on that high ground. They could feasibly get up in front of this Empire army. And maybe even shoot down the Hammer of the Witches or the Hawklands. But the second Hawkland coming in is going to make that kind of an impossibility. Double Hawkland should be enough to, like, really start to lock down these points with just really accurate and effective piercing gunfire.
With the sea's fury!
I don't know what it is about Hawklands. They don't have the shield breaker attribute, but it doesn't really seem to matter even when they're shooting into shielded units. Like, I just don't understand how exactly their missile works. It seems a little contradictory. I think maybe it's got, like, I mean, they're functionally Giselle units. I think they have, like, some hidden attributes that are just, like, not adequately accounted for when they're shooting into shielded stuff that allows them to still do, like, really, really crazy effective damage to stuff like this. Illyrian Reaver archers are coming, you know, all the way through, trying to get through the backfield. Oh, and a beautiful net from Marcus Wolfhart. Empire Knights screaming in from this side, trying to get after these cavalry. There's a lot of Silverhelms on the way in. It's really going to be as simple as, do you save your Hawklands? Like, are they alive, or do they die horrifically? That's really going to be the make or break moment for the Empire here. Empire is running a Bright Wizard, trying to burning head some of these high elf units down. Ooh, Alariel's getting hammered right now. Just drop a Star Avalorn on her and just get her into this melee fight. I mean, it's probably the safest place for her right now. Silverhelms carry home a charge, and they've locked down both of these Hawklands now. Really good engagement for the High Elves. They are going to clean both these guys up with just the single Silverhelm, potentially. But a lot of Illyrian Reavers caught back here by Demogryphs and the Empire Knights. Sterling's Revenge coming in, offering a little bit of assistance there. Nice damage. Illyrian Reavers on this side. The Heralds of the Wind, too, getting into the Hammer of the Witches. But two cavalry units blobbed up on one another is kind of scary. That's pretty vulnerable to the countercharge of the Empire Knights. One Hawkland dead. Another Hawkland's alive. Silverhelm's charging down onto the back of the Spearman. If you drop a heal there, that could be pretty nice. L'Oreal is basically dead. That's really painful. Yeah, the Illyrian Reavers are desperately trying to flee through the front line now. Trying to get the hell out of there. Burning Head whiffs pretty horrifically. Oh, man. Yikes. You really want to make sure that you're positioning it directly onto the units. Like, I know there's a chance that Burning Head just, like, curls into your own units, but I think it's better to like, maximize the damage against your opponent's stuff than to worry about what it might hit on your own side of things. Especially if your opponent's making a mistake like this and bunching 2 units on top of one another. I think you can definitely do a little bit more to try and punish there. Empire Knights are really sweeping the field right now. They're getting into Illyrian Reaver archers. They've broken a huge amount of cavalry on the field that the High Elves were honestly kind of desperately relying on. I will say that the front line, as is pretty typical for the Empire, is in complete shambles. I mean, State Troopers can hold the line, but they are not built for extensive and prolonged engagements. Especially against stuff like Silvern Guard or even White Lions. White Lions actually, I think, might have a pretty good matchup here. The only thing they need to, like, worry about is Great Swords, and I don't even think they match up poorly into Great Swords, because Great Swords are more expensive and honestly, like, kind of mediocre despite their anti-infantry status. You know, they don't really have the best stats in the world, and White Lions of Trace actually do have pretty good all-rounder stats, as long as they have martial prowess active. Ooh, Alariel is dead! Huge kill for Cappy. Okay, that might fully break open this game. There was another brilliant net up here, I'm sure you saw. It got some Silver Helms locked down, as well as the White Lions of Trace. And then Demogryph Knights and Empire Knights carrying home a devastating charge and crushing those guys. In pretty short order, but the cap situation is a mess. I mean, Empire has not gotten a single point. They're going to have to get a triple cap. Which I think should be pretty doable because of how gassed the High Elves are. High Elves don't have much of anything on the field except the Sea Elemental. Sea Elementals are good against everything, by the way. Don't let this anti-infantry business fool you. They crush cavalry. It's so gross how good they are. This is like one of the strongest monsters, one of the strongest DLC monsters I've ever seen. This thing is an absolute beast mode unit. Like, everybody was like, oh, the Mirror Worm is going to be so good. Nah, bro. The Mirror Worm is god-awful garbage, and the Sea Elemental is a terror beyond comprehension and imagination for the average mortal. Really good against pretty much any faction, if I'm being honest. It's just the fact that it's got so many resistances. Fizz res, missile res, fire resistance, got writhing mist that it can pop on itself. It summons Oceanids when it gets below 25% health, which is awesome. Perfect Vigor Strider and immune to contact effects. It's like everything good under the sun. The only thing that's bad about the Sea Elemental, it's weak to magic missiles. That's like how you kill this thing. But if you don't have magic missiles, it's kind of hard to punish. Like, really what you'd want to be shooting this thing right now is the silver bullets, but Cappy has not brought those guys out, and he's really needing to focus more on the points than he is on anything else. Empire Knights should charge these Rangers. That's all they should be focused on right now. Elemental should really not be bothering chasing this off and should just go and reinforce the high ground to, you know, wait it out. I mean, you need the triple cap as the Empire. High Elves should really just focus on trying to reinforce the one objective on the high ground that they could very reasonably secure for the remainder of this game. Good movement getting the Illyrian Reavers up on this point so they can just hold this cap as long as possible. Empire just now getting a objective. Really need to sweep over here with some of their units and grab this. And Cappy needs to reinforce that high ground before the Sea Elemental gets over there. If the Sea Elemental gets on this point, it's going to tear out everything off this. And the Empire is never going to get to do anything. It brings out Hawklands in the late game. Maybe just desperate for units at this point. Because Hawklands are really not what you need right now. They're going to get compromised by this very beat-up Silverhelm. I don't know if the Silverhelms can win this fight. But honestly, with how bad Hawklands are in combat, I wouldn't even be surprised. Aw, there's a Reiksguard. Reiksguard coming in to save the day there. Empire still needs the caps, man. Demogryphs are going to hammer against this Ranger unit. They are slowly flipping this point. Can they rout the Ranger before the Sea Elemental gets over here? Doesn't really look like it. Ooh, Ranger getting up on this point. Demogryph Knights. A little bit of an awkward spot. Probably just need to charge out there and get that. Marcus needs to be on that point. I don't know why he's moved off. And the grenade launchers have been in the backfield for an age at this point. They've really not been doing much of anything. Need to get these Reiksguard off of here. Oh, God, it's painful. I don't think the Empire can get this. Although Cappy really made a game out of this. This was looking real rough early with how many of his units were getting caught out on this hill. And how far off the objectives he was being engaged. He really needed a cap point early, though. Some Pistoliers, just to try and grab 1 point right out the gate, would have been huge. I mean, just to delay your opponent getting the advantage of that triple cap for as long as he did. You know, this build's got some teeth to it, but I just don't like Hammer of the Witches is a little too expensive. All you need is a basic artillery piece for pretty much every matchup. I mean, okay, if you like really want to bring it in reserve. I don't know if opening up with it is a good idea because it costs 1,450 gold. Really what you'd be better off doing is getting rid of Hammer of the Witches and getting Pistoliers, like I said, and just going to grab a point with the Pistoliers. You need to cap a point. Trying to manage getting triple capped early and then coming back in the late game is just asking for trouble. Could Lizardmen even kill Festus properly, efficiently? Yeah, they totally could. To kill Festus, honestly, the best thing you can do as the Lizardmen in that game that we saw, where you just avoid the Festus chosen blob. Your opponent wants you to engage that. Just ignore it. Just cap the other 2 points. Kite the Chosen around while you deal with the Angel's Decay and work on getting rid of the Marauder Horsemen. And then, once you've gotten rid of those, that's when you use your Thunderous One and the Chain Lightnings to just absolutely dumpster the Chosen. There's nothing that those units can do against a good Thunderous One, Chain Lightning Wombo combo. Close match against Empire in round 4. What do we have here in terms of games to watch? Really want to see Regis play, because we have not seen a lot of Tzeentch today. He got beat pretty badly in his first game, and we haven't seen anything since then. And we watched Gnome bring a pretty epic build in the one game we've watched of him, but I want to see some more Coast. And this is an interesting matchup. This is one that is honestly a lot tougher for Tzeentch than you would expect. Normally, the Vampire Coast is incredibly weak to factions that have really high damage, non-armor piercing missiles. But the problem with the pinks and the blues, they're actually shorter range than most of the shooting that's on tap for the Vampire Coast. Like, handgunners and deck gunners just absolutely crush the pinks and blues, as long as they can fire at them from afar. And then if you want to, like, shoot all the deckhand mobs down, that takes a little bit of time, and by the time you finish doing that, you're usually pretty gassed and you've been blasted off the field. So Don't be too surprised if Coast wins pretty decisively here. Looks like a Wind of Death was being lined up, but then canceled it with a Wraith Storm. Wraith Storm's not really all that good against infantry, especially in a loose formation like that. If they were blobbed up, it'd be really strong, but it's not, so it doesn't really do much. Yeah, Coast needs to get on this point. They just need to start capping something. Depth Guard are defending the 2 flanks, which I do like. But it does have, like, Forsaken on the field. Depth Guard love fighting Forsaken. Because Forsaken kind of get in, and they can do good damage on the charge. But the issue is that the Forsaken in a prolonged fight just get absolutely dumpstered because they're abysmal melee attack. Or, sorry, melee defense. And the 90 armor of the Depth Guard causes the high base weapon damage of Forsaken to just kind of bounce off harmlessly. And then the Hunger just enables them to grind through the rest of the fight without any real issues. Yeah, good call not using Blue Fire on Count Noctilus. That Blue Fire is definitely the strongest tool that Tzeentch has against the Coast. You just Blue Fire all the deck gunners down as best you can. And try and persevere that way. This is a beautiful Queen Bess shot, dude. What the hell is this, by the way? This is the second game Noman has brought this thing in. Honestly, it's the second game where it's immediately, contributed. Yeah, don't want it to kill your own, deckhand mobs, though. That's a little painful. If it can hit these Forsaken a couple more times and get rid of them, that would be pretty massive. Yeah, Tzeentch is playing this the right way. They're not even bothering with capping the middle point. They're just taking the time to start whittling down the units that are available for the Coast. Coast is a big value lead, though. A little wonder, because they killed a blue here. This other blue is really low. They're dunking on this Forsaken. Actually killing a lot of units. What the hell is going on here? Gaze of Fate on a deckhand mob. Alright, that was like that was just silly. Why? That's something that I've just not really seen I've seen Regis play before. I've never seen him do something quite as bizarre as that. That is not a good use of Gaze of Fate. You only get 3 of them. You save this and you stop an actually decent unit from diving onto your backline. Like, you could have used that Gaze of Fate on the Night Terrors. I don't know if he misclicked or not. If you misclick that, then you immediately cast a spell so that you can, try and make up for it. That Tzeentch's Firestorm is really well positioned. Honestly, using Gaze of Fate and then Tzeentch's Firestorm and the Depth Guard would have been the real play there. Just because you don't know if your opponent's going to dodge. Kind of crazy that No missed out on this, but I think it's because he's trying to save this Depth Guard over here that's getting jumped on over here. Forsaken and Centaurs of Tzeentch absolutely ruining this Depth Guard over here. Oh my goodness. Brutality incoming. Wargul's on the high ground getting isolated, but yeah, dude, this is going to be a win for Tzeentch, I think. That's a good army ability, killing one of the deck gunners. Tzeentch has lost some infantry, but I don't think he's really missing out on a whole lot right now. I don't know why the value is so bad. Ooh, the deck gunners. Oh, they turn their attention over and absolutely smash the Forsaken and the Centaurs. These guys were doing so well just a second ago, and now they're dead. Very, very, very brutally handled by the Vampire Coast here. Fury's landing on deck gunners, but there's actually some buffering here with the Zombie Pirate gunnery mob, and now some Sirens collapsing from the flank. Yeah, Sirens are an okay unit. As long as they're not the one taking the focus of the Furies, they can counter them, and they got magic damage and everything. Why not? Fury Swarms are getting rid of the guns. Kairos just needs to stay off the ground here. Another Tzeentch's Wait, yeah, Zinch's Firestorm going down the depth guard, getting rid of them. Deckhand mobs, Noctilus, and the Night Terrors are going to grab the number 3 objective, though. I would give up on the number 3 objective, and I would just, you know, work on trying to get this number 2 now. Yeah, and here's another problem with the Pink Horrors. They have a decent amount of ammo, and, like, theoretically, they do a lot of damage, but if all they do is shoot deckhand mobs, they are not going to get good value. They got 182 kills and all of 300 value right now. That is not enough. I'm so sorry. It's just lacking. Queen Bess has been pretty inaccurate as of late. Really not getting any good hits in. Is the shot gonna... Nah, I think this is gonna... Oh no, it's gonna hit it! Ooh, nice hit on the Exalted Pinks up top here. Beautiful damage. Furies are hovering up in the sky. Looks like they want to try and get Queen Bess. Man, dude, people constantly going for this Queen Bess. I don't think I've ever seen anybody defend it quite as well as Gnome has here. It's honestly incredible. Look at the damage from Queen Bess on those blues. Oh, that's... Oh. Oh, the humanity. Or the demonanity. I don't know, man. Regardless, that is just vicious for Tzeentch. They're desperately trying to claw their way onto this number 2 objective, but Mornghouls and Noctilus are wearing out the Forsaken pretty fast, and they're still capping it. They'll probably get it, but I don't know how long they're going to hold it. Tzeentch's Firestorm gets rid of some deckhand mobs. Zangor's coming out, and with Kairos, able to grind down the Night Terrors. Oh, what a beautiful tier 3 army ability! Is it going to kill Queen Bess's crew, though? No, it's not. Oh, man. Big ow. That sucks, dude. You'd expect it to do a little bit more. They nerfed the tier 3 Tzeentch army ability or something. Just not tell anyone. Could be very CA. Another good shot from Queen Bess. Queen Bess was missing for a while, but gets a few good hits in here at the end. Unsummon, get some money back, and probably get a depth guard out. Try and push the number 3 objective here. Ooh, beautiful blue fire on the Sirens. Love to see that. Skull of Destiny has been used, so Kairos has maxed out on the magic now. I think you really want a Depth Guard. I mean, Depth Guard would crush the Zangor over here. Mornghouls and deckhand mobs are just going to take so long to get to points also because they're so brutally slow, or they just have bad cap weight and they can't function alone. I'm getting real worried. I'm getting real worried about the Vampire Coast here. They have a huge value lead, and it feels like it's doing nothing for them. And another Tzeentch's Firestorm going down. Kind of missing the gunnery mobs, though. Gunnery mobs looking alright. They're going to be okay. They're going to just waddle away. Deckhand mobs are coming out. Wind of Death going down. Alright. Noctilus is in a little bit of danger. The Spawn are actually a pretty good answer to the Hard Knot life, because you can see with him getting tired and the armor sundering, he's only got 49 armor, and these guys, I mean, if it weren't for the fact that this Shade Wraith Gunner was hammering them right now, they would probably be able to drag Noctilus to his undead grave here. They might still be able to do it. Look how much damage they're doing to him now. Oh my god. Ooh, Noctilus! Uh-oh. Dude, I think Coast is going to lose this game. This is a weird game, dude. Well, this happens sometimes with factions that have lots of chaff units, though. Like, you can be down in value and be absolutely stomping them because they don't reinforce well, or their units are just really cheap and there's been so much, like, residual damage from either crumbling or them just running off the field completely that it's not being adequately reflected in the damage value. And there were a couple of Tzeentch army abilities that did okay damage. Maybe it's not being factored in enough. Morgul going down all on its lonesome up there, not shocking at all. It's kind of how it goes for them. They're really bad by themselves. Arcane Surge being used. Tier 1 army ability for Tzeentch coming in. Giving a little bit of extra wand to Kairos.
I knew it.
Yeah, Oracles of Tzeentch can walk away with a weird win there. What a game. Dude, in the mid game there, I really thought that the coast was going to be okay, but they just are not built for the late game. It's really all I can say. Queen Bess was cute, but she didn't really get her value, I guess. She's like 1,500. You really need a restock for Queen Bess if you're going to use her. Then you got to bring a Gunnery Wight. Gunnery Wights are not cheap. They've got a lot of abilities, and I don't know, a little bit lacking in the damage department oftentimes. It can be a bit mediocre overall. They're not like White Kings, where White Kings are like stupidly heavily armored and they just ignore pretty much everything in terms of counters. If they're just stuck together. Gunnery Wights have low armor, don't have very good melee attack or melee defense. It's fine, it's just not that good. And they're pretty reliant on their missile for getting value. They need to shoot like all game to get it too. And because they have like a ranged weapon, it doesn't synergize with the Scab's Graith. Because Scab's Graith is a fairly close-in wind spell effect, and their range is way farther out than the Scab's Graith can be used. So sometimes they just end up lagging behind your main formation and doing nothing, to be honest. I don't really know. I don't really know what you want to do here to try and make Queen Bess work. It's fun as hell, but I don't know how effective this is if your opponent just kind of ignores it, like what Tzeentch was doing that game. Because they did try to dive it once. It didn't really pan out. But it was Furies that had already killed a bunch of handgunners and gunnery mobs. And Tzeentch was reinforcing very well on the ground. And all the defending on Queen Bess just meant that there was no movement on the objectives, and Tzeentch was able to just dominate them the entire game. I just thought that was depth guard. Okay, I got you. Okay. That makes sense. No worries, dude. I mean, you know, in the heat of battle, everybody makes mistakes. Just like, that was something that I've not really seen you do before. It just seemed like a definite misclick. But you did a great job with all of Kairos' other magic. I don't really love the blue fires on Noctilus, because it falls off pretty hard against armor, and he is pretty heavily armored until he gets tired out. And just use your blue fires on all the range tools, because it does huge damage to deck gunners and the like, especially. We got a third freaking Skaven mirror match today. Are you kidding me? Okay. We're going to do our semifinals games, because they're getting into finals right now. We'll come back to some of these other replays if we've got a little bit of time. I've got to see our third Skaven mirror match of the day. This one in semis. Wow, and Eat the Rich is going even more... He's going even smaller with his army. He brought double Play Claw Catapult this time. He's doing what Wally did in the first game, basically. Except he's not filling out with any infantry. He's just going all range.
For Mulder Clan!
This is madness. This is genuinely crazy. And look, Wally is copying him now. He's going for the Packmaster and Throt combo. Dude, he really said not happening again. To, like, his mutant rat ogres getting killed for very little game. Because now he's got Remoldered, he's got the passive heal of running with the pack, and it is more Skatar's Hellion. This thing is disgustingly strong. Like, the only thing that makes the more Skatar's Hellion vulnerable is, the armor. Like, 30 armor is really bad, but everything else about this monster package is incredible. Great melee attack, magic attacks, increased cooldowns on those magic attacks. Good melee defense for a monster. Incredible charge bonus. Decent mass at 3,000 as well. I'm excited. Playclaw Catapult's missing the first few shots. That's fine, though. There's plenty of time for Eat the Rich to get in here and really start messing people up. Skaven Slaves getting hammered. Doom Flayers, the Dwarf Thing Menace, no less, going all out to get the Night Runners here. Does get on top of them, but yeah, Packmaster and Throt are going to be all over these things. They're going to really farm a lot of value off the Dwarf Thing Menace. You know, Doom Flayers used to be really overpowered because they used to just be good against everything because their collision damage and their weapon strength was really out of whack. But they got a reduction to their overall weapon strength, and most of it got transferred into a bonus versus infantry, and they've been a lot less powerful since. They get really heavily countered by single entities. Throt, Packmaster, and Morskatar's Hellion bullying in the back line. Look at these rat ogres get immediately run off the field. Skaven Slave Slings are in, trying to do their thing. Playclaw Catapult's getting shut down. Oh, the rat ogre summon from Wally's Throt gets run down by Ashen Triads, of all things. Ashen Triads probably want to see if they can get on top of the Morskatar's Hellion and help finish that thing off. Rat Ogres rally. Throt's getting a little beat up. He should definitely use a Remoldered on himself. You don't want to let him get too low and potentially rout and then run off the field by like a Wolf Rat or something. And while your Throt's been taking a whole bunch of damage, the Eat the Rich, his Throt is looking real healthy and is rallying back at the Packmaster, lagging behind him a decent amount, but on his way in to potentially put some pressure onto his opponent's Lord. These guys are really trapped up now. It's a big blob of units back here. Eat the Rich is doing a good job of defending the catapults, despite some of the chaos of this fight in the backfield here. He's not really letting too much get on his crews. Now he's got some clan rats moving in, but here's the thing about Plagueclaw catapults that's kind of interesting. These Plagueclaw models are gigantic, and they're kind of unwieldy for units to charge through the front of. I see this happen a lot. It's better to charge the rear of these crews than the front, because a lot of times people get stuck on the front of them and they can't do anything. And that seems to be what's kind of happening here. One Plagueclaw catapult's going to go down, the other one gets saved by the Wolf Rats. Dwarf Thing Menace gets on, the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters. This is a crazy game so far. I think, though, what's going to happen is that Wally overextended his Lord, and you can see his Throt is getting chased off the field now. Packmaster screaming in after him, too. And he should be able to keep pace with him, because he keeps getting stray hits and poisoning Throt, which is allowing him to catch up. Yeah, Throt about to be escorted off the field. Not the end of the world for Wally, because that leadership penalty will wear off. The problem, though, is the next few minutes, where his leadership is going to be so in the toilet. These Plagueclaw catapults, if they shoot anything, are basically going to insta-rout anything on the field. And they already did that. They got the Skaven Slaves running. You can see the Doomflayers screaming in from the flank, trying to help out and stop. Pitfires of Hell's Deep from Wally are doing some fighting here. Morskatar's Hellion breaks because of the bad leadership now. Yeah, the Rat Ogre Swarms are getting to be a problem once again. I've done a really good job of beating down these monsters. Packmaster for Wally is, you know, rallied and finally back in the fight. He does route the Plague Claw Catapult here. Attacking the Plague Priest now. Throt is in the forest, and Packmaster for Eat the Rich is moving in. Going fisticuffs with the Pit Fighters, that's fine. He's healthy enough that he should be okay. If the Packmaster for Wally and the Morskadars Hellion all link up there, that could be a good position of strength. Ashen Triads are in under these guys. Doing some good damage. There's no Remoldards to guarantee that any of these units are kept healthy enough to stay on the field for the remainder of this game, though. And that leadership is so flimsy, man. Are they going to be able to hold long enough for the penalty to wear off is the big question. God, Packmaster for Wally is so close to routing, and he does rout. Brutal loss. That's going to remove all the healing from these units, and even the Pit Fighters that held its deep run. Oh no.
Using dirty magic.
Resurgent Tide of Skaven on Eat the Rich's side of things, just screaming in, and starting to overwhelm, even on the number 3 objective, which was earlier going quite well for Wally. Kind of falling apart over there with a bunch of Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats swarming. Rat Ogres here, moving into the Night Runner slings. Skaven Slave Slings are not going to be up for much of anything. Ashen Triads do get into this fight, and they will be able to equip themselves nicely at the very least. I just think it's curtains, though, and there's so much terror on the field for Eat the Rich now. And Wally is just barely hanging on. He's just not really able to find any way to keep his forces in any fights. Look at the Ashen Triads getting terror out of him now, too. Oh no, it's disgusting. Please. Oh, please let it end. I'd be pretty stainless if I were Wally. His dive back here was going okay at first, but he just stuck around back here too long. His guys got surrounded by, like, the repeated swarms of Rat Ogres that Rich was throwing out, and they just got overwhelmed eventually, man. Not much you can do about it. Dwarf Thing Menace went absolutely crazy, though, this game. 1,700 value is absolutely incredible. If only. I think if you just pull, if Wally had just pulled back and played a little more conservatively, I think you'd be in a perfectly fine winning position. I think the fact that he stayed in and his lord got killed is really the long and the short of this game. There's really not much else to say as being the decisive moment. Because without Throt, it's just been a shambles for the last few minutes, and in that time, his entire army has been just completely wiped out, tabled, and run off the field. And now he's got a bunch of garbage running in, trying to, like, swing this back. But he just doesn't have any answers for a basically full health Throt and Packmaster. Like, they're going to continue running around, terror-ratting everything. Even though the leadership has stabilized somewhat for Wally, he's lacking magic, he's lacking, you know, leadership buffing effects from his lord and his hero, and he's not providing his Rat Ogres any healing now. And honestly, Rich, he got the triple cap now long enough that he doesn't even need the triple cap anymore. He can just fall back to his he can just fall back on the number 3 objective and his home objective and just grind this game down. Slowly but surely if you really wanted to, which I think would be smart. You don't really need to hang on to the number 2 here. You've delayed a little bit with your Rat Ogres and the Ashen Triads, both of which got incredible value, by the way. This Ashen Triad almost tripled its value. Or, sorry, doubled its value. The Rat Ogre did triple its value. 2,200 is nuts. It's awesome to see. Really well microed unit, clearly. Rat Ogre's over here, just beating up on some stuff. More Rat Ogres coming in. Wally, you know, saved his catapults, trying to hit clan rats and missing horribly.
Awful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Oh man, I mean, I guess you can kind of bunker up as Wally right now and just see if your catapult can get lucky hits and break leadership on a lot of these units. Wow, he really used a remoldered on this beat up Rat Ogre. That's crazy. Honestly, at this point in the game, I would do it too, just to see how much more I can get off this unit. Because they have been absolute heroes. They are the ones who helped beat Throt down in the backfield, and they've been steamrolling multiple other positions repeatedly. Wolf Rats are going to shut down the Natty Boobos. Not for long, though. They're probably going to terror out in just a second here. Yep. That leadership, dude. This is why Wolf Rats really are quite vulnerable. Their leadership at 38 is... or 34 leadership. Whopping 34 leadership, ladies and gentlemen. Does make it so that, look, they just rout when they're above even half health. If they don't have support and they get attacked in the rear, or there's just, like, any leadership debuffing effects, they are the least brave unit in the entire game. And yeah, I mean, Wally is kind of cooked. Like, his Rat Ogres are all routing with a lot of HP. And there's just so much support that Eat the Rich has available. And he just keeps getting into superior combats because of the extra numbers he's got. And he keeps insta-routing entire portions of the army here. Rat Ogres over here get a really nice charge on these clan rats with the shields, but they did lose the point again. It's gonna be a dominant one. Dude, Eat the Rich is just like an absolute goat in this mirror match. Undefeated, all three of his mirror match games, he won. And quite decisively, all three of them as well. The first one was probably the closest, and even that one wasn't that close. Alright. What else do we got going on? What is this? Is this the semifinal game? I thought it was. What's going on here? I think one of our semifinals matches might have been a, I think he posted the wrong replay. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oof. Alright. That's so bizarre, though. They've got different codes and everything, though. What the hell is that? Okay. R.I.P. I don't think we can watch our, I don't think we can watch that one. See if we... What happens if we replace the file? Can we fix now? No, it's still the wrong one. Alright, well, we can't watch one of the semifinals games. Which is a bit of a shame, but it does look like Hypervenom made it into the finals, so we can just watch our finals game and move on from there. playing this tournament? Maybe just like a round or two. Alright, I'm gonna check in for this tournament. I'll play like maybe 1-2 games. Even if I win, I'm probably not sticking around though, because I'm getting tired. I can't stream all day. I still got stuff I need to do to unpack here. But we've gotten some really good matches out of this new player tournament today. Ooh. We're playing on Scalandiers. A little distracted paying attention to it. Ether Rich has not run into Hypervenom today. Hypervenom did win 2 games against Skaven, though. So can he make it a third? We had one guy with 3 mirror match wins. We've got one guy right now with 2 wins against Skaven. Can he make it a third? Is the magic of 3 gonna happen here? Marauders are moving up. Night Runners and Gutter Runners are doing really good damage. It's just a full Night Runner and Gutter Runner build. He does have play call catapults. This is one thing that's been lacking in the other 2 games. For the Skaven side of things is play call catapults. Play call catapults really hurt the Marauders. Because Marauder leadership is solid, but if they're getting debuffed by 20, like they very often are, by good play clock catapult fire, they're flimsy as hell. They really fall apart. And there's not really an easy or effective way to advance up on the Skaven here, really. Honestly, the best thing you could do right now, especially on this map, hide some forces behind this hill and just cap this point up. It's a big, big map. Your opponent is going to have to move up a little bit. You can always play out of the trees because this is a very safe side of the field for Khorne against Skaven. And you just build up and you get ready to overwhelm the Skaven. Yeah, this dive really not going well. These Hounds of the Bloodhunt getting hard focused by all the Gutter Runners and Night Runners. This is very well done. Gutter Runners and Night Runners are pretty vulnerable to Fleshhound dives, but you really need a lot of Fleshhounds. You need to be able to overwhelm them with numbers. You can't trickle them in one at a time and just expect things to go well for you. Honestly, the best thing you can do is just use Skull Taker and Blood Reaper to really just, like, run around and bully anything that is trying to get up on objectives and just stay healthy. You got Bloody Shackle on this guy, which can really keep him in fights. Skull Taker is just always hard to kill in general. And just try and preserve as much of your infantry for when the Gutter Runners and Night Runners run out of ammo. Once these units run out of ammo, your opponent either has to unsummon them and, you know, hope that they can get out some units on the field that are higher impact. And can kind of, dunk on you. Oh, baby, that Warp Grinders, what the hell? Alright, Warp Grinders get in, and they actually lock down the Blood Reaper after the Blood Reaper gets destroyed by the double Jezzail. Oh, buddy, oh my god. Huge value on the Jezzails already. Skull Taker also got thumped pretty hard. He's pulling back. He's not looking good. Venom is getting stun-locked right now on the Val. He is getting dunked on. Again and again, we see Ether Rich with just stupidly clean Skaven play. He just doesn't flinch, man. Like, he knows what he wants to do. I think he was probably prepared for the Marauder pushes, because he just brought the right units to counter that. The Gutter Runners and Night Runners and everything are really good against these lightly armored, fairly poorly shielded units. He pulls back, he doesn't get up on the points too early, and he denies any opportunity for Khorne to just safely and easily engage him. he picks apart the infantry, and now he's got the edge in the mobility game because he's got enough bodies with the gutter runners and night runners to just allow his rat ogres to thump and hammer against the flesh hounds that are coming in. And you can see flesh hounds, man, when they get surrounded, they just fall apart. They're a really great unit when they get to run stuff down, but man, oh man, do they falter in prolonged melee engagements where they are outnumbered in any way whatsoever. They just do not hold at all. Roots of the Hound are getting destroyed. Giselles with 2,000 and 1,900. Play Clock Catapult only has 300 value. Just ignoring the catapult is something that you kind of have to do sometimes. Skull Taker is pushed a million miles away, has a whopping 200 values, doing absolutely nothing. And Eat the Rich is just locked in. He is locked in, and he is having absolutely no mercy on the Blood God today. Oh, God. Marauders, really the last thing on the field for Khorne here. They've got, like, a Khorne Gore that's moving in. The Khorne Gores are going to get destroyed by the last couple of volleys from this Giselle, though, and then Wolf Rats swarming up, too. With Rat Ogre and Doomflayer support, no thank you, man. Doesn't matter that Khorne Gores are really good trading into most of these units. It's the fact that they're getting dunked on in a triple team that just means they're completely screwed here. They get their Fury of the Skull Throne procced. Honestly, if you really wanted to, you just pull back here, let that wear off, charge in again, and they'll immediately rout and run away. Skull Taker is going for the Dwarf Thing Menace. It's kind of odd, to be quite frank, that Hypervenom was playing with Valkia in all of the other Skaven games that we saw. And he's really kind of just swapping it up, maybe a little unnecessarily, by running Skull Taker, in my opinion. I think he's worried about the Howling Warp Gales. And Skull Taker's not bad against the Skaven. Skaven do have a lot of tools that can kind of punch him in the face pretty hard and control his momentum. And just running a Gracier of Ruin with Dreaded 13th, Warp Lightning, and Howling Warp Gale is probably the best spell combo. I would have put him on the Bell personally, but Eat the Rich just running him on foot, not even worrying about the Screaming Bell leadership buffs. And honestly, not really even needing it. He's got all the tools to punish this army. He's been making the most of it, and this Play Clock Catapult finally getting some good damage on a high-quality unit. And I think they're going to be dead. I don't think this Chaos Warrior is even going to touch the point. Oh, God. Lucky that those other 3 shots kind of missed them. They are going to touch the objective, but how far that goes for them, I have no idea. Skull Taker goes for a little grace here. I mean, I guess if you sniped him, maybe you can get back in this one. I just don't see it being really feasible. Especially with the Skaven pushing out to cap the number 3 and doing a pretty good job of it. Yeah, it's double Night Runner and the Warp Grinder. Skull Taker is valiantly fighting here, but is not long for this world. He does have the Cloak of Skulls active, which is nice, but he's been beat up so badly from the Warp Lock Giselle fire from earlier that even with the missile resistance and the extra armor, I don't see him lasting too much longer here. Pops the Slayer's Sword. He's going to give it a good go here for the end. Khorne Gore's moving in to support him. At the very least, the Khorne Gores are not going to be breaking super early from the contamination effect because they do have the support of a very powerful character. He's getting in there to help them out. And we got our first game. So Battle for Road to Talabheim and the Bloodgrove are options. I'm going to let this one run out. But really, Eat the Rich just posted up with his missile units, and he just didn't let Khorne get anywhere near him. He just completely crushed them. It was a beautifully played game. Skull Taker's dead. The entire Khorne army is about to be running off the field in a moment. Warp light. I've got the browser like minimized, like in the pop out tray in front of me. I can just see the warp lightning effect going down behind me as I'm trying to figure out which map I want to ban. I think I'm gonna ban. It's Road to Talabheim or Bloodgrove. I think I'm gonna ban Road to Talabheim actually. We're gonna play some Khorne. Okay, okay, so this game's over. GG, dude. Eat the rich, dominating. My goodness. Cool. You know, it's not often that Khorne gets tabled, but it can happen, man. You can really falter out pretty quickly if you fumble your early engagements on these guys. You know, one thing that you can do against Skaven is bring skull cannons, because just one skull cannon can kind of counterfire Jezzails pretty nicely. It does pierce through the Jezzails because they're infantry size, so you can get some pretty good damage on them that way. And because they're not very... because Jezzails aren't made of very stern stuff, you can kind of blast them out of existence that way. I think the Blood Reaper and Skull Taker's overkill. I think you just get Valkia and try and get the Knights of the Brazen Throne into your build, because I think that's honestly the best unit against the Skaven. Is just the absolutely insane terror-causing heavy cavalry that can one-shot entire infantry units. It's really strong. It's very funny when it happens, too. Let me tell ya. Okay. So we got bigger fish. Let's see if we can fry this fish, or if we're going to get fried ourselves. Like I said, I'm going to play like a couple rounds. We'll see how we do. Not super well practiced. So I really don't know how this is going to go. One second. You might be wondering why I'm bringing Karanak against Greenskins. I'm doing this because they have some of the most seriously annoying magic in the game against Khorne. Gaze of Mork absolutely dunks on everything in your army because it does insane piercing damage through all units. It's really fucking gross. It makes me a little bit feral when I see it happen. I'd like to be able to shut down the casters. I really am not interested in getting killed by those units today. I'm gonna do everything I can to try and keep myself from getting bullied by the Greenskins here. It's a pretty tough matchup for Khorne, though. I do think there's like a half-decent chance, though, I can get some good engagements. Kind of make this happen. Do I really want to go this many cores? It's a lot of those guys. We'll see how it works. It might be okay. these guys pretty limited in terms of reinforcements. Maybe I don't need the Minos. A couple Blood Beasts might actually be enough. I got another Exalted Bloodletter. And what else can we use? Another Blood Beast, maybe a Warhound. We're on road to Talabheim. This is a really good Skull Cannon map, which is why I'm going for this. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to cry about it. We'll try and make Karnak work out too. Okay. Good luck, have fun. Can't remember if I fought fish before or not.
Slaupnir thirst.
I think I have. I actually don't really want to vanguard many of my corn gores. It's not really a vanguard map for one. Two, it's better to have some nearby to kind of protect the skull cannons. Because skull cannons are actually fairly vulnerable to getting, like, dove on. Like, they can be killed by decent anti-large pretty easily if you're not careful. The goal here is to just blast down Rugloods with our skull cannons. If my opponent brought the gumballs, Karnak's not bad against them. We're going to try and use the Blood Beast and Karnak to control that. We're going to use Exalted Bloodletters to just kind of sweep any infantry. Exalted Bloodletters are pretty insane. I've been using them a little bit more lately, and I've been finding some success, so we're just going to see how it goes. This is definitely going to be interesting. At the bare minimum, I'm going to try and make a scrap out of this one. It's a pretty small greenskin army. So I'm curious what exactly they've got in the on their hands here. Okay. Our opponent's ready. Yeah, he's got double gumball. I'm honestly not that surprised. That's just like... it's part and parcel of the whole deal. There's Gazemork. Very, very unsurprising. And then Gorbad. We'll see how it goes. One thing that I can do is use the skull cannons to hit the acid burp and the like, and try and get these things to rampage. Because these gumballs do rampage, and if they rampage at the wrong time, we could just win the game. Let's see what we can do damage-wise. That's chunky. That's yummy. That's really good. Alright, he's gonna cap the points. He's got his massive Wolf Rider core here. Just get out of here. Let's just post up here. See what he does to try and get in on me. I'm gonna get Karnak out on the Vanguard.
Incidental.
Whatever. It's literally Marauders. I can't do anything about that. Like, he's gonna bully these infantry pretty hard, and there's not much I can do about it. What I really need to do is just move up on this point and try and lock it down. And just whittle these dudes down to oblivion. He's got Fanatics, Night Goblins. Let's try and spread out a little bit and stop them from just farming me.
It is done.
Okay, not gonna happen, so we just run away.
The foe's victory point.
Not gonna overextend here. Let's see what we can do damage-wise to this big boy. We actually got it rampaging now. That's huge. I think this is our chance to move in. We're gonna get Blood Beast up.
Swiftly.
Alright. Let's bully the Orc Shaman a little bit.
Valkia the Bloody.
He's got a million Orc Biggins coming in. He's doing a lot of damage to these infantry, and there's just nothing I can do about that. We actually got his caster. That's actually gigantic. Oh my god.
Murderous. Give me glory.
Can we do it? Not really. Just kill his caster, and I think we've done enough here, to be frank. It's a pretty good spot to be in. Alright, just pull back. Let's get set up here. He's got a bunch of Orc Biggins, which are not good against Exalteds. I think we might even, I think we might just completely retreat here. Come on, get one more hit on this guy. Yes, he's shattered. We're just gonna walk away now. We don't want to kill him. We don't want him back in the reinforcement pool. I want to make this as miserable for my opponent as possible. I want to make him actually cry, just a little bit. You know, I'm not in a sporting mood against the Greenskins, to be quite honest. They're genuinely one of the most frustratingly annoying factions in the game. So yeah, here come some archers. He's got fanatics. Can we run away from fanatics? How fast are the fanatics? Yeah, they kind of petered out before doing much of anything. Just have this guy grind a little bit. Skull cannons are just whiffing every shot at point-blank range all of a sudden, which is just typical of them. Absolutely hilarious business. A couple of good hits there. Yes! We're fine with where we are. We're just delaying. We're going to build up. We're going to steamroll my opponent once I've got my elite infantry on the field. Because he is bringing in a bunch of broken Tusk mob, and that's all well and good, but I'm really not that stressed about them.
Slaughter personified.
Let's actually pull that back here. Can we get this off first? Please let me get this off. Oh god, please don't die. God damn it. No! That's frustrating. Let's get these guys in over here and over here. We're getting some good damage with the Skull Cannon, actually. Let's just lock them down for a minute. Another elite infantry unit up and out. See if this guy can rally, actually. If he can, that would be gigantic. I'm actually going to use our Sleipnir here. Okay, Karnak, get in here. Valkia, just keep fighting the gumballs of doom. Just please survive. That's all I ask of Valkia. If Valkia lives, we win this game. My opponent is so screwed right now, I think. He really doesn't have much, and he's about to get sandwiched, and we've got more high-quality stuff on the way in. His gumballs are breaking. Salted Bloodletters are doing good damage. We've got Gorbad in the Murder Pit as well now. And Valkia's alive, which is really all I needed. the nice thing about Exalted Bloodletters, they just don't break easily. They are very good at holding ground. What is this? What the hell is going on here? What is he using? What is this? I have no idea what that is. He's got a bunch of units bouncing to the outside, but I honestly am not that stressed about it. He can cap that point if he wants. I just want to be able to bully the Ruglets now, because I think they're pretty bullyable in the current state they're in. Let's get rid of these blood beasts. Let's get rid of these 2 marauders.
Retreat, lest we die.
Let's move up over here. Let's get a Furia out. Go after these guys. And let's lure him into all of my stuff, because he's falling for it so hard right now. He's got Mogrubs on the way in. It's fine. Let's hit a Sloughter here. He's getting good damage on the Skull Cannons right now, but I'm not that fussed about it. It's really not that big of a deal. We're melting his units right here now. He's just absolutely annihilated these guys. We need to get stuff up onto the points now. Marauder.
Certain death!
Axmother's marauders!
Slaupir thirsts!
Just 2-tap this guy in the back of the head. Come on, hit him! Oh, they got him. It actually did hit him. It's pretty funny. Let's get these guys right here. Let's get these Furies up and out. He's just ground down like his entire army here. We still got a very healthy Exalted Bloodletter, which is pretty awesome. We're just gonna keep bringing up infantry.
Valkia the Bloody!
Gorbad's running. Just get everything out here now. Oh, and these Night-Glowing Squig Hoppers are in on me. Pull these guys back. Mogrubs have pretty decent value. He's actually got his Orc Shaman stuck up on here, and it is a Khorne Gore over there. Can we kill this guy again? That'd be pretty hilarious. Just keep YOLOing in. I think it'll be fine. I mean, Exalted Bloodletters can do that. They're good enough at survivability to be able to get away with it, I think. Because you just really don't want to engage them in melee at all.
You have the foe's victory point.
Just get off this. Keep charging around. Let's just charge here. Got this point. Got more stuff getting up on this point. Just go to the middle. Reinforce more blood beasts! Oh, dude, this is a gigantic win. This is the first time I've beaten Greenskins in God knows how long on Khorne. And the double Skull Cannon was a big part of it. I mean, we got a huge rampage onto a very critical unit in my opponent's army, and it absolutely ruined his forces. Like, it really put him on the back foot in such a nasty way. Valkia is actually just going to be chasing those guys off for the rest of the game. I literally don't care about anything else. I just slowly want my opponent's entire army to be trotting off the field.
Seeking torment! A brutal fact!
He's completely out of ammo here. Just gonna use the, oh, he overcast and didn't do anything? What the hell's going on there? Okay, pretty funny. Karnak used all of his abilities. It's not like he can really do a whole lot more. He got 1600 value, which is freaking awesome. And Valkia is just chasing off because it's honestly the safest thing she can do. And we're gonna get, we're just gonna spam corridors the rest of the game. Because I really need some stuff to kind of protect myself here. Just use these Blood Beasts to kind of fight off these guys, and we'll treat the healthy Blood Beast, I guess these last few remaining Bloodletters, to the safety of the trees. Yeah, Rugled's got some okay value, but we really did pummel them pretty hard, so they've not been very effective for, you know, a majority of this game. That's cute. See if we can punish them for blobbing over there. It's good to leave the skull cannons off fire at will at times, because you really want to try and blob people up to try and get good shots off with it. I mean, they can be a little inaccurate at times, and that's just the way of things with them. Damn. You can see proof of claim right there. More corn gourd time. Alright. That corn gourd's gonna chill here. I'm just gonna move these guys over. These marauders are just gonna die, but whatever. I mean, they're locking this objective down, and it's gonna take my opponent a little bit of time to actually get this point. And I don't need to engage this stuff. Not really. Like, throw units up on here all he wants. I'll very happily sit and chill. The issue is these colossal squigs are just so hard to kill. They are invincible a lot of the time, seemingly. Like, he's gonna grind back some value. I'm just fine with that, because I won the big engagements that really mattered, and I've still got a good core of units right here that I can, like, fight on this middle point with.
To safety!
Exalted Bloodletters over here. Finally got Hellblade active. I don't think any of my Exalted Bloodletters really did all that well, but they were solid enough. We're just gonna use this here just for memes. Like, why not?
Glory is yours.
Yeah, his Wolf Rider archers didn't do anything, and you know, the gumballs, they were okay, but they didn't work. They didn't make it happen. His boar boys, some of them were okay. Ultimately, he just ran out of room, ultimately. You just gotta make people run out of room sometimes as Khorne. Just really aggressively play objectives. And just sometimes you don't move. You literally don't move, and keep your opponent from pulling you off of objectives the way they want and into their back line. Yeah, the Skull Cannons are good, man. They really are. They're a solid unit. The big thing about them is that they're very easily killed if they're undefended. So you need to play around your halberds pretty hard. Because if my opponent had just pulled them forward, and then the Colossal Squigs got to attack the skull cannons, the skull cannons would just die immediately because my opponent would just use Fist of Gork. He would give the Acid Burpa or the other Colossal Squig magic damage, and then they would just chew right through the Fizz Res and the armor on these things. And they'd be gone in a heartbeat, and then I wouldn't have ways to force engagements, except for just, like, jumping right into my opponent's units. That's not really something that I was particularly interested in doing, and wouldn't work very well either. So really, the best bet here, you either snipe Gorbab, well, actually, I guess it's more of a two-tiered thing, okay? Like, the biggest one, you gotta kill the Acid Burpa, because it's absolutely disgusting. I mean, one, it is a giant, filthy mushroom that farts and makes gigantic clouds of death acid all over your dudes. It also has really good collision attacks, and it can kill Valkia. So you gotta get rid of the Acid Burpa first. You need to rampage it as best you can. Skull Cannons can help you with that. You can also bring Throwing Axes. But my opponent was clearly ready for the Throwing Axes. He's got all these Wolf Riders, and Throwing Axes lose at range to these guys, so it's really bad. Not worth the effort of bringing them, which is why I completely ignored them, and I brought all these Corn Gores instead. It just takes too much for your opponent to shoot through all these guys with his archers. If he brings Rugleds in early, you can use the Skull Cannons to kind of poke these guys pretty aggressively. You bring in your Blood Beasts because they're your mass and they're good at hammering against the Orc Boarboy Biggins. Most importantly, the Savage Orc Boarboys just kind of got to whittle down by hook and by crook. Best thing to use against them is Furies. Furies are pretty good against these guys, especially if they rear charge them. Pull them into Corn Gores as well. Just, you know, make it so that Blood Beasts and Corn Gores are fighting against them. Because the Savage Orc Boarboys are really strong for their price point. Like, obnoxiously strong, I would go so far as to say. Their uptrade potential is pretty silly. They got a ton of Fizz Res. They can get buffs just endlessly, like a million buffs. Tends to be pretty effective. You know, Fist of Gork, here we go. Gorbad's buffs, Grom buffs. Grom is really good against Khorne too, because he can run over all the infantry. Kind of steamroll them, and he can duel Valkia pretty effectively. The one thing about Grom that's pretty lackluster about him against Khorne is that he can get stuck very easily in halberds or in minotaurs or something like that. Killed pretty hard. Skull Cannons can also poke him pretty effectively with the fire and magic damage. I don't know, man. It's hard to balance the matchup there because you're just in danger at all times, pretty much. All you need is one bad engagement as Khorne to lose a game. I guess I gotta buy around, I guess. Oh, I'm waiting on one other game to finish, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Okay. We'll see who we're playing next. We got a little bit of downtime. I don't know how long it's going to be. Love to get a game sooner than later, because it's going to be my last one. Even if I win, and I'm feeling good and confident. I just gotta take a break. I've been casting so many games, I'm getting a little batty. You know what? I could show off one of these replays. Some of these games were not, like, super long. This is a pretty fun game against TL, who people might recognize. He's been in quite a few of the new player tournaments. We had a pretty good match here. This is a good representation of why the Blood Reaper is so strong. Like, some of the things that he can really do to, not just pressure opponents, but also force them to waste time killing
The
him.
dark embrace of death is not the end. Prove your martial prowess to Khorne.
Hell yeah. Valky is doing her thing. She's flying around, being big, cool, badass, and confident as hell. Bloodletters in the trees, 2 Chaos Warriors, excuse me, and 3 Marauders. Oh my god. I've also got 2 Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. I do like to bring them out nice and early against the lizards, just in case the, you know, the Shredder of Luster is on the field. They're your best unit against them. Minotaurs kind of get dumpstered by the Shredder, so not all that good. The Marauder Horsemen are not that good against this big wall of Skink Skirmishers, though. So I can't really sit on this point and try and cap it. I really want to. I just need to push forward and hope that I can force my opponent off the point. He's got double Troglodon. He's got the Skink Oracle, or got Earthblood and Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom is okay against Khorne, because if you hit... It's got no cap on the number of units it can hit. If you hit like 4 or 5 units, even with the Fizz Res, or with the Magic Resistance, sorry, you know, it can be really, really annoying and frustrating to get hit by. And then Earthblood, obviously, for heals. Khorne hates factions that heal. Troglodon's opening up on my infantry and doing some really good damage. You know, it's painful, but the last thing I can afford to do is just immediately YOLO in and panic. Because what I'm doing is I'm going for my flank overload over here. I don't want to engage on this side, actually. I want to, like, minimize damage over here. Just content myself with the fact that they're not, you know, they're not units that are being completely dunked on yet. And I've got my horsemen trying to get on top of the Skink Skirmishers, but they're evading pretty nicely, and my opponent gets a really nice Flock of Doom on my horsemen. I'm going to pull them back so they don't just take an insane amount of damage for no reason, because they're having a hard time collapsing on the Skinks, and it's not really worth it at that point. Blood Reaper's going in. He gets a little damage on the Skink cohort here. Takes a big Troglodon shot and loses about 500 HP, which is really nasty. Troglodon tries to get a follow-up shot, but ends up hitting the Bloodletters and not doing much of anything. Chaos Warriors, I'm moving into position to try and harry my opponent. We drop a big Sloughnir here and get huge damage on the Skink Skirmishers. I dropped it here because I thought these cohorts were going to move up a little bit more, and I would hit, thought I was going to hit all of them. But my opponent stopped a little shy, and I ended up not being able to hit them all. But we got good damage on the Skirmishers, so we're pushing them back. We got a big advantage on this side in terms of numbers now. We're just distracting as best we can with everything else. These Chaos Warriors are dying to the Red-Crested Skinks. It's a little unfortunate. They were already really beat up by the Troglodon. One Minotaur is in, but they're getting bullied pretty bad. You can see they're taking a lot of damage from the Troglodon shooting. We're collapsing onto this other Red-Crested Skink pretty nicely, and the Minotaurs and the Blood Reaper are looking for opportunities to collapse now. Bloodletters are in some good fights, just attacking the Skink cohorts, and actually break them pretty quickly. Bloodletters are pretty good against Skink-based armies. Not necessarily because they're, like, super uber cost-effective against Skinks, but because the fear effect that they have breaks Skink leadership pretty quickly. And you don't see people bring Croxagors too often. It's pretty rare to see those guys. Blood Reaper gets attacked by Crocky Balboa, and we're going to just retreat. Just trying to stay away from this guy. I pop the Bloody Shackle, and I'm going to use him and the Flesh Hounds to hound the Coldwood Spear Riders, who are getting absolutely destroyed here. Having a horrible go of it. They just get pulled into one bad spot and immediately routed. Opponent's got a value lead on me. I've lost most of my infantry in the middle. All the Marauders are gone. We've got one Chaos Warrior barely holding the line here, doing what they can to try and maintain some kind of presence in the middle. Caps are not that big of a deal right now. I'm pretty happy with where I am, and we've got a big engagement going on over here. We got a lot of units getting hit by the Horn of Khorne. We got the Bloodletters with some wicked melee attack right now, up to 65. Got that Horn and the buffs from the Blood Reaper, which is the other big thing that he does. He just loves running around giving Totem of Endless Bloodletting to everything, and honestly, the unit that benefits the most from it is Fleshhounds. They've got good weapon strength and charge bonus, but one thing they don't really do is grind effectively in prolonged combat because their stats fairly low on both ends here. You can see, though, with the Totem, they get up to 38 even with being tired. And then you can also stack on top of that the Horn and get them up to into the 50s or even 60s in terms of the stats. Valkia's doing like a mad lad over here. She gets another beautiful Sloughtmere and Skink Skirmishers. You just want to break them down every time. You don't have to overcommit onto them all the time to kill them. And we got the Minotaurs going in on the Feral Troglodyte. And the nice thing that we've got going here is that this guy is rampaging. And I don't think that my opponent had his Cold-Blooded active, because I think he popped it on something that was wavering earlier. He's kind of missing out on the opportunity to effectively crush me there. So, 1 Mino on death's bed. They got 1,000 value, though. They did pretty good. My Rallying Horsemen coming in and get a huge Throwing Axe volley off of Troglodon. Minotaurs are looking for some more opportunities to engage and get active in combat, and Valkia is dueling everybody. She's just going hard in the paint for Krokgar right now. And it's going really well with the assistance of Chaos Warriors of Khorne. So Krokgar is an anti-large target, but Valkia is an infantry-sized target. She gets the benefit of her anti-large against Krokgar, this big old Velociraptor. Look how much these Bloodletters are holding back, too. This is another benefit of them. You can see that their value trading is not stupendous, but it is fairly reliable, and we've dragged down the Cohort of Sotek, some beat-up Coldwind Spear Riders, a whole other red-crested skink over here struggling to finish. And the Blood Reaper, heal-capped already, but he's taking a lot of damage. That's a lot of the value that my opponent has, actually, is trying to kill the Blood Reaper and farming value off of him, but not really being able to eliminate him completely. Ripperdactyls come in. Ripperdactyls absolutely dumpster Valkia, so I am going to pull a little bit of a maneuver. She gets caught for a moment, but that's because she's trying to land. She has like a really funky landing animation sometimes. We land into the middle of the Horngors. Now the Ripperdactyls in the wrong neighborhood. I pop my Demon Shield just in case. A little unnecessary, but just something I really felt like I needed to do in the moment. And Blood Reaper eats a huge Hand of the Gods, which again is fine by me. Skink Oracle with 2,400 value has been an absolute menace. It's been really hammering me pretty badly. There's really not much I can do about it, though. I mean, he's kind of hard to stop because just fairly durable monster, pretty quick, good stats, lots of poison on him, like on the missile and on the melee. Not a whole lot that I can do to keep him from killing Blood Reaper over there. Blood Reaper dies, but the Ripperdactyls get pulled to the ground again. Just keep pulling them to the ground. Every time they go after Valkia, just land on your anti-large and you'll be fine. The Minotaurs absolutely rip apart most of those poor little guys. And they are going to be pushed back, and we're just using our remaining infantry to kind of push and pull for the remainder of this game. We got some rallying Chaos Warriors that are just fighting over here. Fury is just trying to help them against Feral Coldwinds. Got another Khorngor coming up. It's my last one out of reserve. Now I got Fleshhounds coming in, and this Minotaur, 1,600 value on him, doing pretty nicely, and farming the last few little skinks. Just want to get all the kills I can, because army abilities, of course. If I can get up to Relentless Rage, that's a really good one to proc on beat-up Minotaurs, because people want to come in and finish these guys. You can pop Relentless Rage as your opponent charges into them, and you get some huge damage out of these guys on the charge with Relentless Rage active, because they could really clown on folks. And Valkia over here, she's just running the Oracle off. She got another engagement on him, and he got a little too low. He's not feeling like he wants to hang around on this battlefield. He's not feeling particularly brave right now. Okay, I gotta buy. Oh, that's sad. Why'd I get a buy? I just want a game. Feel a little neglected out here now. It's okay. Yeah, really good game by TL. He did a pretty good job of bullying me with the Skink Oracle. And Krokgar was doing okay. He did fumble his Feral Troglodon in the mid-game. But, you know, it was a pretty hectic situation for him. One of his flanks was getting rolled up pretty bad, and he just lost his Spear Riders. Both of them were just completely dead and gone. He didn't really have a lot to threaten the Minotaurs with. He had infantry support, and he really needed to try to keep those guys alive, and he was counter-firing with the Skink Oracle against the Minotaur that was on his Troglodon. It just wasn't enough damage to push them off. And it got it killed, and then, obviously, it got finished by the Horsemen. And he can't heal up dead, so... then he was just operating with the single Troglodon, and it wasn't enough DPS to get rid of the Minotaurs, the infantry, the Blood Reaper, you know, it can only focus on one thing at a time, and he just kind of ran out of steam from there because, you know, Korngor's coming in, Minotaur's helping to finish off the Ripperdactyls, just like Valkia, as always, being a proper good lord. She really is one of the better options in the game, and I think, honestly, she might be a little stronger than Skulltaker, because... not because she's stronger than Skulltaker himself, like, Skulltaker's just a better character, period, but people are geared up for Skulltaker, and it means Valkyrie can fly under the radar, and be a really good mix-up tool for matchups. Yeah, feeling like you're giving away free damage is pretty painful. There's not a lot you can do to stop the Lizardmen from kind of farming you. We'll watch this game since we've got time. The thing that you just need to do is just minimize as much as possible. There's not much you can do to stop it. You can try and bring Skull Cannons and counterfire the Lizards, and it works pretty good. Like, double Skull Cannon or just a single, or the Hellforged Bellers is always, like, a pretty solid baseline, like, idea. It's not really ever gonna put you in a position where you're, like, totally, in trouble, but Lizards have some strategies that can really punish Skull Cannon builds at times, and...
Scythe through them as if they were mere blades of grass.
I think most of the time you're better off going for a pretty mixed, balanced, non-artillery build against the Lizards as Khorne. Because your units are generally a little faster in the mobility game, because Cold Wind Riders, you know, like Spears and Cudgels are fairly slow at 66 speed. You've got some pretty good 90-ish speed units, and Minotaurs are fast enough that as long as you don't, like, overextend them forward, they can usually pretty safely find a way to get engaged on your opponent and start to get some good value trading. Korngors also are pretty good out on the edge against the Lizardmen. You just need to keep them away from Skink Cohort Javelins. Those are probably the more annoying unit to run into for the Korngors. Skink Skirmishers can be run down by, like, Furies and Fleshhounds. It's fairly easy to do because they're just so fast. They can run the Skinks down and just stop them dead in their tracks. Kill them horribly. See, my opponent is running this Malekith Master build. This is another build that's very clearly designed to kill Skulltaker. He's got double Shades. He's got Mali, who's got Doombolt and Soul Stealer, and he's got the Master with Colossal Strike and Potion of Strength. But, again, it's Valkia, and, again, a Blood Reaper. Blood Reapers, see how it does this game. I actually like it against the Dark Elves, spoiler alert, just a little bit. One Chaos Warrior, some Marauders, Khorne Gore, and I forgot about this Chaos Warrior. I thought it was in my control group to just move it all the way up the field, but for whatever reason it was not, so now it's moving forward very late, but not too late at least. And I got a Skull Crusher here. Skull Crushers are very underrated. They're another good mix-up tool. People are expecting Minotaurs. They're not expecting the 70 speed, 130 armor, insane weapon strength and charge bonus, monstrous cavalry. And they can actually double up on good damage against infantry and against large targets. Sloupnir goes down. I was hoping it would bounce off the wall and go back into the shades, but it just kind of makes a little L and misses. But we get the the Blood Reaper on his little skull throne, and the Fleshhounds onto the shades. Shades getting compromised pretty badly, and some Marauders pushing all the way through trying to go after these guys. And I'm just throwing forward my horsemen just to keep them under pressure so they can't sit and begin shooting, because Coldwind Knights are here, and I really need to get rid of these guys as quickly as possible. Skull Crushers are cleaning up a bunch of Black Ark Corsairs that just absolutely thumped them on the charge, helping the Marauders out, and Malekith's a little out of position right now. Not really somewhere that he can help his boys out. I did use Demon Shield to stop a Doombolt from hitting Valkia, just to, nullify the damage completely. Keeping her as healthy as possible here is the goal. Also brought Locus of Abjuration just in case, because Dark Elf players love trying to snipe characters. Doombolt is so filthy strong that it can just absolutely dunk on Valkia even. And it gets a little buffoonish at times. Shades here routing. The horsemen do get chased off, though. There's some harpies that, kind of help to clean those guys up. We've got Marauders over here against Bleak Swords. Not going too well because I'm kind of fumbling my engagement there. But the Chaos Warriors are fighting down the Black Ark Corsairs pretty well. And over here, Sisters of Singing Doom getting clocked right in the nose by my Chaos Warrior and Khorne Gore force. I tried to surround them properly, but I kind of missed it. But the Khorne Gores were on their flank enough to grind down most of their models, give me a nice little edge. Skull Crushers here are absolutely clowning on Malekith. He did get a big Soul Stealer off, and my Blood Reaper is out of position, so I popped Locus of Abjuration, but it didn't really hit anything, which was fine, because it's more important that he keeps the Shades from re-engaging anytime soon. We got the Raven Heralds on the field, who are a really cool unit and can bully a lot of Cornate stuff, but Furies absolutely slap them, so my Fury is all over these guys, and my opponent doesn't notice until just now. He's lost a lot of HP on them, and a decent number of models, which lowers their DPS, which is sometimes all you need to really cause issues for, utilizing these missile units appropriately. Furies get caught out by more Harpies over here, killing my Fleshhounds. The Fleshhounds did well enough. They've chased these Shades, basically off into the Shadow Realm, and now I've got Marauders coming in who can chase after these guys. Blood Reaper is trying to run. My opponent's got the Master and Malekith going for him, and a nice Doombolt on the way in. Hits him right on the head, and you can see it does good damage, but got Bloody Shackle. Bloody Shackle is a massive heal for 30 seconds. It's 48% of the HP pool. So this guy's not really worried about anything right now. I'm pulling my opponent's Master into the Exalted Bloodletters as well. Very important that you get very good at this particular strategy on Khorne, because you really need coverage from flying units at times, because your own flying units are pretty crap, outside of Valkia and sometimes the Exalted Bloodthirster. The regular Bloodthirsters are just really god-awful. They don't do much of anything, just very ineffectual. Valkia, the Furies, taking a fight against the Crows of Cain and our big boy Malekith, and my opponent going for a big Soul Stealer, but we've got Locus of Abjuration. We pop it, completely nullifying the spell damage for the remaining few seconds, saving myself a lot of headaches. That Soul Stealer could have been a 1,000 value at the least, because it just doesn't have a cap on how many things it can hit. It does good damage to just about everything, and it scales with the number of units it hits. My opponent goes for Doom Bolt. I use my Demon Shield, but I didn't need to. It ends up hitting the Crows of Cain. Actually kills most of the models in the unit because they were so beat up. And now Malekith is getting pushed off. And the Master getting trounced by the Skull Crushers, who have a decent amount of HP left.
Unending glory is yours.
It's been very nice for me. They really helped control Malekith and the Master for a good long while there. Khorne Gores I pushed way far forward just because I could. I wanted to like press back some of the units my opponent was throwing out over here. And the Chaos Warriors I just moved up into the trees to be an annoying little roadblock. See if my opponent caught it. He was using a Doom Bolt from Doomfire Warlocks on those guys. But I think it'd probably get stopped by the treetops. Either way, it's just something that my opponent has to like deal with and be annoyed by. You get a nice little win here. Those are all the solid games I had where I actually won or didn't just like massively fumble and get my ass beat. Because that did happen a couple times. I lost a game against Slaanesh, which is really not that surprising. Slaanesh is like stupidly strong against Khorne. It's not fun. I really got punished pretty hard. And then I had a couple of games against Demons of Chaos that went really poorly, because I don't have much experience playing against them. One of those was a game where I was playing Khorne, and one where I was playing Beastmen. Neither of them were very entertaining. The Slaanesh one was pretty close, though. But I kind of got... I made a big mistake in my army composition. I didn't bring the Brass Collar on Karanak, so we couldn't silence the abilities of all of the annoying Slaaneshi characters. And my opponent just got like a bunch of really lucky interactions and squeaked away with Nakari, and eventually just ground down Scarbrand with his other single entities, and I ended up losing. Or I was gonna lose. I just threw in the towel. Don't know what map I want to ban. We've got our next game. We've got... actually, I don't even know why this is a question. I want to not play Dried Floodplain, basically. Dried Floodplain is not a good map for Khorne. It's very tough to win on. Against certain factions, it can be okay for others, but in general, I find it a little hard to maneuver on, and Skull Cannons don't really work on it because of the way the terrain is. And that really is kind of difficult, especially when it's blind picks. Because if your opponent is taking you there and they're playing a certain number of factions, there's just not much you can do to kind of effectively counter them. So I'd rather play either of the others, to be honest. We've got two other really good options. Altar is a good map for Khorne, as is Celestial Lake. Celestial Lake is just a freaking grind map, so that's almost always going to favor Khorne, because you can just face check your opponent and just push him off the middle objectives. Alright, we're going Celestial Lake. Playing Rek, who is a really good player. Alright, I'm on Khorne, he's on Skaven. Let's see if we can get a win against the Skaven. I think it's possible. It's doable, at the very least. Oh, and it is the CA version of the map, too. Or not the CA version, it's the Total Tavern version, rather. Total Tavern Celestial Lake is much better for Khorne because there's actual tree cover that you can use to kind of screen some of the missile pressure that people can put you under. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here, is I'm able to do that successfully. And engage onto the Skaven with one solid push and really put them on the back foot. That's going to be the game plan, I think. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll make a lobby. Okay, we got our map set up. I will be right back. Stay tuned. Okay. Is my opponent not gonna show up? The heck? Where is he? Don't understand. Also, I'm not 100% sure why I'm getting matched up against him, because he's lost 2 games now, which is unfortunate. I mean, it doesn't mean that I'm guaranteed to beat him, but thought I would get matched up with somebody else in the division I'm in. That's got wins. I guess Skarmer Enchant has 2 wins. I don't know. I don't understand how the site picks opponents sometimes. It's a little bit unclear. I have no idea where Rek is. Here he is. Alright. I am gonna swap you guys over. I'm not gonna forget y'all. Don't worry. No, why doesn't it show the, why does it not show the website? Stop pop-ups. It's probably stopping an OBS thing. Boo. Whatever. That's unfortunate. I wanted to show the standings off to you guys, but I can't really do that. Is it because it's not full screen? No, that's not why it is. Whatever, I'm gonna pick my army. Sorry about that, guys. I'll figure out why the The browser window doesn't want to be seen by OBS. It's probably just something to do with God knows what. Kind of like that, okay. His thing is... that would be a little ridiculous. Although... you know what? This is my last game. Whether I win or lose, I'm not playing another one after this. So let's do something a little silly? Question mark? I mean, why not? It's not like unserious, but it's definitely like a little bit funky in terms of a build. I think I need one of these guys. Let's get one of those. This looks good. This looks good. Let's not overthink it too hard. Just want to run something a little bit fun and different than the typical corn fare. Even though a lot of that stuff is really pretty entertaining in its own right. Corn just feels like the right kind of faction for this game. Like, some of the factions just feel like they have some mechanics that are very abusable and unfair, and Corn has definitely got some stuff that's incredibly strong, but they come with huge drawbacks, so at the end of the day, it feels like a very balanced faction overall, you know? There's no sweeter feeling than playing something that's got some, something that's got some well-balanced mechanics and actually being able to really flex a bit.
Marauders of Corn!
Alright. I'll swap you guys back. Those little boys behind the trees. See if we can get, see if we can get some flank surprises off with them. Probably not, if I'm being honest. I doubt my opponent's going to give me the opportunity to catch him out with those guys. Remove this bloodletter out to the edge of the map. It's fine to like leave demons on the edge of the map, obviously, because they don't route. I actually kind of want to go in and just have bloodletters in the tree line here and move my marauders in initially with the cultists to get the point. Have these guys hold. Maybe look for an opportunity on a flank, or just rotate the hounds to the other side if I have to. And this bloodletter is just gonna kind of chill here. when the Minotaurs can hang out in the forest too. Minotaurs getting Woodsman was huge. Because it means that they don't lose stats in the forest anymore, because that was really silly, and it made Khorne really bad on maps with terrain. But now that they have it, they're actually pretty decent. And we got a Soul Grinder. We're going to bring it in, because it's actually really good at breaking leadership on Skaven, because they're kind of cowardly. And the shotgun cannon on it does apply the artillery leadership debuff, which is pretty hilarious. And it can really mess up the Skaven's ability to operate their game plan.
Cultist of the Blood God.
Yeah, he brought avalanche poison wind mortars, censer bearers. He brought a lot of plague monk censer bearers, which is fine. I'm actually not that fussed about those. They're a solid unit. They are not bad, for sure. And they can do some pretty big damage to bloodletters. But the cultists should be pretty well off, dropping the bloodletter summons behind them, and then rushing those guys in. They just need to survive that long. There's a Warlord, there's a Warlock Engineer, we got Doom Rocket of all things, which is kind of funny. Flensing Ruin, Howling Warp Gale, so I'm just gonna have Valkia go hide behind here for a minute. He's got stuff. Okay, he's got stuff. It's just like a million gutter runners, which I'm not super surprised by. Shocker. There's two of them here. One's gonna be moving in. Wants to hit the bloodletters, but that's not that dangerous, to be quite honest. He's going to try and drop the shots into the bucket here, and it's going to be a little hard to thread that needle because the trees here are going to impose themselves, and it does scatter shots a lot too, which is important to keep in mind. You can fire into trees all you want, but it actually is not that easy and effective. Look at those guys improve. 6 for now. Okay. He's gonna move off this point. I'm just gonna move on to the point. It's fine. Like, see, he's like rotating these gutter runners over here because he kind of wants to poke a little bit. He's not getting any damage on the bloodletters right now. And we are actually capping this objective, which is very nice. And it's just Marauders, man. Like, if my opponent wants to use his globes to fire at Marauders, okay, that's more than fine by me. It's really not that much value on bleeding. I can continue bringing out my important units to start trying to chip away and punish my opponent. He's got Teeth Breakers back here. Let's get these guys over here. Exalted Bloodletters are going to move up. Get these guys here. Valkia just needs to stay back, because if she gets hit by the Teeth Breaker, she's just going to die, and that would be, you know, a catastrophe for me. Okay, Soul Grinder, can you, like, actually hit these guys? No, apparently he's going to Wet Noodle into them and do absolutely Bub Kiss.
Marauders of Khorne! I serve the X-Father.
Okay, we're just gonna pull back. That's fine by me. Whatever. Just want him to use all his gutter runner ammo before I do anything, because I'm not stressed or fussed about any of this right now. He still has not really gotten much damage off of this Poison Wind Mortar. He's like desperately trying to clear a lot of my units, and it's just not really going much of anywhere. He's gonna push over here, it looks like. I was gonna wait. I'll bring the Chaos Warrior Halberds over here. That's fine. Valkyria's chilling in the trees. I'm gonna move my guy over. He wants to come out and flank. I don't know what he wants to do here.
The enemy has captured one of...
Okay, let's just dodge the bloodletters. We've got the cultists doing their thing. He doesn't want to push here now because I've got too much. I've got a halberd moving up to the point. I need to get this guy back. I need to summon these guys. I'm going to just YOLO these guys in and see what I can do with them. I do wish that I had the Hellforge Bellowers, to be honest. That would be really strong right about now. No, he didn't really get anything out of that. It's fine. Okay. Need to stay 100 meters away. The Teeth Breakers are around here somewhere.
Move out!
Check this out. Come on. Just let me do it. I think they're gonna... Yeah, they're gonna break before I can get this off. That's unfortunate.
Making ground!
Yeah, I can't hit Sloughnir now, but that's fine. Just gonna keep building up. Mortars are doing pretty big damage to my guys here, which is a little bit irritating, but pull them back, just, you know, dodge another volley. That's fine.
Claim it for corn! Power of the wolf!
He's got Doom Flares on the way in. Still firing the poison mortar. He's got Stormvermin Halberds up now. Plague Monk Sensor Bearers look like they want to come get the smoke, which would be a not wise idea, I believe.
It begins! I go forward!
Can actually use these guys now to get in here a little bit. I don't think my opponent realizes that these Doom Flayers are not going to enjoy this engagement.
Cultist of the Blood God!
Okay, he's going to pull back.
Axfather's marauders! We smell slaughter!
What the hell is going on here? How did this... Oh, the Teeth Breakers are in the trees. Oh, God. That's a big mistake on my part. Let's charge these guys, push up here, see what we can do. Oh man, that hurts. That's really painful.
Yes! Bloodfather,
So my dudes here are engaged actually pretty decently right now. It's a
Valkia the Bloody! Witness my strength!
I'm just gonna land. Whatever. Let's get these guys. Let's get another Flesh Hound out and see what we can manage here, and see if we can snip these guys around the back.
Valkia the
Yeah,
Bloody!
Warlord is doing some pretty big damage. We've got these Bloodletters grinding over here. We're gonna actually drop one of our Bloodletter summons there. Drop this other one here.
To the slaughter! Swiftly!
Just need to dodge around a little
God
bit.
shows the way! Move out! Valkia the Bloody!
Wait, what? Okay, drop the summon, dog. I don't know why I didn't want to drop a summon. That's really silly.
Fury of Corn!
That's gonna wreck these guys pretty hard. We killed the Teeth Breakers. We're losing some of our units over here because I'm a little bit of a forehead. I'm not moving all the stuff in the way I need to. But the value is pretty even, actually. Let's get out of this Flensing Ruin ASAP. Yeah, the cultists, dude, are just not good. They just get absolutely gone. It's so sad. Oh, it's a little embarrassing, honestly. Doom Flayers are doing okay. Let's drop our horn here and get as much damage as we possibly can. Getting a little bit of damage over here. We're gonna get a Fury up. Another Fury up. Couriers will be solid here. We're doing a lot of damage to this formation, actually.
Shield
Even with the sensor bearers here, it's not going too bad. Oh, he's doing a lot of friendly fire damage. This is part of the problem for him. We're gonna drop this on the Minotaurs. Got a really nice little net. We got the Soul Grinder running around though. We do have our Exalted Bloodletters getting in pretty nice. And catch these Wolfhounds out now. Wolf Rats out.
Sate my bloodlust! Give me blood! Incidental! Carnum's blessing!
Let's try and kill the remainder of these dudes here. Pretty good damage. I don't know what the hell just happened. Oh, because the Globadiers are still firing, even though they're kind of occupied. Teeth Breakers are coming out. Let's get up on this point. What the hell's going on here? Oh, this Flesh Hound went down. This one needs to get in. Let's get Bloodletters up here. I'm not playing very well. I'm gonna be pretty honest. It's not going that great. It's not looking good for me. I think I messed this one up. Yeah, I'm not winning this. I really fumbled the bag here. These units really difficult. I think it's just the Warlock Engineer, the Cleansing Ruin is the real problem. Yeah, and Valkia is just somehow getting absolutely annihilated by the Warlord. Like, what is going on with you, bro?
I take my leave!
Whatever. R.I.P. me. I could have played this game so much better. I played really badly.
Valkia! Send my care!
No! The enemy has slain our lord!
R.I.P. me. The Soul Grinder was not a good choice. Terrible, terrible unit for that matchup. At the very least on that map. I needed to play with it a lot closer in. I needed to get some terror routes, and I just didn't. I went in way too unwarily, and it cost me pretty big. But I did say I was going to run something a little different. Just sucks that doing that cost me so much. Yeah, I'd just not bring the cultists again. Like, characters, the Khorne characters are just so bad against the Skaven, it's really embarrassing. And the Teethbreakers got a free kill on my Blood Throne, because I was just not smart about it. I advanced it very incautiously, and it cost me big time. These Gutter Runners did so much work. 1,800 value? Come on, man. Really? That's so irritating. Didn't play very good with my Flesh Hounds. The Furies were awful. I think I just needed more units on the ground. And I just needed more that could actually just, like, punch through the Skaven front line. I think if I just not play cute, I just go, like, even more infantry. Like, just more Bloodletters. Probably a few more Khorne Gores, then I win. And, Knights of the Brazen Throne. And then I can still bring a couple of those guys. And get rid of them. Yeah, just get the Bloodweight Berserkers. Like, they would just be, they would have been so good there. And that would have been a good Hellforge Belwars map. It's one that I know it's really, really, really good on. And I just didn't bring it because reasons. I don't know. Getting cocky. But I would just run Belwars on that map, and you can just use it to fire from out of the tree line. And there's nothing that the Skaven would be able to do to really punish that unless they get the Teeth Breakers in a really good spot to hammer it. Which is possible. But, unlikely. No, I want to drop... Whatever. He can just have the win. I'm not playing. I'm good. Boop. Alright, good stream, guys. I'm tired as hell, so I'm gonna go. You know, have a good day. Appreciate y'all stopping by. I'll see you next time, guys. Peace.